The Washington Post ran the headline, "The campaign to impeach President Trump
So,
has begun just 19
I have this
minutes
fancy
after
new
President Trump
thing
took the oath of office."
for
19
these guys.
Minutes. Freshman Congresswoman from Michigan told a group
You'll
of
see up
supporters,
there at the
"We're
top
going
of
to
the
impeach some
screen,
other blank,"
it says
shortly after she was sworn in.
manipulations. Well,
even Speaker Pelosi admitted last week that the impeachment effort has been going on for 2.5 years, long before any phone call
this is
between
evasion.
two world leaders. In fact,
Diversion.
71% of the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee supported impeachment before
Playing
the
victim.
phone call. The impeachment sham is based on hearsay, conjecture,
Denial.
and opinion. You know what? You can't even get a speeding ticket in this
Selective
country
attention.
based on hearsay.
What's up,
but yet
Austin?
we're going to impeach an American president based on just that. Where are the crimes
Shaming.
of treason, high crimes, or misdemeanors committed here? Those are things that constitute
Projecting
impeachable
blame.
offenses, not hatred
Feigning
or
innocence.
policy disagreements. If memory serves me right, Congress
Brandishing
told the
anger.
administration to withhold aid to Ukraine until they got their act together, address corruption, straighten
Vilifying
out.
victim.
That was in multiple NDAAs voted on
Rationalization.
by both parties in this chamber. So in the simplest terms,
Okay, we're going to do this for both Democrats, guys. We're going to be doing this for both Democrats and Republicans. We're going to show the manipulations that they're showing. This is all the ones he's exhibited so far. Of all of the manipulations, guys.
I promise you. They see President Trump has not been treated fairly in this process.
He's almost got through all of them, honestly, which is sad.
Not facts. It's a sad day in this chamber. The People's House. I yield back.
Members are again reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
That was the first Republican. Okay, now let's go through Democrats.
Schiff, the chair of the Intelligence Committee, will now serve as my designee and will control the remainder of the time on the majority side.
Does the gentleman yield to the gentleman from California?
If you guys think you see a manipulation, let me know on either side, and I will point. And if I agree, if we can agree on that, that's a manipulation. I'll put it on there for either side.
Chairman
Schiff, I like this guy.
Thank him for the extraordinary
Okay,
job
we'll do it for
that he has
Schiff.
done
Schiff.
As chairman of the Judiciary Committee and throughout these difficult
I think we could
proceedings.
call this seduction,
Madam Speaker,
kind of.
my
No,
colleagues,
well, no, we can't
my
call it
fellow
seduction
Americans,
because it's not. They're not
rise to
voting.
support the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. When a man, unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents.
Okay, I'm
having
trying
the
to look for
advantage
one
of
we can
military
do.
habits, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty.
I
When
would
such a
say
man
this
is
would be
seen
vilifying
to mount
victim.
the hobby horse of
I
popularity,
would want to say
to
that.
join in the cry of danger to liberty,
But these are
to take
facts that
every
he's saying.
opportunity of embarrassing
Yeah, so he's
the
not really
government, the general
vilifying.
government,
Trump
and bringing it
vilified
under
himself with
suspicion,
this.
to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day. It may justly be suspected that his object
What's
is
up,
to
Mini
throw
Dwarf?
things
I
into
literally just
confusion,
started it. I should have
that he
started
may
it
ride the
earlier,
storm
honestly.
and direct the whirlwind. These are the words of Alexander Hamilton, written in 1792. Could we find a more perfect description of the present danger emanating from 1600?
I'm looking for a
Pennsylvania
single
Avenue?
manipulation
The
tactic
framers
he's using,
crafted a constitution
and I don't see
that
it.
contemplated free and
We
fair
have
elections
selective
for the
attention,
highest office in the
rationalization,
land.
denial, white lie,
But
lying,
also
diversion,
afforded the
evasion,
Congress
guilt
with
trip,
the power
shaming,
to remove
vilifying
a
victim,
president
playing
who
victim,
abused
servant
the
role,
powers of his
seduction,
office for personal
projecting
gain,
blame, feigning
who
innocence,
compromised
feigning
the
anger,
public
brandishing
trust
anger, and
by betraying our
bandwagon
nation's
effect.
security,
He has yet
or
to
who
exhibit
sought
any
to
of those.
undermine our democratic system by seeking foreign intervention in the conduct
And
of
I'm
our
looking,
election.
I'm trying
I
to
would
look for
say that
something.
the founders could have little imagined that a single president might have done all of these things, except that the evidence has sadly proved this is exactly what this president has done. Hamilton, among others, seems to have predicted the rise of Donald Trump with a staggering prescience. Having won freedom from a king, the drafters of our Constitution designed a government in which ambition was made to check ambition, in which no branch of government would predominate over another, and no man would be allowed to be above the law, including the president, especially the president, since with whom would the danger be greater than with the officer charged with being our commander-in-chief? Over the course of the last 3 months, we have found incontrovertible evidence that President Trump abused his power by pressuring the newly elected president of Ukraine to announce an investigation
When are they voting? They
into
should be
President
voting
Trump's
today, Emir.
political rival, Joe Biden, with the hopes of defeating Mr. Biden in the 2020 presidential election and enhancing his own prospects for re-election. He didn't even need the investigation to be undertaken, just simply announced to the public. The smear of his opponent, would be enough. To effectuate this scheme, President Trump withheld 2 official acts of vital importance to a nation at war with our adversary, Vladimir Putin's Russia. The president withheld a White House meeting that Ukraine desperately sought to bolster its standing on the world
I'm
stage.
still looking for even
And
one
even more
manipulation
perniciously,
tactic he has
President Trump
used.
suspended
I haven't
hundreds of
heard a
millions
single one.
of dollars of
The
military aid
the
approved
Republican
by this
side
Congress
just almost ran me out of
to
methods
coerce
of
Ukraine
manipulation. Schiff
into
can't
doing his
even
electoral
isn't even
dirty
giving me
work.
a single one that I
The
can
President of the
put
United
against
States
him.
was willing to sacrifice our national security by withholding support for a critical strategic partner at war in order to improve his re-election prospects. But for the courage of someone willing to blow the whistle, he would have gotten away with it. Instead, he got caught. He tried to cheat, and he got caught. Now, this wasn't the first time. As a candidate in 2016, Donald Trump invited Russian interference in his presidential campaign, saying at a campaign rally, Russia,
I'll hide the
if you're
manipulations
listening,
thing
I hope
until
you're able
we
to
actually
find
see
the
a
30,000
manipulation
emails that are
on
missing.
either side.
A clear invitation to hack Hillary Clinton's emails. Just 5 hours later, Russian government hackers tried to do exactly that. What followed was an immense Russian hacking and dumping operation and a social media disinformation campaign designed to help elect Donald Trump. Not only did candidate Trump welcome that effort, but he made full use of it, building it into his campaign plan, his messaging strategy, and then he sought to cover it up. This Russian effort to interfere in our elections didn't deter Donald Trump. It empowered him. The day after Special Counsel Bob Mueller testified before Congress about Russia's sweeping and systemic effort to influence the outcome of our last election, the day after President Trump believed that the investigation into his first electoral misconduct had come to an end, the president was back on the phone urging yet another country, this time Ukraine, to help him cheat in another election. 3 consecutive days in July tell so much of the story. 3 consecutive days in July of 2019. July 24th, the day that Special Counsel Mueller testified before Congress, and President Trump thought he was finally in the clear. July 25th, the day that President Trump got on the phone with the Ukrainian president, and in the context of a discussion about military support for that embattled nation that the president had recently frozen, said, "I would like you to do us a favor, though," and asked Ukraine to do 2 investigations to help his re-election efforts in 2020. That was July 25th. And then we come to July 26th, the day Gordon Sondland called President Trump on his cell phone from a restaurant in Ukraine. Gordon Sondland, not some anonymous never-Trumper, but $1 million donor to the president's inauguration and his hand-picked ambassador to the European Union. What does President Trump ask Sondland the day after this call? What does President Trump ask? What does the president want to know? Did he ask about Ukraine's efforts to battle corruption? Of course not. Did he ask how the war with Russia was going? Not a
Around what
chance.
time? I have no idea.
On the phone, his voice loud enough for others to hear, President Trump asked Sondland, so he's going to do the investigation?
It was
And the
they
answer was clear.
each side had about an
Sondland
hour
assured Trump
left.
that the Ukrainian president
I was
going
working.
to
I
do
was
it.
trying to get the stream
And
set
that he
up,
would
the stream
do
stuff set
anything
up, but
you
I should have
asked him
had this
to.
up earlier. Honestly, this is just like
If
pretty
that
much the
wasn't
ending
telling
arguments.
enough,
I mean,
my colleagues.
honestly, the whole
In a
thing was
conversation
pretty
that
much
followed,
everything we've already
an
seen.
American diplomat dining
Republicans
with
just
Sondland
denying
asked
everything, and
if it
then
was true
Democrats
that
just
President Trump
explaining the
didn't
truth.
give a
And what
blank
we're gonna do
about
today
Ukraine.
is we're gonna go through the.
Sondland agreed, saying the
We're gonna
president
be
cared
going
only
through
about big
manipulations
stuff.
on both sides.
diplomat noted
Any
that there was
manipulation
big stuff in
done by
Ukraine,
Democrats
like
too,
a war
we'll
with
put on
Russia.
there. Just to be fair
And
to
Sondland
Republicans,
replied
we will do that.
that the president
Just to be
cared
fair.
only about big
I am
stuff
looking
that
for a
benefits
single
him
manipulation
personally,
he has done, though,
like
and
the
he has yet to
Biden
do a single one.
investigation that Mr. Giuliani was pushing. In that short conversation, we learned everything we need to know about the 45th President of the United States. He doesn't care about Ukraine or the impact on our national security caused by withholding military aid to that country fighting for its democratic life. All that matters to this president is what affects him personally, an investigation into his political rival and a chance to cheat in the next election. As Professor Gerhardt testified before the Judiciary Committee 2 weeks ago, if what we're talking about is not impeachable, then nothing is impeachable. Even as this body uncovered the facts of this Ukraine scheme, even as we opened an impeachment inquiry, even as we gathered evidence, President Trump continued his efforts to seek foreign help in the next election. Well, I would think, he said from the White House lawn on October 3rd, that if they're being honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer, he said. And he made it clear it's an open invitation to other nations as well, saying China should start an investigation into the Bidens too. President Trump sent his chief of staff to the White House podium and he told the world that, of course, they had linked aid to investigations and that we should just get over it. And even as these articles have made their way to this House floor,
What's
the
up,
president's
Tato?
personal attorney has continued pursuing these sham investigations on behalf of his client, the president. The president and his men plot on. The danger persists. The risk is real. Our democracy is at peril. But we are not without a remedy prescribed by the founders for just these circumstances: impeachment. The only question is, will we use it? Or have we fallen prey to another evil that the founders forewarned? The excess of factionalism, the elevation of party over country. Many of my colleagues appeared to have made their choice to protect the president, to enable him to be above the law, to empower this president to cheat again, as long as it is in the service of their party and their power. They've made their choice, despite this president and the White House stonewalling every subpoena, every request for witnesses and testimony from this co-equal branch of government. They have made their choice, knowing that to allow this president to obstruct Congress will empower him and any other president that follows to be as corrupt, as negligent, or as abusive of the power of the presidency as they choose. They have made their choice, and I believe they will rue the day that they did. When Donald J. Trump was sworn in on January 20th, 2017, he repeated these words: "I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." Has he lived up to that sacred obligation? Has he honored his oath of office? Has he preserved, protected, and defended the Constitution of the United States? The uncontested evidence provides the simple yet tragic answer: he has not. In America, no one is above the law. Donald J. Trump sacrificed our national security in an effort to cheat in the next election. And for that and his continued efforts to seek foreign interference in our elections, he must be impeached. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Not a single thing
It's
I
nice to
could
see you
see
here,
about the
Chairman Schiff. It would have been
Manipulate
nice to have either you or the whistleblower present in either the judiciary or the
manipulations.
oversight
I did not see a
I think
single
we're- and I think we're
manipulation by him.
Continuing to neglect
But
the four key facts of
what
this.
manipulation
The
is he
transcript
doing?
is out. Everybody
He's
can read
doing
it. The
selective
American people
attention
can
right now,
read it.
guys.
There's no
Denial,
conditionality or aid discussed
white
in
lie,
that call.
diversion, evasion.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
The two principals on that call, President Trump and President Zelensky, have said there is no pressure.
Feigning
President
innocence,
Zelensky has
brandishing
basically screamed
brandishing
from the
anger.
rooftops on numerous occasions that there was no pressure, no bribery, no quid pro quo.
Wow.
The Ukrainian government got the money and did
These
what
are
the
all the
agency
things that he's
caused,
already
and
doing.
No investigation was announced, and a meeting with the president took place, and it was released. And
This
with
is
that, I
within
would yield-
seconds.
Reminded to address the remarks to the chair.
And with that, I would yield a minute and a half of my time for my friend from Missouri.
This is exact. This I would be doing this for Democrats too, guys. I was looking for anything to use. Let's try this guy.
Corn and cotton, cockleburrs, and Democrats. Your frothy eloquence neither convinces nor satisfies me. I'm from the show me state. You have to show me. The only thing that you all have shown so far is that you're about to impeach a duly elected president who has done nothing wrong. Democrats are not impeaching the president because they are scared of our republic or that he has committed a crime. They are impeaching him because they fear the president's policies and how well they are working for the American people. Most of all, they fear the election because they know they can't beat them. In fact, one of my Democrat colleagues is quoted stating, "I'm concerned if we don't impeach him, he will get reelected." This kind of rhetoric is disgusting. Impeachment is not a political weapon, and any member who votes for impeachment should be ashamed today. You cannot undo the results of the 2016 election.
They're just building up,
simply
guys.
Because your flawed candidate did not win. And thank God she didn't. Over the last 3 years, unemployment has dropped to the lowest point in generations.
Okay, I'm
We are
looking
seeing
for.
better trade
So
agreements with our
the
trading
only parts of
partners
this bingo
and
board he
record
hasn't hit
numbers
yet
of
are
taxes
white
and
lie,
regulations
guilt
that
trip,
stifle
servant role,
economic
and
growth have
seduction.
been rolled back.
Oh, feigning
All thanks to
confusion
President Trump's
and
leadership
bandwagon
and
effect.
commitment. But we shouldn't be surprised. Democrats have introduced articles of impeachment. Can I have 30 seconds? 15 seconds.
We'll yield him 15 seconds. Madam
Gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
This is very
Oopsie,
important.
servant role.
We shouldn't be surprised. Democrats have introduced articles of
Guilt
impeachment
trip?
in 5 out of our last 6 Republican presidents. They are the party of impeachment. The Democrats are the party of impeachment.
Look at all this. This is all
Yields
from
back.
one
And
of
Once
them.
again, members are admonished to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California.
Thank you,
Let's
Madam
do it with
Speaker.
Democrats.
It's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr.
Let's
Swalwell.
do it. Let's give
Swalwell's
Republicans
recognized for 2
equal due.
minutes.
Donald Trump is using the presidency to put his own personal gain above our national interests. He is
It's
using
true.
our taxpayer dollars and foreign interference to cheat the next election, and it jeopardizes our national security and integrity at the ballot box. And not a single fact
True.
in this case is seriously in dispute. I ask my colleagues, who sent his personal lawyer to Ukraine to investigate his political rival? Who fired
True.
an ambassador who stood in his way? Who conditioned a White
True.
House meeting on investigations that only personally benefited him and
True
not the national
and
interest?
important.
Who cut off military aid to an ally that desperately needed it? Who pressured President Zelensky to conduct those investigations?
Still true.
Who stood on the White House lawn and asked not only Ukraine to investigate his rival,
None
but
of these
also
are
China?
manipulation tactics.
Who has buried evidence and blocked witnesses from testifying?
This is literally
who is
just he's
still,
literally just
today,
reciting facts right now.
Sending his personal lawyer to Ukraine to dig up dirt and rig an election? The answer to all of these questions is President Donald Trump. This is a crime spree in progress, but we know how to stop it.
Yeah.
Courage. Yes, this investigation has shown us how corrupt
Ah.
President Trump is, but it's also shown us the courage of some of our
He has
fellow
one. He
patriotic
has one
civil
manipulation,
servants who have
shaming.
used their
He
courage
wants.
to
He's
not
saying
only
that
stand
he's
up
saying that
around
they
the
have
world
no courage,
to
and that should
extinguish
make them feel
corruption,
shame.
but also to extinguish it at the White House. How? Well, my colleagues argue, no harm, no foul. Ukraine got the aid. Wrong. Trump cheated. Patriots caught him.
But we can't
Then
let that happen,
Ukraine got
Tato.
the
Just
aid. Standing
accepting that it
turns
doesn't
out,
change
works.
anything. We have to do what we
Now is
can.
the time
Just
to
saying
summon the
that they
courage
died
of
and
those
there's nothing that we
patriots
can do
and to
about it.
summon
Well,
the
that's just
courage they showed
accepting
against
that the
Donald
world
Trump.
is that's
If
that's
they
just
can risk their
saying that the
careers,
world
even
is
their
hopeless
lives,
and there's
to
no
do the right
hope
thing,
and that nobody
can
can
my
do
colleagues
anything.
also
And I
do the
refuse to
same?
believe that.
After all, wars on the
If
line
nobody
with
else,
military aid
I
to
understand
an
that
ally.
nobody else will
Our
do
national
anything.
security is
I'm
at
well
stake.
aware
Stand up
that
for
nobody's
Our election
doing
integrity is
anything.
at stake.
That's why
Stand up
I'm
for
doing
that.
something.
And our
Is because
Constitution's
I
at
will
stake.
do something.
Stand up for
I
that.
will
I
stand
yield
up.
back.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Was a
Madam
joke,
Speaker,
but
may
so
I
many
inquire as
people
to the
don't
time
care.
remaining on each
Tato.
side?
Oh, he had shaming.
The gentleman
He had
has
shaming by
1 hour
telling
and
the
23
Republicans that
and
they
1/4
don't
minutes
have
remaining,
courage.
and
That's
the
what he.
gentleman from
That's
California has
what.
1 hour and
That's what.
18 minutes remaining.
That's what they
I
said.
appreciate the detail. And with that, I yield
Okay.
1.5
Now let's
minutes
go
to
with
the gentleman from
Republicans
Ohio,
again.
Mr. Johnson.
Sorry,
Gentleman's
Tato. I just
recognized for
that's
1.5 minutes.
those kind of
Madam Speaker,
responses have been coming up all
This
over the
is a
place.
sad day for America.
Diversion,
This partisan impeachment sham seeks
Denial.
to disenfranchise 63
playing
million
victim.
American voters. So I want to use my time to call on this chamber for members to
Oh, that was also
rise
bandwagon
and
effect.
observe a moment of silent reflection. To give every member here the chance to pause for a moment and remember the
I think he's
voices
trying to
of
guilt
the
trip.
63 million American voters
That's definitely
Democrats
bandwagon
today
effect.
are wanting to silence.
Projecting blame. Can we consider that seduction, trying to play to those 63 million? Let's see. Evasion. That also sounds like what he's doing. Selective attention. No. I don't think we'll put anything else on him so far. I mean,
Madam Speaker,
he's brandished anger, but we're not gonna put that to him until he like really shows anger.
Gives me 63 million reasons to vote no. And I urge my colleagues to do
That's
the same.
bandwagon effect.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Okay, this is from his very
Madam
limited
Speaker, it's my
time.
pleasure to yield 2 minutes to Ms. Sewell, the gentlewoman from
Go ahead and
Alabama.
try.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Let's go ahead and try a Democrat.
Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart and a profound sense of the gravity of this moment that I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. To be clear, I did not run for Congress to impeach a president. I came to work every day on behalf of the hardworking people of Alabama's 7th Congressional District. But the facts are uncontested.
Republicans,
The truth is clear.
if you think
I have been left
that
no other
that
choice.
any Democrats
As a member
are
of the
manipulating,
Intelligence Committee,
let me know
sat
and we'll discuss
in
it. And if it's considered as a
in awe
manipulation, we'll go ahead and put
witness
it on
after
here
witness
for sure.
came forward,
Democratic
their
too,
stories painting
just
a
to be
clear
fair.
picture of the president's abuse of power. They testified
And
that
I'm
the
looking
president
for them
had direct
as
orders
objectively
to
as I can.
withhold vital military aid for Ukraine and a White House visit
I
in
think she
exchange
might have been
for
playing the victim a
investigation into the
little
Bidens.
bit there. But I
Today,
mean,
all the military
really,
aid has not
you
been
know?
released, and there still has been no White House meeting. The bottom line is clear. President Trump endangered our national security and the very essence of our democracy for his own personal political gain. Then President Trump sought to cover it up by
playing
subverting
victim. You
the
guys want that
oversight
on there?
authority
Okay,
of
we'll
Congress.
we'll put playing
If
victim on
presidential
there for you
abuse
guys.
of power is left unchecked, we all become accomplices when he does it again. This cannot become the new normal, not on our watch. While President Trump's indefensible actions set in motion this event,
I want to give Republicans
my
everything
vote
they can.
for
I want to
impeachment
give
today
every
is not
yeah,
about the
and the
president.
other one was
It is
just
about my
barely
vote
was
to
just barely
defend and
shaming
protect
too.
the
So, but I mean,
Constitution
hey, it's
of this
technically
United
it's
States
part of it.
America.
What's important is
And
I'm trying to
to
give
make sure that I
Republicans
uphold
their
and honor the
chance.
sacred
I'm not
trust
being
that
partisan
my
here. I'm
constituents
trying
gave me.
my dangest to let
President Trump
Republicans
has
know that
betrayed
I'm
his oath
also
of
trying to
office.
be on their side.
Let us not betray ours. I yield back the balance of my time.
And she's out.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
So she was playing victim barely by mentioning her heritage in Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Wait,
I'm back.
or Georgia.
Also noticed some changes around here since we left, and I noticed I have a new manager on the other side who, as I came back in,
Brandishing anger.
quick bite, noticed gave an eloquent defense of his side of this story that we're telling. I just
Projecting
wish we could have
blame.
had that same eloquent defense before the Judiciary
Playing
Committee.
victim.
We could have been asked questions instead of just giving one side. With that, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr.
It wasn't even his time to talk.
Thank you. Madam Speaker,
Next guy.
today will forever
Alabama,
be
my bad.
remembered as a stain on our republic. These
Diversion.
impeachment proceedings are not based upon facts, evidence,
Denial.
reason, or any inappropriate or impeachable
Lying.
actions by our president.
Playing victim.
Instead, the actions being taken by those favoring
Projecting
impeachment
blame.
are a product of their disdain for President Trump, his America First agenda, and
Oh,
particularly
servant role.
disdain by the other party for the 63 million
Ah,
Americans
bandwagon effect.
that elected him as president. Again, these articles of impeachment are not based on any facts, but rather on hearsay,
Evasion.
presumptions, innuendo,
Diversion.
and feelings. Feelings by Democrats,
Rationalization,
and career
selective
bureaucrats
attention.
who have wanted President Trump removed from office since the day he was elected.
White lie.
In defense of the Constitution, I urge all members to oppose both articles of impeachment.
Feigning innocence.
It is unclear who will judge those voting for impeachment today more harshly, history or voters. So, I want Democrats voting for impeachment today to know that I'll be praying for them. From the Gospel of Luke,
That's brandishing
the
anger.
23rd chapter, verse 34. And
That's
Jesus said,
seduction. That's
"Father, forgive
seduction.
them, for they
That's
know not what they do."
shaming. That's
Thank you,
guilt
and I yield
tripping.
back.
Come on.
Gentleman from
Come on.
California.
Come on.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have referred to
Oh my word.
patriotic Americans who testified before the Intelligence
Okay,
Committee.
again,
as
now let's go
career
through the
bureaucrats.
Democrats.
I want to remind people
Yeah, Paul,
just
I'm
who
showing
those career
manipulations.
bureaucrats are.
I'm showing
There are people like
manipulations, and we're
Ambassador
going
Bill
both
Taylor, who has served
Democrats
this country for
and
decades,
Republicans, and we're going, and
graduated
every
top of his
time they
class
say
at West
something
Point,
and we
served
witness
during
a manipulation
Vietnam in
tactic that's
combat,
being used,
earned a
we
Bronze
put it on the
Star.
screen.
There are
And we're
people
doing
like
it for
Colonel
both Democrats
Vindman,
and
served in
Republicans.
Iraq,
And
earned a Purple
Democrats
Heart.
two
There are
times
people
now
like
did
Ambassador
indeed have
Yovanovitch,
one.
served in dangerous places
But they
all
were
over the
very
world.
minimal.
One of the most
And it's
respected
like
of all
what
of
we
our
agree to.
Foreign Service
Sorry, I'm not
officers.
even listening
These
to Adam
are the
Schiff. I need to
people
do it.
that my colleagues would pejoratively label as career bureaucrats. And why? Because they have the courage to do their lawful duty, to answer a subpoena, to come and testify. And for this,
I want to
they're
say that
called
we could
career
put that under
bureaucrats.
servant
Well,
role,
we
but
should
that's
have
not, he's
more
not really,
career
I don't know.
bureaucrats of that caliber. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
Gentleman's recognized
Okay,
for 1
so
minute.
I only
Madam
heard
Speaker,
about
I
half
rise
of what
with
he
a heavy
said,
heart.
but I didn't hear
The
anything.
most difficult
in that one.
votes any member of Congress ever has to cast is to vote to go to war.
I know, right, Tato?
Today I will vote for the
Shaming?
articles of
I guess we could give him
impeachment. Over the
shaming.
last few months,
Yeah.
I've listened carefully to my constituents. I've weighed all the available information to determine whether or not the president committed any wrongdoing.
Okay, let's
There are
listen.
disturbing facts from this administration that inform my decision, including the president's own words. His handpicked ambassador to the European Union testified there was a quid pro quo to withhold aid to Ukraine for an investigation of former
Okay,
Vice
that's
President
true.
Biden, and that everyone was in the loop. His own national security
That's
advisor,
was
John Bolton,
testify.
said he wanted nothing to do with this drug deal, as he called it.
I feel like
and
he's
that the
almost
president
brandishing
openly
anger.
acknowledged
Almost.
that
He's
China
like on
and
the
Ukraine
border of
should
it.
investigate
But
Mr.
he's also
Biden.
just passionate.
There's
It's like
much more evidence
people how
pointing
think
to the
I'm
president
angry,
violating
you know,
his
but I'm
own
just
oath of
passionate
office.
when I'm not
I
upset.
have not made this decision lightly, but I must uphold my own oath of office because I believe the president has failed to uphold his oath of office. The weight of history and my belief in the Constitution of the United States and our own national security interests have led me to this vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay, he had
Gentleman
nothing.
from Georgia.
There was nothing. Anybody see anything? Any manipulation tactic from there? I didn't see
interesting
it.
to see that the same
Let's
chairman
go
who just
after
spoke
him.
eloquently about those who testified would have to actually dismiss completely almost anything by Mr.
Shaming,
Volker or Mr.
guilt trip,
Morrison. But
vilifying
again,
victim.
I will say, at least they had the ability and
Denial.
the willingness to come and testify, unlike the chairman who wrote a report, sent it to judiciary. and
Selective
didn't.
attention,
With that, I yield a minute
rationalization,
and a half to the gentleman from
diversion.
Texas, Ms. Granger.
Gentlelady's
Playing
recognized
victim.
for a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the politically driven articles of impeachment that have been brought before
Playing
the House
victim.
of Representatives today. For the past 3 years, Democrats have been unable to accept the voters'
Rationalization.
choice to elect President Trump.
Selective attention.
They've used any and all undemocratic and unfair means
Denial,
necessary to try and
lying,
remove him from office.
diversion,
My vote today is
and
not
evasion.
only against illegitimate impeachment of our president, which began not with facts but with a foregone conclusion. It is against House
Feigning
Democrats
innocence,
making a
feigning
mockery
confusion.
of due process and the rule of law. This
Projecting
will not
blame.
go anywhere in the Senate, so all Democrats have accomplished is postponing the important work of the American people sent their
White lie,
elected officials to
shaming,
Washington
guilt
to
trip.
do. This
No,
endless
no, no.
crusade
We
of
won't do
Democrats
those
to
yet.
remove the duly
I
elected
mean, I guess
president
she's done
of the
those, but
United
but
States is
I think we
partisan
need stronger
politics
things for this.
above the issues that Americans face today. It's time Democrats stop playing partisan games that hurt hardworking taxpayers.
Brandishing
It's
anger.
time for the American people to be Congress' priority.
Servant
again.
role.
I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
It's insane. Democrat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am more than delighted to refer to the
What's up, Megan?
testimony Ambassador Volker and Mr. Morrison. Ambassador Volker, who acknowledged that in retrospect he should have recognized that when they were calling for investigations of Burisma, it really meant the Bidens, and that to ask a foreign leader to investigate
what's up,
a political
Lottie?
rival was wrong. Happy to refer to his testimony, as well as Mr. Morrison.
Okay,
who went
I'm
to the
not
National
seeing
Security
any
Council lawyer
manipulations.
immediately after he listened to that telephone call, and who also testified that he was informed by Ambassador Sondland that the president wanted Zelensky
No
in a
manipulation
public box,
methods.
that he wanted him to be forced to go to the mic and announce these sham investigations. Happy to refer to their testimony as well, and now happy to recognize the gentlewoman from California for 2 minutes, Representative Spear.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam
All
Speaker.
right, let's look for any
My
manipulations,
father
maybe
fled
by
Nazi Germany
this lady.
for America because he saw what happened when a despot became untethered. He fled because he believed in democracy and the rule of law and the right to vote. Before he died, he asked to be buried in a simple pine box with an American flag to symbolize his love of this country. Today, we are called upon to do our duty.
I want to give that to Republicans towards something.
We must judge him as
I
we
don't.
judge
But it's
any
just
of our fellow
just a
citizens
story
on the
as much
facts
as
and on
anything
the
else
law.
would be, and she didn't stick with it
Facts
too
show
long.
that the president's North Star is Russia, not the Constitution. There is no question that President Trump delayed military aid to Ukraine, our
All
ally,
true so far.
as they were under attack by Russia, our adversary. There is no question the president withheld a meeting with President Zelensky at the White House, giving Russia the upper hand in peace negotiations with Ukraine. There's no question that President Trump promoted the Russian hoax that Ukraine
it's all
attacked
true.
our election in 2016, a canard that has been proven to be a lie, a Russian lie. The only question is his motive. The fact is, his conduct and crimes are reprehensible and unquestionably impeachable. When I vote today,
it's a
my
little
father's
true.
legacy is deep, very deep within me. My father loved America, and I love America, and that is why I will vote to impeach the President of the United States. I yield back.
Okay, well, she had nothing
Gentleman from
against her.
Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see how this is playing out. Instead of coming to testify for 7 or 8 hours and answering all questions, we're going to do it in pot shots.
Evasion,
as we go and
diversion,
take this. But again, let's talk
selective
about Mr.
intrusion,
Volker again.
attention,
He never testified
denial.
that anyone wanted to investigate Vice President Biden. What he
Playing
did
the
testify
victim.
to, which was left out, was that they wanted to
Brandishing
to
anger.
that if the Ukrainians doing bad things
Feigning
placed Hunter
confusion.
Biden on the board of Burisma to avoid anything, that needed to be investigated.
How is that
and
like
found
the
out.
most
Let's
not
at least tell the story. Again, had plenty of time to do this in an actual hearing.
white
not
lie,
here.
diversion? diversion.
This is what they want. This is what they've been wanting. The majority has played this the whole time. So we'll play this
Projecting
out as long
blame.
as they want to. It would have been better, though, if they actually had a case
Servant
to have made it in
role.
the proper setting instead
Feigning
of not coming
innocence.
and not testifying. With that, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Within seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Within
it's very
seconds.
interesting to
It's
hear the
ridiculous.
socialist left Democrats that
Let's-
have a newfound appreciation
try
for
it
the
again.
Constitution and our founders' principles. Would that those same socialists, Madam Speaker, would afford unborn babies the right to
Projecting
life,
blame.
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as well. Madam Speaker, history tells us the first three
victim.
impeachments in this country, crimes were involved.
This is
Johnson
all
finally
evasion.
involved in Congress
This
and
is
just
all a
passed over
diversion
his
and
veto.
evasions.
Nixon was involved in a cover-up from Watergate. Clinton lied to a federal grand jury and instructed Monica Lewinsky to
No,
falsify
I'm giving the chance to Republicans to do that. We're watching Schiff right now, and I am willing to do that. Anything that Schiff does wrong, I'm going to put those on there for Schiff too, and for every Democrat. And I'm saying in chat, if you see something in chat that you think Schiff or any Democrat is lying to, tell us in the chat, and we'll put it on the screen. If you find if any Republican can even think of one that we can agree on in chat that is a manipulation, I will give it to you, and I'm going to be lenient. I'm going to be really lenient. I gave Democrat and two Democrats, like I gave shaming, where they were just said where the dude said that the Republicans had no courage. That was my evidence to make a Democrat have shaming on there, because that was a shame. The other one, she talked about her history and how all of Trump is her thing. So we put on playing victim for that one as well. So we definitely do that.
Americans are watching.
It's like asking for a beat. Hey, if they had an argument, I would have nothing to say. The fact that they know they're going to get they know they're going to understand, they know that they're going to be wrong, and that they're going to be provided with facts is something that they should try to think about. Why would they get upset? Just because they have nothing to defend with. So it's just I'm giving them a chance. This is my way to give them a chance, and I'm trying my dangest.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank
of placing shame. Exactly. That's what we've been putting on them as well, Mini Dwarf. Is shame. Shame. We've been putting shame on the Democrats. I mean, the shaming is the one.
We came to Washington in 1961 to go on the Freedom Rise.
Okay, we'll go ahead and put shaming up on if that happens again.
1963, for the March on Washington, it was
again, guys, anybody, if you think that for Democrats, especially Democrats, because I want Republicans to watch this. I want Republicans and people supporting Trump to watch this stream and look at both sides equally. That is my goal here. I just want them to look at both sides equally. So we have to give them as much Democratic manipulations as possible. So let's do that. So upset.
Our nation is founded on the principle.
I would call that probably brandishing anger.
We have presidents. And the Constitution.
And then you guys wanted to give him shame and playing as victim.
That is not right. Not just, not fair. You have a moral obligation to say something, to do something.
I agree. Honestly.
Us, what did you do? What did you say?
I see. This is where shaming is. He's upset and he's shaming them.
May be hard, but we have a mission.
He's definitely
and
upset.
A mandate
playing victim at the start.
I'll yield back to banners.
Okay, I'll give you playing victim. I'll give you playing victim as well. I didn't hear it.
Gentleman from Georgia.
So we'll do that. We'll do that.
I do appreciate the gentleman from California confirming everything I just said in my statement just a moment ago. With that, I yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think that was considered a white lie.
America has seen a pattern of failed and disproven attacks and allegations against President Trump. Today is the fourth impeachment-related vote since President Trump took office.
Diversion, evasion, selective attention, rationalization.
On a conclusion built on political bias,
lying,
accusations, and innuendo. These repetitive and false allegations reveal a political obsession disguised
projecting
as some
blame.
kind of righteous oversight. When they didn't win at the ballot box, they pursued a Russian collusion narrative that Special Counsel Robert Mueller had to waste time and
Again,
taxpayer dollars to prove false.
all of this stuff.
When the Russia collusion malicious deception didn't work, Madam Speaker, Democrats sought a new path forward to impeach
Feigning
President
innocence.
Trump. They created a made-for-TV set of hearings, complete with witness auditions held in the basement
I
of the
won't say
Capitol.
he was brandishing. I don't
Despite all
say
their
he's
efforts,
brandishing anger now.
The charges the House considers today
Evasion.
lack evidence to support them. There wasn't one witness that said a crime or impeachable offense was committed.
That's a lie.
Madam Speaker, I remind my colleagues, no crime, no impeachable offense. That's a pretty good defense, if you ask me.
No, he's
I will
playing
work diligently
victim
to further reveal
and
the
trying to
truths
play the servant
and
role.
further reveal the abuses of power, Madam Speaker,
Feigning
that Democrats
confusion.
paid for and enacted during the last 3 years. Abuses of power from the other side of the aisle within this
Shaming.
body and within our FBI. Americans deserve the truth. All in all, history will remember today as the political impeachment
Guilt
that
trip.
set the precedent for presidents to be impeached every time there's a divided government. I oppose the articles before us today, and I yield back to the other side and their superior imaginations.
Gentleman from California.
Seduction? Can we put that under seduction?
Proud to recognize
my
the gentleman
word.
from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, we are here today because the President of the United States abused his power and betrayed his oath of office. He laid siege to the foundation of our democracy, the electoral process.
Oopsie.
These actions have posed a direct threat to the freedom and fairness of the upcoming
I would say
2020
projecting
election.
blame, but that's literally the
very
truth.
day after Robert Mueller testified that Russia had systematically and relentlessly attacked the 2016 election, the president picked up the phone and made his now infamous July 25th call to Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Again,
asking the president,
that's just the
Zelensky,
truth.
on that call, to, quote, do us a favor, though, and announce investigations into his political rival,
No, we
Joe
couldn't.
Biden.
No, we couldn't. What?
We have since learned from
Mad at
numerous
Republicans
National Security
personally.
Council and State
Couldn't
Department
what?
officials the president did not even expect Ukraine to open these investigations. Rather, he just wanted them announced so he could smear his rival. Rather than trusting the voters to decide who should hold the White House, he again sought the aid of a foreign country to tip the scales in favor again. After Russia's unprecedented interference, a dark cloud hung over the 2016 election, and instead of leading the American people out from under the cloud, the president, instead, emboldened by perceived lack of consequence, attempted to pressure Zelensky to interfere in the 2020 election.
I'm looking for anything we can
After a
do.
courageous whistleblower came forward and warned Congress and the public about the president's scheme, the president stood on the White House lawn in front of TV cameras broadcasting around the world and called for China to interfere too.
This
Some
is
of
all
my
true
colleagues have
so
asked,
far.
why not wait? Why are we proceeding? That's very simple. Because nothing could be more urgent. We are on the precipice of the 2020 election, and Congress has ultimate responsibility to protect the sacred equalizer, our right to vote. To defend the integrity of our elections and to fulfill our duty to the Constitution, I will be voting in favor of impeachment today, and I yield back.
Okay, I heard nothing that we could add to the manipulation
Just wanna yield
category
1
for
minute to
that.
The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
No, I didn't hear a single thing
Madam
that we
Speaker,
could do.
Madam Speaker, anyone watching this impeachment sound and fury signifying nothing should look out for 3 misrepresentations the
Niall,
Democrats are
lying.
making. 1, Trump endangered national security. No, the 55-day delay did not stop the Ukrainians from defending themselves. Trump actually gave them lethal aid, which Obama never did. During Obama's negligence, Democrats said nothing.
Wait, he just
2, Trump is not
did
above
he
the
just
law.
blame?
No one is, but why don't the Democrats tell us what law
Oopsie,
he
did he
broke?
just
They can't because he
blame
didn't break any.
Obama?
So Democrats have resorted to 2 vague and subjective articles, abuse of power and obstruction of justice. And 3, the evidence is not in dispute. No, the evidence is very much in dispute. In fact, for every statement Democrats cherry pick to indict Trump, many more statements back up the
Oopsie.
president.
Sorry.
In reality, this is nothing but a
Oh, he's
partisan ploy by
definitely
Democrats to
brandishing
overturn an election. But this charade will fail, and the Senate will exonerate Trump, and everyone knows it.
Nope. We can't give him that.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from
Okay, so rationalization, denial,
Mr.
white
Speaker,
lie,
proud to
lying,
represent-
diversion,
to
evasion,
recognize the gentleman
shaming,
from
guilt
Texas,
trip,
Mr.
playing
Castro, for 2
victim,
minutes.
Gentleman's
projecting
recognized for
blame,
2
all of them.
minutes.
Thank you. As my colleagues have said, the evidence of the president's abuse of power and obstruction of Congress
Uses him
is
as a
uncontested.
misdirection.
But let's outline a few key events.
I think that
involving
counts as
nearly
evasion.
$400 million in military aid that was held up by President Trump and for President Trump despite congressional mandate. The summer of 2019 was the summer of shame at the White House. On July 3rd,
shaming.
the White House first blocks
We'll give him
security
that.
assistance money for Ukraine with no explanation. On July 10th, Gordon Sondland states during a White House meeting with Ukrainian officials that they will get a White House meeting only after announcing an investigation into President Trump's political rival. On July 18th, a White House staffer announces the freeze on Ukrainian aid per direct presidential order. And just one day after Robert Mueller's testimony before Congress, President Trump makes the now infamous phone call with Zelensky, asking him to investigate the Bidens. Then things start to fall apart. See, the White House learns
How
that
are
a
you doing, Freya?
whistleblower has reported President Trump's phone call with President Zelensky in a complaint. And on September 9th, Congress starts to investigate the president's actions. And then the jig is up. On September 11th, the aid is suddenly released without explanation.
Actually, you know what? I'm
over
going to
2
put
months
shaming
later.
on lower.
When you read the call transcript and follow the timeline I've laid out, guilty is guilty. Nothing changed during that time regarding the president's supposed concerns over corruption. So let's be clear. The military aid was released because the president got caught. But getting caught doesn't get you off the hook. And I ask my colleagues, is attempted murder a crime? Is attempted robbery a crime? Is attempted extortion and bribery by a
You're
president
stuffed
a crime?
while eating ramen.
Yes, it is. And the only question now is whether we will find the moral courage to stand up for our country and impeach the President of the United States.
Do we want to
I
give him
yield back.
servant role?
Gentleman from Georgia.
Just
Thank
to
you, Madam
give
Speaker. At this time, I'd like to
Republicans
go a
something?
minute and a half to the
Something?
gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Gentleman's recognized
Just
for a minute.
just to give
Madam
Republicans
Speaker, I rise
something?
in opposition to the impeachment of
Sure.
President Trump.
Why not?
Today is a day that diminishes the reputation and stature of the United States House of Representatives, a day I never dreamed I'd see. Today, my Democrat colleagues seek to
Denial.
overturn an election by forcing a vote that will
Diversion,
forever
evasion.
be a stain on this Congress. They are not just
Shaming.
voting to impeach President Trump.
Guilt trip.
My colleagues are voting to impeach the judgment of every person who voted for him in the
Rationalization.
process by which we elect a president
Bandwagon.
and by which we will govern our nation. My Democrat colleagues claim the
Projecting
Russians
blame.
influenced the outcome of the 2016 election. But based on their
Playing
corrupt
victim.
impeachment proceedings, it appears my colleagues have been influenced
Oh.
by how Russia conducts political trials. No real evidence, no real crime, no
Lying.
due process, and no justice. The Democrats have failed to show any legitimate justification for the impeachment of President Trump.
That's a
When they could
white
not
lie.
find real evidence, they
Because
made
the
it up,
articles of
called it a
impeachment have
parody.
plenty of
They
evidence.
conducted most of the hearings in
Thanks.
secret. They instructed witnesses not to answer Republican members' questions, and they denied Republicans our right to call witnesses, making it
Vilifying the
absolutely
victim,
clear
are you?
Their objective was from the beginning pathetically political. We all
Seduction to their
understand that elections
voters,
have consequences.
feigning
To
their
all my
innocence.
colleagues, Democrat and Republicans alike, this day
Clearly
will surely
brandishing
have
anger.
consequences as well, as we descend into more disrespect, distrust, and even contempt that will eventually be destructive of this chamber, and I fear eventually our republic. I urge all members to vote no on impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
I thank the Speaker. Very quickly, my colleagues have made repeated reference to some secret proceedings in some secret Star Chamber. This is apparently what they call depositions. I remind my colleagues that when they were in the majority, they conducted depositions, but they were different in this respect.
We'll give him
In the
guilt trip.
depositions we
We'll
conducted in the
give
Intelligence
Schiff
Committee,
guilt trip
over
here.
100 members were able to participate. That's how secret they were. We revealed all of the transcripts of those depositions. The repetition of this falsehood does not make it true.
Well,
It
it
only
was
makes
due
the
to-
falsehood
due
that
to
much
jerry
more
rigging,
deliberate.
though.
With that, I am pleased to recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Amash, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of these articles of impeachment. I come to this floor not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, but as an American who cares deeply about the Constitution, the rule of law, and the rights
You're
of the
right.
people.
You know what I meant.
Under our system of government,
As shaming?
impeachment is not about policy
I
disagreements
guess,
or ineffective
yeah.
governance.
Yeah.
Nor is it
Shaming
about
and guilt trip are
criminality
very
based on
close.
statutes that did
So
not
yeah.
exist at the time our Constitution was written. Impeachment is about maintaining the integrity of the office of the presidency and ensuring that executive power is directed toward proper ends in accordance with the law. The Constitution grants
But yeah,
the
you're
House
right. It's
the sole
gerrymandering,
power
not
of
jerry
impeachment,
rigging. Jerry
and the
rigging
Senate
is
the
something
sole power
completely
to try
different.
all impeachments. We in the House are empowered to charge impeachable conduct. The Constitution describes such conduct as high crimes and misdemeanors, but because it pertains to high office and relates to the misuse of that office. We need not rely on any other branch or body to endorse our determinations. We have the sole power of impeachment. In Federalist Number 65, Alexander Hamilton wrote that high crimes and misdemeanors, quote, are those offenses which proceed from the misconduct of public men, or in other words, from the abuse or violation of some public trust. They are of a nature which may, with peculiar propriety, be denominated political, as they relate chiefly to injuries done immediately to the society itself, end quote. President Donald J. Trump has abused and violated the public trust by using his high office to solicit the aid of a foreign power, not for the benefit of the United States of America, but instead for his personal and political gain. His actions reflect precisely the type of conduct the framers of the Constitution intended to remedy through the power of impeachment, and it is our duty to impeach him. I yield back.
I didn't hear anything. Any manipulation methods. Did you guys?
House Resolution 660 does not matter to the majority, and particularly the manager of this bill, because the Inspector General
Evasion,
IC, his
diversion.
transcript has not been released. There's not been documents transferred that were supposed to be transferred
Denial.
to the White House, and we're still not sure we got everything we're supposed to get in Judiciary Committee.
Rationalization.
I guess when you want to be transparent and open,
Victim.
you hold it in a skiff
Servant
and do whatever you
role.
want. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the
Chaining
gentleman
guilt
from Florida,
trip.
Mr. Stubbe.
Projecting blame, feigning innocence,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
feigning
This
confusion.
impeachment charade did not
I
start
didn't
with
even
a
get.
whistleblower
I didn't even
complaint.
get
The
through all of
campaign to
them.
impeach a duly elected president
Dang
and
it.
overturn the will of 63 million Americans started 19 minutes
Bandwagon.
after the president took the oath of office. 19 minutes after the inauguration, the Washington Post published a story headline, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." The first day of this Congress, on day one, a Democratic member of my class called for the impeachment of the president long before the call to the Ukraine. Then it was the Russia collusion hoax, then
Evasion,
obstruction of justice,
diversion.
then bribery, then quid pro quo, none of which are included in these articles before us today. The first article of impeachment, crafted as a fiction, is not an enumerated basis in the
Rationalization.
Constitution for impeachment. The
Collective
Democratic
attention,
majority would have you believe that
denial.
abuse of power is a high crime or misdemeanor. It's not. It's an opinion. It's not even a crime that can be charged in a court of law. Unlike Presidents Nixon and Clinton, who were tried for actual crimes, this president is being impeached on vague phrases that appear nowhere in our Constitution. The second article, obstruction of Congress, again,
Feigning
doesn't
confusion.
exist in the Constitution as a basis for impeachment.
I'd
and is
say we
attempting
can.
to impeach
Nah,
a
we
duly
won't.
elected
We won't.
president
We won't
for
give him
asserting
brandishing anger.
constitutionally based privileges that have been asserted on a bipartisan basis by administrations of both political parties throughout our nation's history. This House is impeaching a president over a phone call to another world leader. A few lines in a
No,
phone
no, we
transcript
won't
that have
give
been
him
completely
shaming
and
yet.
utterly misrepresented by the majority. The process
Uh,
that ensued
white
was
lie.
anything but open, transparent, bipartisan, or equitable, abandoning all
It's a
past
lie.
historical due process afforded the minority and the president. The Democrats ran a partisan investigation, refusing the rights of the minority, refusing the ability
Servant
for the president's
role.
counsel to call witnesses, refusing to allow the president's
Shaming?
counsel to cross-examine fact witnesses.
Yeah, I
and
guess.
refusing
I
a
guess we'll
minority
give them
hearing
shaming
day,
and
just to name
guilt
a
trip,
few.
trying
The
to
majority
make them
waved
feel
around
bad
a
about
report
that.
drafted that they can talk that the Democratic
Vilifying
staff
victim.
concocted as
That's
a matter
one
of fact.
I don't think we're
They
gonna
needed
see
backup
much
for their
because
approach.
that's
They
like
paraded out
to
legal
me
professors
vilifying
with
the
animus
victim.
against
The
the
victim
president,
here is the
who gave them
people.
license to impeach the
So
president for
they
any
have to
reason
say
they
that the
wish.
people are
House
the
Democrats
are the
making
problem
themselves kings in a manner
because the
far
victim
worse
is
and
not
more
Donald
obvious than what
Trump.
they are accusing the president of
Trump
doing.
is
The only
the
abuse of power
perpetrator.
here is the Democratic-led Congress. I yield back.
He had seduction and vilifying victims were the
Mr.
only
Speaker,
things
I'm
that he
proud to yield
didn't
1
have
minute to Mr. Cisneros, the
out
gentleman
of
from
the entire
California.
list.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was 18 years old, I joined the United States Navy and took the oath to support and defend the Constitution for the first time.
What's up, Stevie?
I took that oath again earlier this year as a member of Congress.
I'll go ahead and
every
give this
day,
to
I
you
work
guys
hard to live by
playing
that oath
victim.
and give the 39th District the representation it deserves. I have always maintained that impeachment is a serious undertaking and must be done with incredible care. When the unprecedented allegations against the president and his interactions with Ukraine were first reported, I felt it was Congress's duty to investigate and find out the truth. And now the facts are before Congress and the American people. The president betrayed his oath to support and defend the Constitution by attempting to undermine the integrity of our election for his own personal benefit. He asked a foreign government to investigate a political rival and endangered our national security by withholding military aid to an ally. For me, it's not about personal politics or party affiliation. It's about upholding my oath to put our country and our Constitution first and protect our national security. This is why I will vote to move forward with the impeachment of the president. I hope all my colleagues will join me in recognizing this grave threat and
we'll
stand
give
up
you
to this
shaming for that.
administration in defense of our country and our Constitution. With that, I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
from Georgia.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute.
Playing
and a half.
victim and
Gentleman from
shaming
Tennessee, Mr.
from
Costello.
Democrat.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, going back almost 3 years to when the president was sworn into office, we've seen some members on the other side of the aisle pledging and promising to impeach President Trump. Prior to the start
Projecting
of
blame,
Speaker Pelosi
playing
claimed
victim.
that the impeachment must be compelling, overwhelming, and bipartisan. The impeachment inquiry
Shaming.
was announced less than 3 months
Guilt
ago,
trip.
and what we know is that the process
Also,
has been
this
fast,
whole thing is
faulty,
an
and
evasion,
flawed.
which is also a
What
diversion.
we've witnessed since September 24th, when the inquiry was announced, is that the evidence we've seen is not compelling, it's not overwhelming, and the
Denial,
process is undoubtedly and
lying.
unquestionably not bipartisan. I'm viewing this through the lens of a former United States attorney, and as we take this vote,
Feigning
here's the bottom
innocence.
line for the American people. There was no
Servant
bribery.
role.
There was no extortion. There was no quid pro quo. There were no high crimes and misdemeanors committed by
Straight
the
lies.
president. And I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, for
Wow.
1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we know that President Trump withheld needed military aid to Ukraine. We know that he used it to demand Ukraine interfere in the 2020 election for his own benefit. And we know that Ukraine knew. None of these facts have been disputed. Instead, the White House has tried to hide the truth. But the president is not above the law. Nobody is. Corruption and obstruction. The president is guilty of both. The blatant abuse of power was made clear from over 100 hours of testimony before 3 committees and was clear in the call summary released by the White House. The obstruction has been made clear by the president's refusal to cooperate at every turn, even when ordered by a court. Setting a precedent that any president can abuse their power to interfere in our elections is an existential threat to our democracy. It's also a betrayal of the oath of office and the Constitution. Therefore, in fulfillment of my own oath of office, it's with solemn purpose today that I vote to impeach President
Okay,
Donald
was there
Trump.
anything that you
Gentleman
guys
from Georgia.
heard in there
Madam
that
Speaker,
could
at this
be
time,
we
I yield
could
a
give
minute and
her?
a half to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs.
Gentleman's recognized for a
Anything.
minute and a half.
I didn't hear
Thank you.
anything.
Madam Speaker, Democrats started with quid pro quo. That didn't work so well. Then it was bribery, extortion. Then they brought their witnesses in, and not one could answer if they saw any evidence of bribery, extortion, or any crime when questioned. There was just silence. Then the witnesses, they always testified, I heard this from her, so and so and so. When the Democrats brought their star witness in, Ambassador Sondland, when asked, he said, I presume the aid was held up. I presumed? Testimony was all hearsay, conjecture, and assumptions. So now it's abuse of power with no underlying crime, which is opinion. Abuse of power to the Democrats is they don't like his policies, or he treated a reporter harshly.
This is ridiculous.
Obstruction of Congress. You know,
You
there
would
are
say
three
shading, but she was only stating facts. That's what I was saying. She was only stating facts. And I don't really consider stating a fact as shaming. Just because somebody feels shame about a fact doesn't make the fact less factual, you know? It just means that they need to figure out why they feel bad about that fact, you know?
There's no victim as Ukraine received their aid before September 30th deadline, and no witnesses that witnessed anything. This isn't about the rule of law. It's politics at its worst. It's disgraceful. It's time to end this charade and scam on the American people. I urge everybody to vote no on these articles of impeachment. I yield back.
There's
Gentleman from
the
California.
list of that.
Madam Speaker, happy to remind my colleagues of Ambassador Sondland's testimony. He posed the question, was there a quid pro quo? The answer is yes. When he was asked
Yeah, we'll
about
give
quid pro quo
them
involving
shaming.
the
We'll give you
military
guys
aid, he
shaming
said it was
on
as clear
Republican
as 2 +
side.
2 = 4. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute. to
Even
Mr.
though it's
Kowski, the
no,
gentleman from
no.
Illinois.
We can't give
Gentleman
this
is
because
recognized for 1 minute.
he literally just stated a fact there. We cannot give him shaming.
It is my
Sorry,
adult
that's
son,
literally just a
Ian
fact. So we
Schakowsky,
can't even say that
whom
that was
I will
shaming.
always
We just
credit for
made
my decision
that
last
precedent
June
in the chat.
to support an impeachment inquiry. It had never been my goal to impeach a president, but Ian made such a compelling case. He reminded me of the oath I have taken 11 times now to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He said, Mom, this is not about politics.
'Kay.
This is not about party. And pushing back against my arguments, he said, this has nothing to do with the final outcome. It's about doing the right thing.
I guess we could
even
do
if others don't.
diversion.
He made me see that it was
I guess we
about
could do a
my
diversion
legacy, my
here. I mean,
modest
I guess
place
we
in
could give
history.
diversion here.
I want to thank you, my son, for helping me do the right thing today, to vote to impeach the president
And
of the
shaming.
United
We can
States,
give
Donald
shaming.
Trump, because no American is above the law. And I yield back.
Okay, so we can give Republicans diversion
Thank you,
and shaming there.
Speaker, I also would like to remind the
For
gentleman
her.
from California, Mr. Sondland, also said he had no direct evidence. He presumed that that was going on. I guess we're back to presumption.
Diversion,
Without
lying,
half to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Flores.
shaming, playing victim, vilifying
Speaker,
victim.
On
That
March
was
11th
within
of
a
this year, the Speaker
sentence.
of the House said the following in an interview with the Washington Post, quote, impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think that we should go down that
Evasion,
path because it
diversion,
divides the
how is
country,"
this-
unquote. I think most Americans would agree with that statement because it sounds thoughtful and reasonable.
Bandwagon
so here we are
effect.
today to vote on the articles of impeachment. How did the majority party do in meeting the objectives set forth by the Speaker?
Rejecting
Here are the
blame.
answers. First, the only compelling attribute about this sham is the lengths the majority has gone to,
Playing victim.
to appease the radical socialist wing of their party.
Shaming,
Second,
guilt trip.
the only overwhelming feature about this sham is the abuse of power by the majority and the reckless disregard for fairness by the majority
Are
throughout
you
this entire
serious?
circuit. And finally, the
Are
only
you
bipartisan
serious?
activity
Feigning
related to this sham will be
innocence.
the votes against these flimsy articles of impeachment.
Brandishing
I urge my colleagues
anger,
to
definitely.
join me in opposing these deplorable articles of impeachment
Um,
and to demand that the House get back to working on the priorities that hardworking families care
Denial.
about the most. I yield back.
No, we can't give him any
Madam
of
Speaker,
this.
proud to recognize Mr. Rupersberger for 1 minute.
How is that
The gentleman
diversion?
from
I'm saying it's diversion by not by talking about Democrats and not defending Trump. That's a diversion. Because he's just putting blame on Democrats the whole time. It has nothing to do.
There's no room.
It has nothing to do with defending Trump, the articles against Trump from the articles of impeachment. It has nothing to do. It doesn't matter who's on the Democrat side. It has nothing to do with party lines right now. We should all be Americans right now, not Democrat, not Republican. That's what needs to happen. And right now, it doesn't matter, because right now the articles of impeachment are clear, and they still have yet to actually even defend any of the articles of impeachment.
And I resent those who say
Anywho,
this is about
sorry, I
reversing
wasn't
the
listening
election.
to this guy.
This isn't about whether or not you like Trump. It's about upholding our Constitution. Allowing
Indeed.
this conduct to go unquestioned sets a dangerous precedent and permanent damages our system of checks and balances. No one is above the law. President Trump's actions are a clear threat to our national security and democracy. We must uphold our oath of office and support these articles. I'll yield back the balance of my
I'll
time.
go ahead and give you guys guilt trip in a little bit, just to give you something, just to give something to the other side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
When the
I rise
lady
today
was
in
talking,
strong
I
opposition to
didn't
these
really. I was just
baseless
trying to give something,
articles of
Tato.
impeachment.
Honestly, when the
Our founding
Democrat
fathers never
lady was
intended
talking,
impeachment to
yeah,
be
no,
a
I didn't really
one-sided
see it. I was just trying to give him
political weapon.
something.
Sadly, the majority has
Something
reduced
so
this
that
serious
keep him around to
constitutional
pay
action
attention to the
to a purely
Republican side of these
partisan
things.
tactic to take down.
I just want what matters in this stream is Republicans watch, and then we give them everything they can, that we can, to give them any middle ground we can, just so that they can watch the Republican side of this as well.
Instead of facts. By any
But they just
objective
leave,
standard,
probably.
The Democrats' impeachment case is the thinnest imaginable. There's no impeachable offense before us
Diversion,
today. It's
denial,
a complete and total sham. I close not by quoting a president from the past, but
playing
rather
victim, and well,
from
we
the
won't give
duly
them serving role.
elected President Donald Trump. To my Democrat colleagues, through you, Madam Speaker,
He's definitely brandishing
you are
anger.
the ones interfering in America's election.
Wow, he's playing the
You are
servant
the
role
ones
and feigning innocent.
subverting America's democracy. You are the
He's
ones
trying to shame
obstructing
and guilt
justice.
trip.
You are the ones bringing pain and suffering to our republic for your own selfish, personal, political, and partisan gain. These are hard words, I know, but that is the sad reality of this entire process. I will proudly vote no today, a vote that upholds our Constitution, defends our president, and preserves the pillars of our nation's democracy. And now I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I will vote in favor of impeachment today. The facts are irrefutable, and the ongoing obstruction and cover-up is shameful. You know, my parents came here as immigrants. And I'm
We'll
proud
go ahead
to
and
live
give
in
you
a
guys
nation
shaming
that
because he
rewarded their
literally
hard
said
work
the
by
word
providing a
shameful
better
in it.
future for my sisters and I. And as a first-generation American and now a member of Congress, a story like mine is only made possible by a nation that
What's up,
upholds the
Twisted?
rule of law and truly lives out the values enshrined in our Constitution. Mona and I are blessed with 3 wonderful daughters and 5 grandkids.
Do we want to give him diversion for that?
Because of this living legacy and the legacy I intend to pass on to my grandchildren, my vote today is rooted in protecting their future. The underpinnings for impeachment are real and historic. Trump has perverted the rule of law, abused his power, and engaged in the cover-up.
He's playing victim? You
No
want to give
amount
him
of
playing victim?
misdirection,
Okay.
Lies, disinformation, tantrums, and cries of victimization by
What's up,
Trump and
Alexander?
others can undo the abuse of power and obstruction of Congress that remain clear and present. The president leaves us no choice but to vote to impeach so that we can protect our democracy and correct the damage that's already done. I will vote in favor of impeachment of Donald J. Trump, not as a partisan act, but as a serious, urgent, and necessary one. Now yield back.
Okay, so he got
Thank you, Madam
2.
Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
What's
Mr.
up,
Brady.
Spoonser?
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
21 years ago this week, I spoke here on impeachment. In this, sadly, history will not treat Democrats well. They'll be forever remembered as the Senator Joe McCarthy's of our time.
Shaming,
So blinded
guilt
by their
trip.
hatred of President Trump, they abandoned
Playing
American rights
victim.
of due process and fairness and just
Evasion,
decency.
diversion.
Reminiscent of Joe McCarthy, they
Denial.
assaulted the Constitution, took glee in secret hearings, blocked evidence, and
Brandishing
switched
anger
charges
by
like
not
rogue
by his
prosecutors.
attitude, but the words
Ultimately,
he's
they chose
using.
abuse of power
Projecting
because
blame.
They practice it so well. President Trump committed no crime or impeachable offense, none.
Feigning
His
innocence.
legacy won't be stained. Democrats will. We'll look back at these days in shame because Trump haters in Congress, like red haters of the
we
past,
won't give him feigning
are willing
confusion.
to plunge America into darkness for raw political gain. This impeachment betrays the nation, the Constitution, and the American people. I vote no.
I'm going to say that is a
Gentleman yields
lie.
back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Texas,
Okay,
Mr.
there's
Doggett,
that
for
one.
1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
He should not be in power that
rarely
long.
appears
Indeed.
full-born.
Indeed.
It arises, it encroaches as freedom ebbs. Our nation's great founders sought to protect us from tyranny with a carefully crafted system of checks and balances. But now along comes a president who actually says he's constitutionally empowered to do whatever he wants, that he can neither be prosecuted nor even investigated for any crime, and that he can totally ignore any impeachment proceeding of which he disapproves. These are the claims of a wannabe tyrant who has extolled the virtues of tyrants and autocrats from Manila to Moscow. To advance tyranny, he adopts an open border policy, inviting foreigners to come into our country and intrude in our elections.
I would say this is diversion, but
Agendas, especially
or
adversaries
anything
like Russia
just to
and China.
give the Republicans
American
something
citizens
for
should be
this,
the
but it's
only
not.
ones
It's just
determining
facts.
the fate of America. If the president continues
Term limits
demanding more
might
foreign
indeed help.
interference, we will never have truly free elections, and we will not be free. We act today recognizing the solemn responsibility to safeguard our security and Constitution. We pledge allegiance to the flag and the republic for which it stands, not to one man who would be king.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Brandishing anger. Oh, well, yeah, you're right. He's kind of brandishing anger, but I would also say like more
Gentleman
passionate.
from Georgia has
He wasn't
1
using
hour,
he wasn't
3
using
and a quarter
hostile
minutes
words.
remaining. The gentleman from California has 50.
I see it as both when it's brandishing anger. I'm seeing as both the words are hostile and
1 hour and 3 and a quarter minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't hear. I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah.
For that, I'll now yield 1 minute.
It was a
to the
strong
gentleman,
message.
From
Yeah, I'd say it
1
was
minute
more
and a half, the
passionate.
gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you to my friend from Georgia, and thank you for your great work in dealing with this very sad day in our country. Today, for the third time in our nation's history, a president will be impeached. This will be, however, the first time impeachment has been entirely partisan and without merit. This charade is not because President Trump is guilty of a high crime or misdemeanor, but because one political party doesn't like him or his policies of America First. The facts are we have a divided government, and House Democrats are at war with the executive branch. Fact 2, they
Diversion,
have been planning for this day since President Trump took office. Fact 3, they accused the president first and then have spent months looking for a crime. Fact 4, but no evidence has been presented of an impeachable offense. During one of the partisan hearings, a member of this body asked if President Trump had evidence of his innocence. Why didn't he bring it forward? The Democrats want Americans to believe that our president is guilty until he proves himself innocent. This whole process is unconstitutional. Today we've heard both
feigning
sides.
confusion.
We need to get the truth. And the truth is the decision of who should be our president should be made by the American people, not Speaker Pelosi, Adam Schiff, and House Democrats. Thank you, and I yield back.
Or is that
Gentleman
seduction?
from California.
Bandwagon
Speaker, I recognize the
effect,
gentleman
maybe.
from New York,
No, we
Mr.
wouldn't give him
Engel.
bandwagon
Chairman Engel
effect.
for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
What's
for
up,
3
Shadow?
minutes.
I thank my friend, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I have to say that this is a sad day. No one is gleeful that the president's actions have brought us to this point, but when you boil it down, we're here today because the president abused the power of his office to help his chances at re-election. He used the enormous weight of the presidency and American foreign policy to push a foreign government to smear a political rival, and he got caught. Why is this conduct so serious? Why has the president's behavior pushed the House of Representatives to exercise one of its most consequential constitutional responsibilities? Because corrupting an American election, particularly in cahoots with a foreign power, means corrupting American democracy. Our elections are at the heart of our democracy, the foundation of what makes our system of government great, our republic, if we can keep it, as Benjamin Franklin once said. If our elections are unfair, then our republic cannot
I'm not
stand.
hearing anything we can add to
Anyone who
the
tries to fix an election is taking away the power of the American people to choose their
feigning
leaders.
confusion,
If it
shaming.
happens at
This
any
guy,
level of government, it's toxic
Elliot, you think
to our
so? I'll
democracy.
put him on if you think
And
so.
this came from
I
the
mean, I can
highest
give you
level.
shaming. He kind of
In
always
this case,
gives
it's even
shaming.
more
There,
serious.
everybody
Because
is
what was the
shamed.
president willing to
Everybody
give
on
up
Democratic
for
side pretty much
disadvantage?
shames.
What price was he
So
willing to pay?
we can almost agree to that for sure.
The price was on national security. When the president devised a shadow foreign policy that undermined our diplomacy and diplomats, when he held back assistance for Ukraine, who was embroiled in a war against Russia.
I mean,
When he
he's
pressured
really
foreign
speaking
governments to
facts
interfere in our
generally.
election,
So
again,
if Republicans feel shame by
He shook
that,
the faith of a loyal
then
ally.
that's
He played
something
right
that
into
they
the
really
hands of
have to
Vladimir Putin.
address within
He weakened
themselves,
our
because
country
just because
he
the
thought
facts are
it
facts
might
doesn't
help
mean
his
that,
re-election
and then
bid.
they feel bad about the facts
Only
just
the
means that
president
their
has that
ethics
power
are
to
in
corrupt
question.
our
then.
foreign policy for political gain. And the moment he chose
But
to
I'll
do
still
so,
give
the
it to
moment
you
he
guys,
he
just so
undermined
that
our
just give it
security
to
in a
Republicans
scheme
in
to
general, so
undermine our
that they can
democracy.
have
Whether
something.
he succeeded or not, and thank God he did not. At that moment, it became an abuse of power. And a president who abuses his power for personal gain is exactly what the framers feared. It's why impeachment is in the Constitution. So we need to pass these articles. The president's actions have left us no choice. He cannot be allowed to undermine our democracy and tear apart the fabric that holds our country together. So I will vote for impeachment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Okay, I didn't
Thank
hear
you, Madam
anything
Speaker.
else,
This
but
time
guys,
I
let
yield
me
2
know
minutes
if you
to the
think. Did you
gentleman
think?
from, Florida, Mr. Getz, a member of the Judiciary
2
Committee.
minutes.
2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
This is not about the Ukraine. It's about power. Donald Trump has it, and House Democrats want it. And so with no
Brandishing
crime, no
anger,
victim, no evidence, no proof, no
playing
agenda
victim,
for America,
evasion,
this impeachment charade
diversion,
marches on,
denying,
following no rules and adhering
lying.
to no sense of honor. The American people aren't fooled by dirty tricks. Voters will never forget that
Bandwagon.
Democrats have been triggered into impeaching the president because they don't like him and they don't like us.
Projecting
Those who vote yes on
blame,
today's articles
feigning
of impeachment
innocence.
must carry the heavy burden of shame and guilt for as long as they serve in Congress, which won't be long because the American people
Shaming,
will remember in
guilt
November.
trip.
Democrats would rather trip the president just to see him stumble than see America succeed. They'd rather impeach the president than work together for the common good of our country and our citizens.
Feigning confusion,
Democrats
like he
may have
doesn't
won
know
the
what's
House
going
in
on.
2018, but they haven't forgiven Donald Trump for having the audacity to win the presidency. And they haven't forgiven you, the American people, for voting for him.
Seduction.
Before she was sworn into Congress, one member of the body said she promised to impeach the mother effer. She's not alone. Trump's impeachment was plotted and planned before the ink was even dry on his election certificate, and possibly before some Democrats could even point to the Ukraine on a map. In seeking the chairmanship of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from New York said that he was the strongest member to lead a potential impeachment. Democrats may not have known why they were going to impeach the president, but they knew it was an inevitability. Facts be damned. This impeachment is a slap in the face to the millions of Americans who voted for President Trump. The same
Bandwagon.
Americans that Democrats in Washington have mocked as smelly Walmart shoppers and deplorables.
Vilifying
This
victim.
impeachment isn't
Bro, he vilified the victims. He vilified the victims. Oh, he's the first one to do that. Bro,
Gentleman from
you vilified the victims. You were the first person to do that, man. Congratulations. Oh man, can we get a applause for him? He was actually the first person who could actually vilify the victims. That's crazy. Oh man.
And it's our
Oh
shared
man.
respect for the Constitution of the United States. Let us all step back from the maelstrom of the moment to recall that our country's inception 243 years ago, the concept of a democratic, self-governing rule was a breathtaking and idealistic aspiration. And when the 13 American colonies boldly rejected the rule
What did he
of a
do?
British monarch,
Oh,
our
he
fathers were
said
determined to form a
that.
government that would rule instead
Here, I'll
with the
turn it up for
consent
you too.
of the governed. Ensuring that this noble experiment endured through the ages was an enormous
but he said,
existential challenge. It was met with the adoption
He
of
said
the
that
Constitution in
the
1788.
Democrats are saying
And at
that
its
the
heart
that
are
the
two bedrock principles
people
that
are,
have served as
these
touchstones
low down
for our country
rotten
ever
people.
since.
He
First,
essentially
it established
insulted the
America
people
as a nation
and
of
said the
laws
Democrats
where
are
no
saying it. So
person
by
is
putting
above
words
the
in
law.
Democrats'
Second,
mouths,
it
he
established
straight
the
up
concept of a
insulted and
separation of
vilified
powers
the
where
victims
three
of this whole thing.
co-equal branches of government would check each other.
He called
Lest power be
essentially
concentrated
Republicans
in
all
one at the expense of
unintelligent
liberty
or
to all.
along those lines. I would rewind
Speaker,
it,
when
but
President
but it's a
Trump
live feed.
abused the power of his office by soliciting foreign interference in the upcoming election for his personal benefit, he willfully infringed upon the right of citizens to decide who will lead our nation. And in doing so, he placed himself above the law and in violation of his oath. And when he denounced, denied, and defied the clear authority of Congress to investigate his conduct, he repudiated our constitutional system of checks and balances and further violated his oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. And it is for these reasons I will cast my vote in favor of impeaching President Donald John Trump.
Okay, did you guys hear anything that you wanted me to put on the list?
Speaker, yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
I didn't hear anything, though. I wasn't listening during the whole time. I mean, the
Some of my
beginning part when I
colleagues
was talking.
across the aisle have said, hey, where are the facts? As if we have the burden of proof. It's your burden of proof.
Projecting
Madam Chair.
blame.
It's the Democrats' burden
Feigning
of proof.
innocent.
But the facts are unchanged. The Ukraine received the aid that they were promised and appropriated for. The aid was lawfully dispersed. In fact, it was dispersed
Feigning
within the time limit
confusion.
set by this Congress.
Playing
If
victim.
you wanted it sent to them before September 30th, 2019, should have put that in the legislation. You did not. Ukrainians gave
Selective
nothing in
attention,
return.
I think.
Ukraine's president
And I
said he
think
felt
this
no
is a
pressure,
giant
no coercion,
diversion,
no duress,
which is in
no
evasion.
conditionality. But what changed? On the day that the aid was released, 2 anti-corruption measures were signed into law by the Ukrainian president, President Zelensky. Democrats have manufactured this sham and then argue that refusing to cooperate is impeachable. The Supreme Court is currently considering the extent of executive privilege when fighting dubious subpoenas. But
I
instead
think
of
he's
taking
brandishing
their
anger. Can we
process to
agree
court
brandishing anger?
or
I'll
waiting
wait
for
to put
the
it
court
on
to
there.
rule on the pending case, the Democrats chose to press forward because simply they said, we don't want to wait.
No, we won't
don't
put
have
shaming
time,
on
they
there.
say. But
Not yet.
failing to do so is an abuse of power of this institution that will have grave consequences for our republic. Now, when the other side claims they proceed with soberness, I'm bemused by media reports that indicate they have been admonished not to do a jig today when they win the vote, which we know they will. I am struck that solemnity
is
of
that a guilt
process
trip? You say
shouldn't need to
brandishing
have
anger?
an
Okay.
admonition against
Would
levity.
that be a guilt trip?
This
What he
process
just
has
did?
been partisan, vindictive, dishonest.
Lying.
In this impeachment, Democrats have lied about the content of the July 25th call, met secretly with the whistleblower, held Soviet-style hearings behind closed doors where the Judiciary
Shaming,
Committee of
trying to
Jurisdiction
say
could not
shame. No,
attend.
I'm not even going to say it's
Blocked
shaming.
the President's
'cause I
counsel
don't
from
think that was
participating in
shaming.
the fact-finding portion of the Inquisition. It has been a sham from start to finish, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize Mr. Scott for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend remarks in favor of both articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I recognize Mr. Carson, the congressman from Indiana, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, as we continue and consider this historic impeachment vote, let's be clear that the President's actions seriously jeopardize not only America's national security, but the security of our closest allies. His actions threaten the goals of the U.S.-led NATO alliance. You see, Ukraine is a nation working hard to make its democracy stronger.
Republicans provided no
Make
evidence.
no mistake,
No, they haven't. But we're
Ukraine
giving
is
Republicans
on the front
anything we
lines
can,
of
Kyle.
Russian
That's
aggression.
the point.
Thankfully, U.S. military aid helps
Just to
Ukraine
get-
defend
just to
itself
get them to
against Russia
listen
and integrate itself
to the Republican
into the
side
European community.
objectively. Like,
when our European allies are stronger,
that's my goal. I just want to get
America's
Republicans to listen to
better equipped to
their
promote
leaders
democracy and
objectively
put a stop
for
to
just a
tyranny.
minute. Don't even listen
But
to
President
us.
Trump,
You know, don't listen to Democrats if they're
strengthening
not,
this
because they're not
valuable
going
national
to.
security
Just
objective
listen to their own
was not as important as
leaders
smearing
as
a political rival.
objectively,
Madam Speaker,
not
we know
under
that
the
he
guise
held
that they
nearly
are
$400
100%
million
right,
of aid
just
to
under the
Ukraine
guise that they could be
until
wrong. And then once they think
President
critically,
Zelensky
they'll come to
agreed
their
to
own
help him dig up
conclusions. We don't
dirt
need to convince
on
them.
his potential 2020
They're
opponent.
logical thinking enough
This
people.
aid was approved by Congress with strong bipartisan support. President Trump's actions hurt American diplomacy and undermine the integrity of our nation's promises to our allies. We will not allow our leaders to trade away our national security. We cannot allow Russia's continued threats to democracy go
Red versus
unanswered.
blue.
And we must not allow our own president of these United States to get away with breaking his own oath of office. Madam Speaker, that is why we take this solemn but necessary vote to impeach. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I wanted to
Gentleman
give you
from
guys
Georgia.
brandishing
Thank you, Madam
anger, but
Speaker.
he
I yield a
wasn't.
minute and a half to
He
the
didn't,
gentleman
he didn't
from
get
Ohio, Mr.
upset.
Latta.
I don't think he was just
For what
passionate.
period?
Minute and a half.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day for our country, one that our forefathers warned us against. We have watched this illegitimate impeachment process unfold while making a mockery of our constitutional duties. House Democrats have conducted the most polarizing impeachment process in our nation's history, and the men and women I represent are tired of this
This is all
Democrat-run House
evasion,
putting
diversion.
political games above our nation's national interest.
Projecting blame.
House Democrats held secret meetings, withheld important documents, deliberately misrepresented information to the public,
Feigning
and did not
innocence
give
because
due
they were
process
allowed
to
in
the
there.
president. This investigation was unfair, and the American people expect
Feigning-
more out of
feigning
Congress.
confusion
The articles of
because they
impeachment are
didn't
not
know they
based
were
on
allowed
facts,
in the room.
but instead are
Feigning
entirely
innocence
politically
because they don't think
motivated.
that they're in the,
The
wrong.
truth is, there was no pressure put on President Zelensky, and the transcripts confirm that there was no conditionality.
Because they keep on using the
This inquiry has been
fight
from the
that
start, lacking fairness,
Democrats are saying that
transparency, and truth. It has been a waste
Zelensky
of
is lying
taxpayers' dollars
when
and is
that's
based
not they're
off
saying we're going
the
to put
opinion of
vilifying
an
victim in there.
unnamed whistleblower
Nah, we
and
won't because he
hearsay.
didn't say it.
The accusations in today's proceedings do not align with the facts. This impeachment process is out of step with existing precedent for presidential impeachment proceedings and is not a process I will support. I urge my colleagues to put country first and vote in opposition to the articles of impeachment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The
You know, he had
California
few.
is
He had very
recognized.
few compared to the rest. Honestly,
I thank the gentleman.
I mean,
It is
unless
now my
I
pleasure to
mean, I guess
recognize
it
the
could have
gentlewoman
added
from
a
New York.
couple more, but I was being
Chairwoman
lenient.
Maloney is recognized for 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I mean, because it just looks like we're being biased. Honestly, guys, we're just following the facts
Speaker,
here, and no
I
matter
rise
what,
today in
they're going to see
support of
this
the
as being
impeachment
biased,
of
just
President
bias following
Donald J.
facts.
Trump.
That's why I'm trying to give
President
them
Trump
anything
abused the
that we
power of
can.
his office for his own
Is
personal
because Republicans
and
are
political
just going to
gain
see this as being
at the
biased just
expense
because
of our
the
national
facts
security.
prove that they're being more
President
manipulative.
Trump's
I mean,
wholesale
they could
obstruction
do
of
the research
Congress
themselves, but
is
they're not going to.
unprecedented, indisputable, and impeachable. President Trump is the first president in history to openly and completely defy all aspects of the constitutional impeachment process. In an attempt to cover up his abuse of power, he ordered the entire
We
executive
ought to listen
branch
as hard. Yeah, I know. We got to put
participate
everything we
in the
can
inquiry
against
and
Democrats. So
directed
literally
it to
anything we
defy
can put
lawful
against Democrats,
subpoenas
guys,
from Congress.
do it so we can
As
get
chairwoman of the
Republicans to
Committee on
listen
Oversight and
to
Reform,
Republicans.
I find this
And we'll be
obstruction
lenient.
particularly
We'll start
offensive.
being more
Even-
lenient on the Republicans too.
President
Like
Nixon
we'll give them
accepted
ground. We'll give them
Congress's
ground
impeachment
on
authority
where they're
and
definitely
allowed his
wrong
aides and
in ways, but we
advisors to
won't
produce the
necessarily
documents
mark it
to
unless it's like
Congress. And President
super
Nixon allowed
definitely
current
that.
and former
you know.
staff to
So we can
testify
be
in both
so we
the
can
House
be
impeachment
as
and
objective
the
for
Senate
them as
Watergate
possible.
investigations, including his chief of staff.
I
and
mean,
White House
it's
counsel.
actually not objective.
By
It's
contrast,
viewing it in their
President Trump,
favor.
without
But still,
any
it's even
legal
viewing it in
basis,
their favor, unfortunately,
directed
is not going
current
to help
and
their
former
case.
officials not to cooperate with the House's inquiry, which resulted in 9 administration officials defying subpoenas for testimony. And in response to the House's inquiry, President Trump refused to turn over even not one single document.
Okay, I'll
to
give this to
Congress
them
in
because their
response
argument,
to lawful
on the side
Put
is
simply,
that they gave
President
a lot of
Trump's
documents, just
actions
not the right
are
ones.
even worse
So
than Nixon's. Let me repeat. President Trump's
white lie?
actions are even
I guess
worse
we can kind of
than
do here.
Nixon's.
I guess
Our
because
founding fathers
the
established
argument
a
is that they
system
did
of
give
checks
some
and balances
documents.
that spread out
Just not
power
the
between
ones
the
that were
branches of
subpoenaed.
government They decided that no one would be a king, that no one is above the law, including the president. And they gave the responsibility of impeachment solely to the people's House. When President Trump defies our subpoenas and obstructs our impeachment inquiry,
She's
he
going
seeks
into
to
the
place
that
himself
he
above
defied
the
subpoenas. So
Constitution
I'm
and above the
reluctant
law.
to put that white lie on
We
there. Honestly,
cannot let that stand. And if
I'm
we
really
do,
reluctant to
then
have that
that's
white
the
lie on
end
there,
of
because she did
Congress
mention
as a
subpoenas, yeah.
co-equal branch of government. And we've allowed President Trump to elevate himself above the law. It is our solemn duty under the Constitution to impeach President Trump for his blatant abuse of power
I guess we
and
can
his
do servant
obstruction
role.
of Congress. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York
Servant role,
yields.
I think.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for giving me this moment. Madam or Mr. Speaker, years from now, history books will tell of this day. It will tell of a purely partisan effort to remove the President of the United States. An effort not built on a high crime or misdemeanor, not on a process in keeping with a high American standard of due process and equal treatment. This effort is rooted only in the governing party's hatred of a man elected President of the United States. Members on the other side of the aisle have been in pursuit of this moment since 2016. They are consumed by it. Earlier in this debate, one of our colleagues referred to our president as a domestic enemy.
Selective
our founders warned
attention.
us about this day. That is why our nation has
Rationalization.
entrusted the future of the country with the outcome of elections, not the will of a party filled with contempt for a duly elected
Bandwagon
president.
effect.
My hope is that when the historians write about this day, it is not written in the context of a nation that lost its way because its elected members chose hateful partisanship over the sacred oath that has protected this great republic since its founding. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields. Gentleman from Georgia reserve. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in America, when we call the fire department or enroll our children in school, we do not expect a government official to say to us, "I need you to do us a favor, though." Why would we tolerate a president using his awesome power to make foreign policy when the safety of our country is at stake, not for the people, but for himself? I will vote to impeach today because President Trump did just that when he shook down a foreign country to criminally investigate his political rival. If we fail to say that this was wrong, then any president will be free to ask
I think
a
we could
foreign
give
power,
that
be it
phrase
Russia, China, or Iran,
just because they keep
to
arguing
help him
it.
hurt
Think we should
his
just give that
political
phrase
enemies
to
at
them?
home. And every foreign tyrant and kleptocrat will know that America's foreign policy can be bought by doing our president a political favor. If you believe that our highest duty is to protect America, then search your conscience and ask, do you want our future presidents to behave as this one has done? Do not
Shaming
whisper in the
bandwagon?
shadows of the Capitol
give you
that
them.
you disapprove and then defend that conduct here today. Do your duty, keep your oath, defend your country,
The gentleman's
as will
time
I.
has expired. Gentleman from California reserve. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over a month ago, on November the 14th, I spoke on the impeachment hoax with points
doing the
true
same
then
thing.
and
Yeah.
still true today. After
I'm
over a month
willing to go.
secret
I'm willing to do it for 'em.
investigations into the administration, Democrats have now decided to open these controlled hearings to the public. This continues the deception by Democrats to mislead
projecting
the American
blame,
people. It's insulting.
feigning innocence,
No Republican witnesses, no counsel by the president to participate
victim,
in full exoneration by courageous President
lying,
Volodymyr Zelensky
denial.
of Ukraine. It is said that instead of focusing on funding our military through the National Defense Authorization Act, passed only last week, or passing the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement to create jobs, the Democrats continue
Evasion,
wasted
diversion,
$30 million
about
of
jobs.
taxpayers' money on the Russian hoax, now proceeding with a Ukrainian hoax. This
Selective
partisan witch
attention,
hunt diverts attention from the
rationalization.
president's successes. The unemployment rate remains at a record low. There is
That
record
isn't a
job
rap.
creation.
Yeah, and I'm
And the
not,
stock
and I'm
market
not,
again
and I'm
today
not doing
is
brandishing
thriving,
anger.
showing that President Trump
for
keeps
them.
his promises.
Even though
In
a lot of
conclusion,
them
God bless
are.
our
It's
troops,
only
and
when
we'll
they're
never forget
really
September
angry
11th
and they
and the
like this
global
guy.
war on
He's I kind of consider him brandishing anger, but I'm not
Gentleman from
putting
Georgia
that
Reserve,
on
gentleman from
because-
California is recognized.
Because I'm trying
Speaker,
to be
I'm proud
lenient.
to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Indeed, Shadow.
Mr. Speaker,
Their attacks are
we're
on
here at this
Democrats,
moment in
not
our nation's
defending
history
Trump.
Because the president abused the power of his office, bribed a foreign government to intrude into our democracy, and engaged in an unprecedented campaign of obstruction of Congress to cover it up. Our credibility in the global community has been compromised. Our character and motivations are questioned. We know where the president's true loyalties lie, not with our constituents, not with our allies, but with our adversaries and himself. Abraham Lincoln once said, "Nearly all men can stand adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power." Donald Trump has failed this test.
I'll go ahead and
And
give
now our
them
test
distraction.
is whether we will be a check on that
guess.
power. Therefore, we must hold anyone to account, regardless of party
I don't
or
know.
politics,
I can't
who
really,
sets
because
fire
it
to the very
relates to this
institutions that
directly.
define our nation and our values. And with this in mind, I will vote yes to impeach Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. Gentleman from California Reserve. Gentleman from Georgia
I wanted to
is
give you guys
recognized.
diversion on
Speaker, I yield a
that
minute and a
one,
half
but
to the gentlewoman from North Carolina,
It
Ms. Fox.
directly
Gentleman
relates
from North
to
Carolina
this.
is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the process and to the resolution. When Congress sees fit to examine its solemn power of impeachment, it is imperative that it does so in genuine pursuit of justice, fairly, transparently, and objectively. Anything less is
denial, because it
unacceptable.
is.
This partisan impeachment has fallen far short of that.
Kind of shame.
Sadly, Alexander
trip.
Hamilton's prediction in Federalist number 65 has come true, where he warned that in many cases it will
Democrats
connect
projecting
itself
blame.
with the pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or on the other. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by the real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. After years of investigations, hearings, and millions of taxpayer dollars, Democrats found no
Isn't this all
proof
one big
that the
evasion?
president committed a crime. No
Lying?
proof, as the vague accusations in these articles clearly reflect. A basic prerequisite for impeachment,
Playing victim.
impeaching for high crimes and misdemeanors
And
is a
innocence
charge
and
that an
confusion.
actual crime was committed. These empty, baseless articles expose
She's
for the
brandishing
American
anger, but we
people
won't
what
put
this
that.
is, a desperate partisan attempt to avenge the loss of the Democrats' preferred candidate in 2016. We must respect American voters and reject these articles.
Bandwagon effect.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick fact check before I yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that no Republican witnesses were allowed to testify. That is, of course, not correct. In the Intelligence Committee, 3 of the Republican requested witnesses testify. That is, 1 out of every 4 of the witnesses were Republican requested witnesses. That they incriminated the president did not make them any less requested by the minority. I'm now proud to recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Today I reflect on the imperatives of 2 sons of Massachusetts, John Adams, who in one sentence captured the very foundation of our country, saying, "We are a government of laws, not men." Translation, no one is above the law. And John F. Kennedy, who in his iconic City Upon a Hill address cautioned that any one of us holding public office would be judged by the high court of history on whether we were truly men and women of courage, with the courage to stand up to one's enemies and the courage to stand up as well to one's associates, the courage to resist public pressure as well as private greed, and on whether we are truly men and women of integrity who never run out of the principles in which we believe, and whom neither financial gain nor political ambition could ever divert from the fulfillment of our sacred trust. President Donald Trump, indifferent and disdainful of this sacred trust, conspired to extract personal benefit from his office. He dishonored his oath. I refuse to abandon mine. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to point out very quickly that the only Republican witnesses allowed in the intelligence hearings were on a Democrat's pre-approved
Did anybody
list.
hear
And with
anything
that, I
that
would
needed
yield
to be
1.5
put
minutes
on there?
to the gentleman from
Shaming,
South Carolina,
maybe?
Mr. Rice.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam
Indeed,
Speaker,
Shadow.
I rise in opposition to this partisan sham of an impeachment resolution that is ripping our country apart. Beginning even before he took office, President Trump has been attacked by a never-ending barrage of lies and corruption and deceit by the liberal political elite, including James Comey, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Hillary Clinton, and the impeachment zealots in this Congress.
Wow.
Democrats colluded with Russia and Ukraine to interfere in our 2016 election by producing the now famous fake dossier. Now they accuse
Wait,
President
he just
Trump
said
of
Russia
colluding with
and
a foreign
Ukraine, so he
power.
just agreed.
What a joke. They abused their office to illegally wiretap and spy on President Trump's campaign. Now they accuse him of abusing his office.
Who is this man?
What a joke.
I know, right?
They structure these proceedings to deny the president and Republicans in Congress a fair hearing. Then they accuse the president of obstructing Congress. Look in the mirror, folks. The reaction of the American people
Is
that
this
is
guy
contrived and corrupt
is this guy
is
actually
entirely
making these
predictable
arguments
and
here?
is entirely correct. The polls have turned against them, and the Democrats are desperate to stop the bleeding. That's why we're cramming this vote in today, just before leaving for Congress, to dispose
No,
of
sorry,
impeachment as
I'm
quickly
not on
and
that
painlessly as
page.
possible.
Sorry, that was
The
bandwagon
actions of the
effect.
Democrats are a stain on this chamber. I urge my colleagues to join me in fighting against this shameful abuse of power and vote no on this sham of an impeachment resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Hi, Madam Speaker. Didn't think I'd have to do a fact check so quickly, but of course there was no pre-approved witness list. I'm now proud to recognize a gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
10 out of 10 would use in court again. Right.
The decision to impeach a president of the United States is of enormous magnitude and utmost significance. There are few issues that so deeply reflect upon the Constitution and the American system of governance. As a senior member of the United States House Foreign Affairs Committee, I've spent years trying to promote American values of democracy and the rule of law in other parts of the world, including Eastern Europe. Because I have been so steeped in Ukrainian issues for so long, I know how damaging President Trump's actions were. But the president's damages does not end there. He has consistently obstructed at every turn of this investigation. This nation's founding fathers fought
He's
to end
certainly
unaccountable
passionate.
rule. We did
But
not
I don't know
free
if we can give
ourselves
him
from a
brandishing
king
anger
to
for
turn
being
the
passionate.
president into a monarch. But the camera of history is rolling. And I will cast my vote consistent with the principles of democracy, the rule of law, and our Constitution for the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. I do so because I could not look my granddaughter or any member of future generations in the eye, having condoned actions that undermine our democratic system. And I urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
We
May
can
God
do
bless
guilt trip.
the United States
Gentleman
of
from
America.
Georgia.
We can give
Thank
him
you, Madam
guilt
Speaker. I
trip,
yield
I
1
think.
minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Gentleman's recognized for 1
But
minute.
because he said
Madam
he
Speaker, I am
could,
strongly
he can
opposed
look
to
his
this
daughter in the
impeachment.
eye.
No
So
law
that's
was
a guilt
broken.
trip.
No high crimes or misdemeanors. No impeachable offenses. Ukrainians
Lie.
received aid
Denial.
1 week prior to the law's requirements.
Selective
Aid that was
attention.
previously rejected by the
Diversion.
administration
Evasion.
before it. There was no investigation, and President
white
Zelensky
lie?
said he
There was
received
a white lie in
no
there.
pressure from the Trump administration ever. Simply put, there was no quid pro quo
victim.
and no crime. There's only the majorities sustaining for the president, and that
Majorities
is not
disdain,
an impeachable
projecting
offense.
blame.
The elections are in 10 months. But the majority doesn't trust the American
confusion
people.
about what
Too many
the
have said
charges are.
that the impeachment is necessary so the president is not reelected in 2020, and that is shameful. Today's vote sets a new precedent for America.
Literally
in the
saying
future,
shame.
the majority will use impeachment as a tactic to remove a president simply based on partisanship. Our founders
Rationalization.
feared this, and I strongly oppose it. I want my statement to be in the record for the end of time to show I was on the side of the Constitution, that I opposed the majority taking down a duly elected president who
he's trying
committed
to
no
play servant
crime,
role.
and I defended the truth. Madam Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman from California.
He's going to be so embarrassed
Speaker, my
when
colleagues
he
continue to
actually
make the argument that
the
Ukrainians got the money. Yes, the president got caught, but they got the money.
They're
No
gonna
harm,
be
no
s-
foul. It is the
They
equivalent of
probably
saying
think
if you're
they're
pulled
talking
over
the
by
truth.
a cop and you
They're
attempt to bribe
probably
the
under
cop,
propaganda
and the cop
too,
doesn't
to
take
some
the money
extent,
but
honestly.
arrests you.
And
Where's
they
the crime in
probably
that?
think they really
they
are
didn't get the
speaking
money.
the truth.
This is
That's
what
how
my
bad
colleagues would have you accept.
Are the
This is what my colleagues
Republicans
would have you accept,
booing?
that because the president got caught in the act,
Are
we
they
must look the other way.
seriously
But of
booing?
course, that's not the way the law works. That's not the way the Constitution works. That's not the way our oath of office works. Our oath of office requires us to impeach a
cannot
president that
believe that they
abuses
just
his
started
power, whether he gets
booing
away
or
with
even
it,
just making noise.
or he gets caught. And in this case, he got caught. I'm now proud to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Cannot. Oh. They're not helping
Madam
their case.
Speaker, I rise today a time of grave concern for all Americans. This past weekend, I joined a
Or
bipartisan
them talking in
delegation
general.
traveling to
We'll
Belgium,
give it to them,
Luxembourg,
Tato.
for the
We'll give
75th
it to them
anniversary
all
of the
talking
Battle
at the
of
same
Bulge,
time
a
loudly in
battle
general.
that over
For the sake
19,000
of
Americans gave their
for the
lives.
sake of just
Today,
of being
we're called to
lenient
preserve
on
that
them.
democracy
We will just say that they were
that they
talking
so bravely
loudly
defended.
in general all at
Over
the
2
same
years
time.
ago, I was one of the first members
during
of Congress to
Schiff's
vote to advance
speaking.
the inquiry.
Which
Since
is
then,
still,
I have withheld
even
final
so,
judgment as I review the facts
even so, even if
and heard
even
the
if they're
testimony.
even if we
I
don't know
believe
what they
there's
were doing,
overwhelming
the
evidence,
fact that we
well
could hear
beyond
them
reasonable doubt,
in a group
that President
during
Donald
Schiff's
Trump is
testimony
guilty
or
in
during
both
Schiff
articles of
saying
impeachment,
anything is
abuse
just,
of power,
man.
and obstruction of Congress. Therefore, I will uphold my
They
oath to
booed.
protect and defend
I know. I'm just
the
trying to be
Constitution of the
lenient.
United States in favor of
I'm just
impeachment.
I'm trying to
It
be
is our solemn
lenient to them so that
responsibility
they
to
couldn't
honor all
argue,
those who have
so that
fought
people can't
and
argue
given
that they
their lives.
didn't boo or something.
To uphold the truth in America.
I'm just trying.
no
I'm
one-
trying
no
to. I'm trying
one is
to
above
be
the law.
on their
I yield
side.
back.
That's my point. Is I'm
Well, I
trying to
just
be
love
on their
this again,
side
Hot
so
Shot,
that
when
they'll
you
just
can. Remember
listen.
quid pro quo didn't work out real well for him because that was supposedly had pressure on
Collective
Mr. Zelensky.
attention,
You know, in fact, it didn't work
denial,
out so well. You had to go poll test it.
diversion,
The majority didn't work
lying,
out because focus groups didn't like it.
evasion,
So what do? We throw it in here, a
brandishing
bribe.
anger,
Ooh, it's all in their report. But if they had a bribe or if they actually had a crime, it'd be in the
blame.
articles. Guess what? He doesn't have it. He can't put it in there. This is all fluff and circumstance because they can't get to the president, and that's what's killing them. A minute and a half to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon.
Gentleman's
Man, he's
recognized
fast.
For a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, House Democrats have been obsessed with impeaching President Trump since he was elected. He wasn't supposed to win. How could the voters support him, they asked. The American people were told the only way the
Bandwagon
Speaker
effect.
would move forward with
No,
impeachment
we won't give him bandwagon.
was if the case was compelling, overwhelming, and
We will give
bipartisan.
him
Yet the case for impeachment that has been rushed forward by House Democrats is anything but that.
Okay, we'll
to be
put
clear,
on, we'll put on
neither of these articles of impeachment prove any wrongdoing or impeachable offense has actually
both
taken place.
denial and lying.
Instead, House Democrats' case rests solely on hearsay testimony and presumptions from cherry-picked
Rationalization
witnesses.
to
The
assume
framers
that
of the
hearsay is not
Constitution never
worthy
intended
information,
impeachment to be
as
used
well
as
as
a tool to settle political
the articles
and
of
policy
impeachment are not
differences.
hearsay.
That's what elections are for. This is a
Diversion.
sad and dangerous moment in our history as impeachment is being used to undo the will of the American people and silence the voices of millions of Americans in the process. Alexander Hamilton
No, I'll
would
keep
be
them.
ashamed.
I'll keep the bandwagon.
I urge
so
my
far.
colleagues to vote no on this partisan impeachment sham, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Okay, I was being
now yield
very
1 minute
lenient
to
to
Mr.
him.
Crow, the gentleman from Colorado.
I was being
Gentleman's
very
recognized
lenient
for 1
to him.
minute.
There was a few things
Thank you,
that
Madam
I
Speaker.
did not hit.
Years ago, I took my first oath
Even
to
though,
the country,
yeah.
went to war and fought alongside our nation's finest men and women. Some of them gave their lives for our nation. Not a day has passed that I don't reflect on those sacrifices. I learned during that time that our nation is built on sacrifice. We have overcome challenging times because people have decided to put aside their personal interests, their livelihoods, and yes, even give their lives to do what is best for our nation. Our founders created a system to ensure we would have no kings or dictators, a system that vested power in the people to ensure that no man or woman is above the law. Generation after generation, this system has survived because people have fought for it. Today, it is our turn. The president's abuse of power and scorn for our constitutional checks and balances is unprecedented. Unless we stand up against these abuses, we will set the country on a dangerous new course. My oath, my love of our country, and my duty to honor the sacrifices who came before us require me to act. To my colleagues, it is time to put aside our personal and political interests and honor those who have come before us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Okay, I'll go ahead and give you guys, give Republicans
Thank you, Madam
shaming.
Speaker. At this point, I yield 35 seconds to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Hayes.
Gentleman's recognized for 35 seconds.
35
The
seconds?
Democrats'
Wow.
new definition for evidence is allegations. Allegations based on hearsay, I might add. So they hurl
Projecting
allegations
blame,
against the president, and then they say to
rationalization,
him that it's not their responsibility to prove guilt, but the president's responsibility to prove his innocence. This has been a sham and an act of injustice against the president and against 93 million Americans who voted for him. And although this process was rigged from the beginning, Democrats never produced a single true piece of evidence. It's time for us to stop this hoax and vote against these articles of impeachment.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
For what period of time?
I'm sorry, for 1 minute.
Thank you. The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of our Constitution, in support of the military members in harm's way who defend our Constitution, in support of Gold Star families who keep faith that their loved one's sacrifice was justified. I rise today in support of the oath I first took at 17 upon entering the Naval Academy and took 5 more times in my 20-year Navy career. An oath that comforted me in the years I spent away from my family, deployed around the globe. An oath that encouraged me to remain vigilant on the bridge of the ship at night. An oath that strengthened me when in command as I set my fellow sailors into harm's way.
Okay, I'm sure I can give Republicans something for this.
Resolve to do what is right and not what is politically expedient.
It's a story about her,
Resolve to
though
stand with the
it's going to be a
president at the White House last
shame.
week,
It's going
and
to
resolve
result
to
in
stand
shaming
up to the president
Republicans.
in this House today.
That's what it is.
I
It's gonna
ask my
result in.
colleagues to have the same strength
Yep, there it
and
goes.
the same resolve.
Guilt trip
I yield
shaming. So
Gentleman
we
from
can
Georgia.
we can give that to
Thank you, Madam
Republicans.
Madam Speaker, I give 35 seconds to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker.
Gentleman's recognized for 35 seconds.
When emotion supersedes the facts, the conclusion is cataclysmic. Today, we are wrapping up not a 3-month process, but rather a 3-year process with Democrats' disdain so much that it's led to the abuse of this very House. These are the same Democrats who promised America they saw evidence of Russian collusion. Do the American people trust them? Hell no, they don't. A growing number of American people have condemned this impeachment process, and that's with House Democrats setting the rules and then even bending and breaking the rules to fit their narrative. The majority of Americans see the circus for what it is. I wonder how many more will join them. I yield back.
Guilt trip.
Gentleman from
Man,
California.
35 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the
There's
gentleman
speed run.
from California, Ms.
Manipulation
Eshu,
speed run.
Gentlelady is
guys.
recognized for 1 minute.
How fast can they hit all categories in
Madam
one
Speaker,
go?
I rise today to defend our Constitution and our democracy by voting for the 2 articles of impeachment. The words of our sacred oath define our duty, and those words must be kept. Our founders' primal fear was that powerful members of our government would become, in Hamilton's words, mercenary instruments of foreign corruption. President Trump abused the powers of the presidency by ignoring and injuring national security and other vital national interests to obtain an improper personal benefit. He also betrayed our nation by abusing his high office to enlist a foreign power in corrupting democratic elections. Article 2, I agree with because it details the obstruction of Congress by the president by directing unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by this House of Representatives and abuse the powers of the presidency in a manner subversive to the Constitution. I believe the Constitution is the soul of our nation, and by defending it, we are saying we will not be soulless.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 35 seconds to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Gentleman's recognized for 35 seconds.
Don't be fooled. Democrats are not impeaching the president to protect national security. Democrats are impeaching the president for following a law that they themselves voted for. No less than 5 times in the last 6 years, bipartisan Congresses imposed on the executive branch an affirmative duty to ensure that the government of Ukraine was countering corruption, and for good reason. Ukraine is the 3rd most corrupt nation on earth. So the president not only had the legal authority to temporarily pause security assistance to Ukraine, he had a mandate from Congress to do it. And as a result, President Zelensky's government made historic anti-corruption reforms, making Ukraine a more reliable ally, countering Russian aggression. Far from compromising national security, the president's actions advanced national security.
Oh no! What the frick? Resume. Why? Dang it. We didn't get impeachment bingo yet on that guy. Or I mean, I guess impeachment blackout.
Security experts across all the departments testified that Ukraine met the criteria to receive the aid.
They're all using the word sham.
So what was the real motivation here? Well, one thing is telling. In 2017, the president had no problem with aid to Ukraine, raised no issue of corruption. In 2018, he had no problem with the military aid for Ukraine. So what changed in 2019? Joe Biden announced he was running for president, and all of a sudden, Donald Trump held up the aid for Ukraine.
I would give this to Republicans right now, but right now he's just responding to what the guy we were just yelling about. So he's just fact-checking.
All he cared about was the big stuff that affected him personally, the investigation of the Bidens that Giuliani was pushing. It's my pleasure to recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 755. As a CIA case officer, I used to meet with foreign nationals who were providing vital intelligence to help inform our hardest national security decisions and keep our country safe. These individuals from countries where leaders abused their power and defied the rule of law risked imprisonment and often their very lives in order to provide the United States with information to help us, to inform us. But why? It was their belief in the United States, their belief in our country, the longest standing democracy in the world, our country, a beacon of hope in the world, a democratic republic founded on a document, and the belief in the rule of law and a belief in its people. Today, I am proud to serve in the People's House, representing my hometown, and again serving our country, that beacon of hope in the world. And today, especially today, I reflect on the founding documents that have set us apart in the world, leading people across generations and across the world to risk everything because of their belief.
Okay, I guess I could do diversion.
Today, especially today,
I could give diversion here because she didn't really talk about Trump.
The Constitution, the rule of law it defines, and the people it governs.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 35 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Probably give diversion to her because
today,
it wasn't
many of my
about
Democrat
Trump.
colleagues will be making history, unfortunately, for supporting the first ever completely partisan impeachment of a president of the United States.
Projecting
Mr.
blame.
Speaker, I am deeply disturbed that history will indeed be made today in this hallowed chamber, but for all the wrong reasons. Not for love of country, but hatred for a political foe. Not to pursue justice, but to punish a political adversary. Not to seek truth, but to seize political power for the love of country. I urge my colleagues to oppose this disastrous political ruse. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Was he playing victim? I don't know. They're all making the same
Recognize
arguments.
the gentlewoman from California. Chairwoman Waters.
Not Democrats. Democrats keep on doing what they can.
Gentlelady's recognized for 3 minutes.
Republicans are seriously not going to listen. We just need
Ladies and gentlemen,
Republicans in there aren't going to
the
listen.
rules of debate
We
won't
need
allow me to cite
Republicans
all of the reasons
here.
why this president should be impeached.
Everyday
there are many.
Republicans to listen.
However,
to
Madam
both
Speaker,
sides.
members of this House, to quote the late Maya Angelou, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. This day was not inevitable, but it was predictable because this president has shown himself time and time again to believe that he is above the law, and he has no respect for our Constitution or our democracy. Based on all that we know about Donald Trump, we could have predicted he would have abused the power of the president by corruptly soliciting the government of Ukraine and the Ukrainian President Zelensky to publicly announce investigations into his political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden. This impeachment resolution includes evidence that this president withheld $391 million of taxpayer funds that Congress appropriated for the purpose of providing vital military and security assistance to Ukraine to oppose Russian aggression, another blatant abuse of power. Our investigations revealed that this president advanced a discredited theory promoted by Russia, alleging that Ukraine, rather than Russia, interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election for corrupt purposes in pursuit of personal political benefit. Never before in our history have we experienced a president who has so clearly conducted himself in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution and directed his cabinet members, executive branch agencies, and other White House officials to defy lawful subpoenas from Congress. Was he attempting to hide wrongdoing?
Okay, is there anything that anybody sees that's wrong with her statement that
he will remain
makes a manipulation method
to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, because at every turn he has shown us who he is. It is no secret that this president could have been impeached a long time ago. Today, we stand here with an irrefutable case and an indisputable set of facts that this president absolutely abused his power and obstructed Congress. Any other individual who would have been caught conducting themselves in the way this president has would have been prosecuted to the full extent of the law. It is shameful that any members of this House are willing to disregard the Constitution, turn a blind eye to hard facts, and ignore a confession from the president himself. History will remember those who were willing to speak truth to power. Yes, I called for Trump's impeachment early. This is our country.
Our
foremothers and our forefathers shed their blood to build and defend this democracy.
Wait, where's
I refuse
bandwagon?
to have it undermined.
I can give you
I wholeheartedly support this
feigning
resolution.
confusion,
I'm
but
proud that in
bandwagon
the
means
final
like
analysis,
is saying the
justice will have been
people
served
are
in America,
wanted.
and Donald Trump
Did she
will
do that
have
and I
been
just missed
Lady's
it?
time's expired. Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Georgia.
House is not in order.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Reclaiming
Did
my
you say
time that the
Madam
majority did
from
not have. I yield
Georgia?
35 seconds to the
That's
gentleman from
funny.
Louisiana, Mr.
Gentleman is
Abraham.
recognized for 35 seconds.
Madam Speaker, what is shameful is that Speaker Pelosi has allowed this Democratic witch hunt to move forward. She's the one that has abused her power, and we should be debating her removal from the House. Reagan said that the trouble with our liberal friends is not that
did he
they're
just do
ignorant,
that? That's
it's just
brandishing
that they know
anger
so
for
much
sure.
that isn't so. Democrat extreme
Shame and
partisanship
guilt
will
trip.
set a dangerous precedent for this nation. And mark my words, Madam Speaker, this sinister attempt to remove this lawful president will not go unnoticed. I yield back.
That is feigning
California.
innocence and confusion.
Recognize the gentlelady
Oh,
from
my
Nevada,
word.
Ms.
This
Titus,
is a
for a unanimous
spectacle.
consent request.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask
behold,
unanimous
just-
consent
yeah,
to
what people
enter
say-
my statement into the record supporting the
I know.
impeachment of Donald Trump.
Order.
The
And I now
stark
recognize the gentleman from
contrast
Connecticut,
is
Mr. Himes, for
unbelievable.
2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in anger and hope. I'm angry that President Donald Trump has treated his oath in office so disrespectfully that now we must hold him to account. The truth is clear to anyone not deliberately looking away. The president withheld military aid and a White House meeting unless and until a vulnerable Ukrainian president announced a nakedly political investigation. It didn't matter if the Ukrainians uncovered any wrongdoing. The mere announcement of an investigation would damage his political opponent. Mr. Trump didn't care about stopping corruption in Ukraine, never mentioned the word corruption once in the infamous July 25th call. This was not an attempt to reduce Ukrainian corruption. It was an attempt by Donald J. Trump to aim Ukrainian corruption straight at the heart of the presidential election of 2020. The president knows this, which is why he has not given this Congress a single email, phone record, or document. That is not the behavior of a man
they're
with
going to
nothing
argue
hide.
that they did, just not the ones that are subpoenaed. So we'll
contempt
give that
of
to
this
them because he
Congress.
worded that, how he worded that.
But what makes this impeachment essential is that the president's abuse of power has not stopped. As we speak, he continues to urge foreign interference in our democracy, beseeching
what do I
China
give that
to
to
investigate the
them for?
Bidens, sending Rudy Giuliani overseas to chase Russian conspiracy theories. This morning, the president tweeted, "I did nothing wrong," all caps. He believes it, too. He sees nothing wrong with inviting Russian, Ukrainian, or Chinese interference into our election. He did it. He continues to do it, and he sees nothing wrong with it. He'll wake up tomorrow and do it again if we don't stop him today.
Well, I don't know if that's shaming because
Therein
he's
lies
not
our
going to
hope.
feel shame.
I'm proud today to answer the call to defend our democracy and the United States Constitution and urge my colleagues to do the same. And yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
It's on right now, Brandy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For things that I really don't understand, I'm having to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
What was that?
Madam Speaker, I'm saddened today that
What
I
was
spent
that
two
that
Christmases
Collins
defending our
just
country
did?
overseas, and I get a measly 30 seconds to speak in this laughable process. Our president made a campaign promise to drain the swamp, and there are those today relying on swamp creatures' words to preserve swamp. How do you suppress the votes of 63 million people in an electoral landslide? You keep repeating the same lies absent any factual basis. I've heard some of the greatest fiction ever spoken here today. If you don't like the facts, just rewrite them in a parody and repeat. If the facts are so clear and indisputable, why is the minority leader begging for more witnesses? You can't disprove something that never happened. I ask my colleagues to vote no to this sham. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, like many of my colleagues, I never ran for Congress wanting or expecting to impeach anybody, let alone the President of the United States.
Wow.
However, given the facts, here we are. While some questions remain unanswered, two are clear and compel me to support the Articles of Impeachment. First, President Trump attempted to pressure a foreign government to help his re-election campaign. And second, the president used the powers of his office again to obstruct a congressional investigation into that wrongdoing. The president has falsely claimed he has been denied the chance to defend himself. But at the same time, he is preventing the testimony of witnesses with direct knowledge of the events under investigation. If the president were innocent, as he claims, surely these witnesses would be able to testify to that. If there had been no quid pro quo, these witnesses could say that. If aid to Ukraine were not intentionally delayed for improper purposes, they could surely testify to that also. But rather than giving these witnesses the chance to speak, the president has silenced them. The president has silenced witnesses at the Defense Department. The president has silenced witnesses at the State Department. The president has silenced witnesses at the White House. He even silenced the loquacious Mick Mulvaney, who uttered at a press conference that there was a quid pro quo and get over it. By choosing to block this testimony, the president is not proving his innocence. He's just proving he's afraid of what they have to say. As a wise man once said, the truth will come to light, and it has. It is our duty to act on it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a shame on the floor of this House when you accuse somebody and then make them prove they're not guilty of what you're accusing of. That's a bad look. 30 seconds to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in strong opposition to this partisan impeachment spectacle that just seeks to accomplish what President Trump's opponents failed to do at the ballot box in 2016.
Diversion.
Our votes today are merely formalizing the decision my colleagues on the other side of the aisle reached 3 years ago. This process has been an embarrassment to our country, an insult to our Constitution, and a distraction from the real work we should be accomplishing for the American people. I stand with the people of Tennessee's 6th District in strongly supporting President Trump, and I will vote against the articles of impeachment before us today. Thank you.
Gentleman from California.
Man, they have 30
reserve the balance
seconds
of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman
to really make themselves
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to
obviously-
the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga.
Wow.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
In her own words, Speaker Pelosi said impeachment must be compelling, overwhelming, and bipartisan. These articles of impeachment being considered today by the House fail to meet Speaker Pelosi's own standards. Process matters, folks. Representing a good chunk of Gerald Ford's old district and being a staffer during the Clinton administration, I have an intimate understanding of the effects of impeachment on this nation. I'm stunned to see my Democrat colleagues whitewash, or maybe I should say whitewater, Bill Clinton's cooperation with the House of Representatives.
Servant rule.
That is not exactly what was going on. And this is the most partisan impeachment that we have seen in our nation's history. And I yield back.
Okay, there was more things in there that I didn't get to put
Madam
in.
Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Gentleman's recognized.
Okay,
it's been
so
very
just a
clear
bunch
from
of
the beginning that
Republicans.
this impeachment proceeding has never been about an honest search for the truth. If it were, our Democratic friends would not have polled to see what to charge the president with. Calling an opinion a fact does not make it so, and repeating it over and over does not make it more true. When one produces a committee report with fabricated findings based on no fact witnesses and then quote from it like it's authoritative, it's no more valid than having a campaign pay for a foreign entity to create a fraudulent dossier and then selling it to a FISA court in order to spy on a campaign.
won't give him that
This has
yet.
always been a verdict in search of a crime, an impeachment birthed out of a resistance
Gentleman's
movement.
time
It's
has
time to
expired.
end this charade and get back to doing the work we were elected to do.
And
Madam
he said
Speaker, I continue
charade,
to
that's
reserve.
brandishing
Gentleman from
anger.
Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a day heavy in verbal debate, I choose to use my time to enumerate in detail every high crime and misdemeanor committed by the President of the United States. I will do so now.
His silence is both lying and denial. And also a diversion. And also playing victim. How much? This is all by him being silent.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Silence treatment is included as brandishing anger. The silent treatment is also
Gentleman reserve.
considered as brandishing anger.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleshman.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, in my 30 seconds, my heart aches for our great republic today. I implore my Democratic colleagues in this House, we're not Republicans or Democrats, we are Americans. This is not the right place. This is not the right procedure. Settle our political differences politically. We owe the American people a great duty to come together. Don't give the Senate the victory lap. Give the House the victory lap. Vote no to impeach.
I think he's projecting
the American
blame.
people they want so dearly for us to come together for our great republic and thank our great
Gentleman's
president.
time's
Thank you. I yield
expired,
back.
And members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California.
Yeah, he was
Madam
attacking.
Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from
I
Georgia.
love this,
Thank you, Madam
actually.
Speaker.
I
Well, we gotta
love
catch our
for
breath. Can
the
you give us
keeping
time for
reserve.
both the majority and the minority?
That has 43 minutes.
I like Schiff's
Gentleman from
method of
California
just
has
of
29
just
minutes. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I'm a Green Beret and a proud
just
veteran.
keeps yielding
but
all his time. I
This
love
process
it.
does not make me proud. I've fought all over the world, from Africa to Afghanistan, and seen fairer and more transparent processes than this. Since
Denial and
Democrats lost the
rationalization.
election in 2016, they've been focused on impeaching this president. Meanwhile,
Diversion,
we have not solved
evasion.
the problems America entrusted us to solve: immigration, healthcare, infrastructure. Nothing in President Trump's call rises to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors
That's a
worthy
straight
of
up-
impeachment. For
Well,
that
you know
reason,
what?
I'll be voting against impeachment.
I'm going to say
today.
white lie. I'm going to say white lie,
Continue
not
to
lie
reserve.
when it comes to the
Yes,
call.
Madam
Just to,
Speaker.
Gentleman
just to
from
help them.
Georgia.
I like how you
Thank
just
you, Madam Speaker. I
continue.
yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the articles of impeachment on President Trump. My Democratic colleagues have been planning to impeach President Trump since he took office. After months of wasting House time on partisan investigations,
claim.
they've been unable to produce evidence that President Trump committed a crime.
Lying,
I will vote no on
denial.
today's articles of impeachment. I look forward to getting back to the business on behalf of Kentuckians. I yield back.
Bandwagon effect.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Maloney, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the facts and the evidence establish beyond peradventure that the president abused the power of his office for personal gain and sought to cover up his misconduct by obstructing the Congress. What we do today goes to the heart of the oath we take to support and defend the Constitution. These actions are as necessary as they are heartbreaking. It is the president, not any member of this House, who has brought us to this sad place. His actions echo in this chamber, and like a tin can tied to his leg, will rattle behind him through the pages of history. For in the final analysis, none of us will escape the truth. It will come for us all in this world or the next. What is the truth? The
Oh, you're
president used
Emir?
taxpayer
No,
money
not yet,
and official
Emir.
acts to pressure a foreign government to help him win re-election by slandering a fellow American. How do we know this truth? We know because brave Americans, soldiers, and public servants came forward to reveal the president's misconduct. And the president, he continues to undertake an unprecedented cover-up to stonewall the public and obstruct their representatives in Congress. He withholds access to documents and records belonging to the public that would further establish his mendacity. He blocks his advisors and associates from testifying before the public to conceal the wrongs they witnessed. His actions are unworthy of the presidency. Today is about right and wrong and whether we still know the difference. Today we hold the president accountable.
I guess
If
we can give him
fail
shaming,
to do
right?
so, future presidents would see corruption
Okay,
as
we
without
can give him
consequence.
evasion. Yeah.
And there, our
Evasion
democracy goes
and
to
shaming.
die. We inherit this republic from our ancestors and we borrow it from our children. With humility, we pray that the history of this day will guide us to a better future for our nation. Now yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Long.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we have never, ever in the history of this country seen a presidency like this one. Once the president was sworn in, 19 minutes later, the Washington Post said impeachment begins today. 1 million women marched the next day on Washington. Bank of America, Starbucks, both that supported Hillary Clinton, had their windows broken out here in Washington because people were so upset that this man was elected president of the United States.
Sorry about that, guys.
He's
One
had
sec.
his head held underwater
Also a bit of guilting?
for
Oh,
almost
okay.
3 years now. Never coming up for a breath of air. Just keep pushing him down. Lowest black unemployment ever. Lowest Hispanic unemployment ever. Highest stock market ever.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Okay, I didn't get to do
unemployment
this
in
guy
years,
at all,
and-
but on the
Gentleman-
Democrat, the fight,
yield
the
back.
argument was evasion, shaming, and
Madam Speaker, I
guilting.
yield
This
30
guy,
seconds to
I
the gentleman
didn't
from
hear
Nebraska,
much,
Ms.
so
Fortenberry.
I will
Gentleman's
let you guys
recognized for
decide
30
for
seconds.
this Republican what he was.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have been concerned since the beginning of this impeachment process that it has been driven by a predetermined guilty verdict. It's unfair, it's wrong, and now every future president, Democrat or Republican, will have to worry that the impeachment process will be driven as a blunt force political instrument. It's been said that this day is sad.
Denial.
It's not sad, it's regrettable, but this day will end
Evasion,
shortly.
diversion.
The House has had its cathartic moment. Tomorrow will begin a new day. Let's get back to work. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Drenching anger.
Madam Speaker, we continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Ready, fire, aim. What we're hearing today are made-up articles to fit an ever-shrinking impeachment foothold.
Denial,
George Washington could
lying,
be impeached under this criteria. Democrats believe they are saving our
rationalization,
democracy with these hysterical made-up charges, which is odd because we're a republic,
diversion,
not a democracy, as they keep
evasion.
insisting. No one came to Congress to impeach, we hear.
victim,
Several new and returning members have come
blame,
specifically
feigning
to impeach
innocence.
the President Trump. I hear a lot today about sadness and solemnity.
anger,
From
feigning
impeachment, no,
confusion.
because their candidate lost in 2016.
Trying
American
to
people chose
shame,
Donald J.
trying to
Trump
guilt
to lead
trip.
us into prosperity, not a socialist government. We will survive this day, but I call upon the American people to see through
Also
this sham
selective attention.
Gentleman
and
from
live
California.
to hear
the
speaking
Speaker,
the
we
truth.
reserve the
talking
balance of our
about the
time.
election of
Gentleman from
2006.
Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30
2016.
seconds to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I yield 30 seconds.
Mr. Johnson's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I'm voting no. Impeachment is not in the best interest of this country, and in fact, it has only deepened the partisan divide that truly plagues this country. When the sun comes up tomorrow, I pray with all my heart that the anger and the division in this chamber will give way to an honorableness and a productivity and a time of working together. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
I like that guy.
Gentleman from
That's my favorite
Thank you, Madam
Republican
Speaker.
so
As air
far.
traffic controllers getting them lined for a landing, let's go back to Mr. Adderholt. 30 seconds from the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt.
I like that guy. He didn't say anything that was like Republican based. I mean, I don't think he said anything that we could disagree with. As
Madam Chair,
I mean, on the other
truly,
side.
Today,
yeah,
a
we
duly
want that.
elected
We want to
president has been
cooperate.
impeached by the House
Indeed.
of Representatives, by the
I agree.
Democrats, compelled by partisanship and not by the facts. I'm proud to stand here with President Donald Trump, and I plan to cast my vote against both articles of impeachment. This is not, it's not that the president abuses power. It is my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are abusing one of the most powerful tools that's been entrusted
Projecting
to Congress
blame,
in the Constitution by our
feigning
founding
innocence,
fathers. Twisting the Constitution to
shaming,
impeach a
guilt,
president
Time's expired.
you fear
Gentleman
will
from
be
California.
Evasion.
Madam Speaker, we continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, this time I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker,
Just letting them
Webster
run out of
Dictionary
things.
defines
He's
a
going to
Star
just let
chamber
them repeat
as,
their
quote,
arguments over and
characterized
over
by
and over
secrecy and
without
often
there being another argument.
irresponsibly arbitrary and oppressive. Sadly, my Democrat friends have turned this chamber, the people's chamber, into the star chamber
Banishing anger,
of the people.
Projecting. Excuse me.
One
feigning
great
innocent.
example. The most important duty we can do as members
Playing
is
victim.
declare war. Next one is to impeach a president. We're hoping Republicans to have every member stand up and vote, like for Speaker, say their vote loudly.
Gentleman's
That's been
time
denied.
Pretty much.
CNN has
Gentleman
been
from
denied.
California.
I
Speaker,
yield
we
back.
reserve the
This
balance
is a
of our time.
sham.
Gentleman from Georgia.
What just
Thank you, Madam
happened?
Speaker. I yield 30
What
seconds
just
to the gentleman
happened
from
with that?
Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Did he just scream out CNN? It's just
Gentleman recognized for
CNN.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank the ranking member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while this institution should rightfully ensure that the law is faithfully executed by the administrative branch, this exercise has shown itself to be the ultimate manipulation of the legislative branch's oversight powers in order to achieve political gain. I caution my colleagues who have placed political expediency ahead of moderation. Their votes later today will forever change this institution. Imagine a future where this body utilizes the most severe of its constitutional tools to continually put the oppositional party on trial.
Rationalization.
And with that, I yield back.
But
Madam
you
Speaker,
know,
it's my
in a
pleasure
way,
to
he's
yield
not
1
wrong.
minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
Not
Gentleman's recognized
necessarily
for 1 minute.
wrong, But he's also rationalizing and suggesting that that is going to be.
Madam Speaker, when I was
that
commissioned second
we
lieutenant of the
shouldn't
United
be
States
able to
Army,
keep
I
people,
swore an oath to support and defend
follow
the
the law.
Constitution. And I've done so 13 times in my 35 years of public service. That oath means everything. To serve and fight for our country, to protect and promote our values. Yet President Trump betrayed his oath. He abused his power, the immense power of the presidency. He threatened our elections by inviting foreign interference. He chose investigating a political rival over defending our national security. So today, we must use our power, the extraordinary power endowed by our Constitution and entrusted by the people, the power to impeach. We must hold President Trump accountable, or else we will be complicit in undermining our democracy, our security, and our dignity. His conduct demonstrates his unfitness to serve as Commander-in-Chief and warrants removal from office. The oath I took as a member of Congress is the same I took as a soldier.
Go hand in hand, so
An oath that reminds
me
values matter, duty, honor.
I don't know though, because like if you feel shame about facts, you know, does that mean that the facts are bad?
Of the United States, I yield
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't really
I've said from the
agree. I'm
beginning
just
of
trying
this
to give
process,
Republicans something here.
Impeachment is and should be the nuclear option reserved for the most treasonous activity and the most serious activity. Clearly, that has been not met here. As I've reviewed the facts and evidence as a former federal prosecutor, I've read the transcripts, I've watched the hearings, I've read the whistleblower report. That has not been met here. In addition, this process has lacked fairness, due process, and transparency.
Denial,
we shouldn't be
lying.
here tonight doing this. This is a travesty.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Well,
Madam
I don't.
Speaker, I
I
reserve the
didn't
balance
hear
of our time.
too.
Gentleman from Georgia.
I didn't.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I
yield
didn't
30
hear
seconds to the
too
gentleman
much
from Maryland,
other
Mr.
than the
Harris.
lying. There was a lying and denial.
Thank you,
in there
Madam
for sure.
Speaker. You know, it's unbelievable. The few Americans that are going to be watching this, because they know what the outcome is. We all know what the outcome is.
Yeah, we
They're
do.
wondering why are we trying to negate the vote of 63 million Americans instead of
No,
talking about
that's
the
not
things
what
that
we're watching.
Americans
That's
care
not
about.
what
Prescription
we're
drug
looking.
coverage. The high cost of prescription drugs, the high cost of health care, securing our borders,
By
keeping our
playing
economy
servant
going.
role,
These
trying
are
to
the
say
things
that
we
they should be doing
talking about.
other
No,
things.
Instead, we're going to
Playing
pass this
victim.
resolution tonight and then go home for Christmas vacation instead of doing the job of America. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Denial.
Madam Speaker, we continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Watkins.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I was a political newcomer before this, and just like President Trump, perhaps like me, he was naive to think that this House, that in the people's House, everybody was true and just. It's not the case. Democrats weren't saddened by this solemn day. They weren't waiting for all the evidence. This was always about politics, because they loathe the president, because he didn't play by their Beltway rules. I should have known. But the fact is, Kansas is better, the U.S. is better, and the world is better because of Donald Trump.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, we continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My friends on the other side of the aisle have been clamoring for this day
It
since
made
President
sense as
Trump
he
was
finished
elected.
his sentence.
The refusal to accept the election results and later the findings of the Mueller investigation have brought forth articles of impeachment that are negated by two simple facts. Namely, the military aid to Ukraine was provided and no investigation was ever started. The real offense is that the president won the election, and their fear is that he'll win again despite all their efforts. I will vote against the partisan attempt to overturn an election. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I continue to reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Tennessee, Ms. Burchett.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to impeachment against President Donald Trump. This is based on hearsay that were made by partisan witness behind closed doors.
Denial.
This impeachment is a sham, Madam Speaker, and has divided this country. Congress has wasted time on this impeachment, would have been better used on addressing issues that are facing Americans, like securing our southern border, the opioid epidemic, or establishing a constitutionally mandated budget. And now American workers have to wait until the Senate trial to pass the USMCA that the President and the House Republicans have been working on for over a year. I'm disappointed in the path Congress chose to go
Gentleman's
down,
time's
Madam
expired.
Speaker.
Gentleman from
And for the
California.
record, Madam Speaker, I think you're doing a wonderful job.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of our time.
Oh, he just did seduction. Oh, seduction bingo. Seduction bingo. He's trying to, he's for some reason trying to appeal to the judge.
Democrats of President Donald Trump.
That's crazy.
Why do they hate the man so much? Maybe it's because of the out-of-control government gone wild. The abuses of FISA, the abuses by the FBI, the abuses in the State Department. Many of these, maybe it's just the previous administration they're trying to cover up. It's sad. This is a shameful act of what we're doing today. Shame on the Democrats. Shame on pursuing this. I ask everybody to vote no and to take notice of who votes for these articles of impeachment.
And shaming,
Gentleman from
guilt trip.
California.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day for America. We know this impeachment is a sham. They know this impeachment is a sham. They know we know this impeachment is a sham. And they know that most of the American people know that this impeachment is a shameful sham.
Bandwagon effect.
We know that it began the moment the president was elected, long before he ever had a telephone call with any foreign leaders.
Feigning innocence.
We've heard the numerous
blame.
quotations from them that validate those very points.
Wait,
and
hold
yet
on.
they
I don't think
persist in trying to overturn the duly elected president of the United States of America.
He's using the day.
When the president calls for
Gentleman
an
from California.
Shaming, guilt trip.
Madam Speaker, I've heard several of my colleagues in a row now, and it's interesting to see how very few of them want to address any of the facts.
You don't think
of the
he's
president's
shaming? You don't think he's shaming?
Nor
Okay,
do they
I
wish to
would
defend-
remove that.
Nor do they wish. Apparently, Madam Speaker, I've struck a nerve. Nor do they wish to defend a president who would extort an ally, withhold military aid to help him cheat in an election. They don't want to defend that conduct. So instead they say, oh, Democrats really want to impeach the president, or Democrats don't like the president. But what they can't say is that this president's conduct was ethical. What they can't say was that this president's conduct was legal. What they can't say was this president's conduct was constitutional. What they can't say is this president has upheld his oath of office. No, they can't say that. All they
should I be putting
process.
shame on him?
Colleagues are just too happy to
guilt
impeach,
trip for this?
or it's overturning the will of the public when it's a Republican president. Interestingly, my colleagues who
Because it
supported
struck a
the impeachment
nerve,
of
they
Bill
felt
Clinton did
guilty.
not think it was overturning the will of the people. Apparently, this impeachment provision only overturns the will of the people if it's a Republican president. I would like to give them more credit than that. What is the distinction here is the seriousness of the conduct. This remedy was put in the Constitution for a reason. It's not an unconstitutional remedy. It is part of the Constitution. The only way you can conceive of this remedy as being unconstitutional is if you believe, as the president does, that he is the state, that anything that opposes him opposes the state, is by definition anti-constitutional. But that, of course, is nonsense. But it is more than nonsense. It is dangerous nonsense.
Okay, Mini
Madam
Dwarf.
Speaker,
Whenever they start saying
I'm proud to
sham,
recognize the gentlewoman from Washington.
since it's a common
Ms.
term,
Schreier,
we
for
could
1 minute.
probably do that.
Gentleman's recognized
Maybe.
for 1 minute.
I kind of want them to say something about how it's people. Like, bandwagon
Speaker,
means like,
the
well,
people of
everybody
Washington,
else
the
is
8th
doing
district,
it.
sent me
That's
to
kind of like
Congress
the
to
bandwagon.
fight for their families and make thoughtful, evidence-based decisions. I did not come to Congress to impeach a president, but evidence
What's up,
is
Marty?
evidence. And a balance of powers is fundamental to our democracy. On my first day in office, like everybody else here, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution and protect our country. History will judge this moment. Given all the facts before us, impeachment is the only remedy. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure it did strike a chord with the chairman since, he showed up a little late, hadn't heard all the arguments.
Okay.
We've
Oh,
beat
she
the
didn't
fact
have a
back all
guilt
the time.
trip.
It
I
is the
accidentally
majority
forgot
side
to
that
take
had
guilt
to
trip
run through
down.
this. That clock and that calendar are killing him, and it's killing him because his arguments are falling flat. And to speak of evidence, yeah, we looked at the
Denial.
evidence. The evidence doesn't fit
Version,
anything. And by the way, if he had extortion, put it in articles. He can't because he can't make the case.
Victim.
He can only put it in his notes and then come to the
Protecting
mic when he
blame,
can't be
innocence.
questioned and talk about it. That's the problem, and that's the chord that's been struck. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from
Wow. I don't. Well,
recognized
okay.
for
They
2
may. He
minutes.
may not
Thank
have
you,
done
Madam
selective
Speaker.
attention.
Once President Trump was sworn in, articles of impeachment were introduced almost immediately. In 3 years, House Democrats have introduced 10 resolutions, gaining support of over
Selective
100 of their
attention.
members, and all of that before a July 25th phone call. But also during that time, the Russia conspiracy hoax was exposed. Obstruction
Saying
of
something's
justice
a hoax
charges
is
were
brandishing
abandoned after the Mueller
anger.
hearings fell flat. So after 2 years, 19 lawyers,
And it's
40
been
agents,
proved as
2,800
true,
subpoenas,
so that's
500
not
warrants,
only
and
projecting
17
blame,
lies
that's
in a
also
FISA
playing
warrant
victim.
application. They had nothing to show for it.
That's a lie.
Undeterred by the facts and uninterested in governing, the beat marched
And
on.
denial of
so
the
here we are
truth.
today. We have no quid pro quo, no bribery, no extortion, no
Denial,
crimes alleged in the
evasion,
articles at all.
diversion.
But don't worry, because we have a brand new 632-page report alleging all kinds of things.
Feigning
some for the
confusion.
very first time. This isn't a somber, solemn process. This is a political drive-by. They just want President
Trying to
Trump
guilt
gone.
trip and
But this
shame.
never-ending march towards overturning the 2016 election has consequences. Because you're telling 63 million voters that their votes that you
Bandwagon.
don't respect their vote. Voters in states like mine, who not that long ago used to send Democrats to this august chamber, but recently have found no home in the Democratic Party, who feel that their values have been replaced by a liberal elitist agenda, who feel that their partisan points are more important
He almost
than
has them
practical
all marked
solutions.
already. So
Your never-ending impeachment quest is a constant reminder to them that you don't trust their judgment, you don't understand their way of life, and you couldn't care less about the issues that are important to them. As Chairman Nadler has so ominously stated,
bandwagon when he said that
63
63 million people are that are in agreement with it. That's bandwagon effect.
Well, they were serious.
That's like saying,
They
well,
spent the
everybody
last 3
else
years
is doing
talking
it.
about
Why can't you?
Unwilling to
That's
accept
a
the results of
bandwagon effect.
2016. I wonder if my colleagues recognize the irony that their impeachment vendetta is the greatest election interference of all. And it was homegrown right here in the halls of Congress. And with that, I yield
Members
back.
are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, we reserve the balance for time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Exactly, Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
This impeachment is an embarrassment for House Democrats. On the substance, Dems claim that their case is uncontested, relying on presumptions, hearsay, and 3% of the story, trying to connect dots that aren't actually connected. Some inconvenient truths. President Zelensky didn't know that there was a hold-on aid until August 29th. The aid gets released shortly thereafter, and Ukraine didn't have to
He's
do
talking
anything
about
in order to get that
he's
aid
talking
released.
about the bribery, like the
President
bribery
Zelensky
has
says no
anything to
demand, no
do
quid
with
pro
the
quo, no
articles of
pressure.
impeachment.
But Democrats want the public to ignore
I
the
should be
other 97%
clear, guys.
of
There's
the
a
story.
difference between the
See,
bribery
it doesn't
argument
work
and the
like
articles
that.
of impeachment.
Senate Democrats
The
want
impeachment
new
articles are
witnesses to
about
show
Trump
why
blocking
there was a hold on aid.
information that
Odd
could get to
request if you
Congress.
think you've already
Has
proven
nothing
your
to do with
case.
bribery. So
Now, at the heart of this
defending
debate, two
anything to do with bribery
investigations
is a
are
moot
being
point.
discussed between countries.
It's not even part of the articles
Democrats
of
and
impeachment.
media allies want the public to believe it's all just debunked that Ukrainians interfered in the 2016 election.
I mean, they are
want you to
lying
ignore
about
Avakov
it,
and
but
Charlie's
they are
comments
not
that
part of
Chalupa
the
worked
articles
with the
of
Ukrainian
impeachment.
embassy. Origins
I
of
mean,
the Steele
Republicans are trying to
dossier,
say are trying
Black
to defend
Ledger,
it when
Black,
they're still wrong.
Black Ledger and more.
But that's not part
the
of
problem
the
with
articles
all
of
of
impeachment.
this
So that's a diversion.
is that the American public are smarter than Democrats are giving them credit for. Next, the Democrats
Diversion,
claim
shaming,
Republicans
guilt,
are arguing that it was
evasion, guilt trip.
Ukraine and not Russia
Playing victim.
that wanted to interfere and was interfering in the 2016 election. No, that is not what Republicans are saying. Of course, we have
bandwagon
the
effect.
Burisma-Biden issue of a corrupt Ukrainian energy company run by a corrupt Ukrainian oligarch hiring Hunter Biden at least $50,000 per month with no energy experience and no Ukraine experience solely because he is VP Biden's son. Now, the company wanted to hire Hunter Biden because they wanted to curry favor. There was this ongoing corruption investigation. Enter Joe Biden. He gets that prosecutor fired, threatening the loss of $1 billion if it didn't happen immediately,
What's up, Brandon?
which it was. Now, Democrats believe Burisma to Biden should be immune from scrutiny. I
I
disagree.
think he's brandishing anger.
Never again should that conflict of interest ever happen. And our governments should be working together to get to the bottom of all of this. This has also been a total disaster on the process, from getting a federal worker to file a whistleblower complaint to Schiff's version made up of the July 25th call. In closed-door interview,
change white
Schiff
lie
was
to what it
prosecutor,
actually
judge,
is.
jury, and witness coach. Every day, he loved getting America
Propaganda.
drunk on his favorite cocktail, 3 ingredients: cherry-picking leaks, withholding key facts, and
And
misstating
that's just going to be
evidence.
pretty much any
In
lie
the
that's
depositions and
perpetrated
in the public hearings, the President Counsel was not invited to attend, present evidence, or cross-examine witnesses. And Republicans weren't allowed to call witnesses like Hunter
Propaganda.
Biden, Joe Biden, and many others. Then there was the House Judiciary debacle, where
What's
Schiff
that
couldn't even show
deal?
up to present his reports.
Because that's
He
what
had
a
to
white
have one
lie
of his
is.
staffers present
It's
it for him.
propaganda.
This impeachment
Saying
is
it's
ripping
almost
our
the same
country
thing
in
because-
half. It's
because
fatally
you're not
flawed
telling
on
the
the
whole
process,
truth.
the substance, the intentions, and the
You're telling only
consequences.
mostly the truth.
It's a total shift
For
show.
the sake
I
of
encourage
this.
all my colleagues to vote
Gentleman
no.
from California.
I thank the Speaker. We continue to reserve the balance of our
Gentleman
time.
reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, today, as we sit here debating impeachment, you know, they all want to talk about it's the Constitution. It's Alexander Hamilton.
blame?
You know,
No, we'll wait.
the last 30 days, I've heard more about Hamilton from my Democrat colleagues, and until then, the closest they ever came to
Shit show.
Hamilton was a $10 bill. I mean, you know, all of a sudden, what we have is these strict constitutionalists on the other side of the aisle. Listen, this has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has nothing to do with anything but raw politics.
This is denial.
You know, there's only one person on the other side of the aisle that got 7 Pinocchios for not telling the truth. No one on this side of the aisle got that during this impeachment process, Madam
Put
Speaker.
7
And the American people need to
Pinocchios.
understand
Oh my
2
word.
key facts.
Invasion, diversion.
The Democrats in control set their
shaming,
own
guilt trip,
rules of evidence.
laying
They said what we
victim.
need to do for impeachment is to have compelling evidence and bipartisan support. Well, they don't
He's
have either
clearly
of those
angry.
2 things. They failed the
lie.
rules that they made up themselves. We've got President Zelensky of Ukraine saying there was no pressure. We've got the number 2 guy in Ukraine saying there was no pressure. We've got the number 3 guy in Ukraine, no pressure. These are the
I mean,
supposed
no, those weren't
victims
lies, but I mean, like,
of this
but
alleged
a lot
crime.
of what he was saying was
and
lies.
yet here
But
we
yeah,
are,
they didn't say pressure.
supposedly
He's
having
right,
this
because
compelling
they couldn't.
evidence and facts when the best witness they have, the very best witness they had to change his testimony twice. They mentioned him 611 times, and ultimately, he said, I presume that that's what the president meant. You know, I
Vilifying
can
victim.
tell you that there are not facts here to support it, but what is more important than that, Madam Speaker, is this. Because here we are today, we have bipartisan opposition to impeachment, not bipartisan support. You know, my colleagues opposite want the American people to think that this is a
Rationalization.
sad and somber day. Well, this is a sad day.
What's up,
It's a
Kyle?
sad day for this institution because we've lowered the bar to impeach a president that continues to give us an economy that not only is
Seduction.
growing, but growing at levels that we have never seen
Seduction.
in the history of our country. When we look at unemployment at a level that
he's
is
almost-
truly
he almost has the
remarkable,
whole bar. He
they
just
want
needs
to
one-
impeach.
he just needs 2
but it's
more.
another sad day
He
because
needs
now
serve and
what
roll
they're
and
doing is they're telling the
bandwagon.
American people that 233 Democrats deserve to decide who the president of the United States should be and disenfranchise 63 million voters. When all is said and done,
bandwagon.
when the history of this
Serve and roll.
impeachment
He
is
needs to
written,
talk about
it will be said
seduction.
that
He was
my
talking
Washington
to
Democrat
people.
friends
He was talking to the
couldn't
public
bring
and
themselves to
saying
work
and talking
with
about them.
Donald Trump, so they console themselves.
He was trying to
instead
appeal to voters by saying,
silencing the
and
will
the best
of
in
those
the
who did
country
American
and whatnot.
people.
He was
And I
trying
yield
to
back.
appeal.
Gentleman from California.
And the only thing I
Mr.
didn't
Speaker,
see
I'm
was
proud to
serve and roll.
recognize the gentleman
When
from
he said that
California,
he
Mr. Sherman, for 1
that
minute.
it was the
Gentleman's
best in
recognized
the
for 1
country
minute.
that has ever seen and all that. That was trying to appeal to voters, appeal to the people watching, to make his side sound better. It wasn't actually
Robert
giving
Mueller
factuals
lays out
and things.
facts from 2017 that constitute obstruction of justice, but says the president cannot be indicted. Only Congress can apply the law to those facts. Many of us have been talking about impeachment since those facts emerged in 2017. Of course, today we focus on more recent crimes. So why did we talk of impeachment?
Oh, I just have a
back
setup.
when a Republican-led
And how do I
Congress
identify
would
them?
not act? Why do we impeach
know
today
by definition
when a
what they are.
Republican-led Senate
And we
is
all
unlikely
kind
to
of,
act?
as long as you know
First,
what the
because it is
word
our
means, we
constitutional
all can
duty,
agree
no
on
matter
it. And if
what
anybody
the political
contests one of
Second,
one of
because
mine,
it is
then
the
they
most
just tell me.
effective tool
And,
to
yeah.
chasten and restrain a president who is not naturally feel constrained by the rule of law. I would note that the president's attempt to extort Ukraine was secretive and furtive, far different from his modus operandi of blazing threats that we saw in 2017. We can only imagine what high crimes and misdemeanors this president would have boldly committed had no one been talking about impeachment then, had he felt immune from impeachment. Today we will demonstrate that the president is not above the law.
Okay, I didn't hear anything that
Madam Speaker,
that
it'd
would
been
deserve
nice if
that.
they'd actually thought those crimes
Nothing
were
on
bad
this
enough to
man?
put in the articles. They did.
Nothing I hear.
yield 3 minutes
Anybody
to the gentleman
argue
from
anything
Texas,
about
Mr.
him?
Ratcliffe.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, do you know who doesn't think the Democrats have presented enough testimony or evidence to impeach President Trump today? It's the Democrats. Sure, here in the House, Democrats running this inquiry have declared they've done everything needed. They have all the testimony and evidence necessary to impeach right now. But right now, down the hall, Democrats in the Senate are saying the exact opposite. They're complaining. They need more evidence and more testimony because Senate Democrats know that House Democrats have built them a house of cards impeachment. An impeachment built by the same Democrats who told America, trust us, President Trump committed treason. He's a Russian agent, and we've got evidence, which of course proved to be totally false and to quote the favorite catchphrase of one member of this House, they got caught. Along the way, those same Democrats said, trust us. The FISA law and court weren't abused by the Obama administration using Democratic opposition research dossier against the Trump campaign and President Trump. Again, totally false, and again, they got caught. And when Democrats started this latest impeachment inquiry, they said, trust us. We have not yet spoken to the whistleblower.
Is he seriously trying to
Again,
use the
totally
exact
false,
opposite?
and
He's using words
Sadly,
that Republicans have literally used. He's trying to use words about Trump getting caught and that they freaking. I can't believe they're trying to do this.
America. But unless a bolt of courage and integrity strikes that side of the room in the next hour, history will reflect that Donald Trump is the third president to be impeached. History may also shortly reflect that he'll be the first president to be reelected after being wrongfully impeached. And if that happens, Democrats won't be able to hide behind a pretend veneer of caring about the Constitution. History will record the Democrats' legacy as a betrayal of the Constitution because the founders meant for impeachment to be used for actions so extraordinary, so rare that it's happened 3 times in 2.5 centuries. It wasn't meant for congratulatory phone calls where there's no crime alleged, where there's no victim, and where the Democrats themselves couldn't even decide what to accuse the president of doing wrong before ending up with this embarrassment of a grab bag of abuse of power article. An obstruction of Congress, to even allege it, is an admission of constitutional illiteracy. The founders had a term for what the Democrats call obstruction of Congress. The founders called it the separation of powers. And the funny thing about obstruction, every time Democrats get caught trying to frame this president for some crime he didn't commit, they follow up by accusing him of obstructing their efforts to frame him for the things he never did in the first place. The founders warned and feared today might come when
how is
impeachment
blocking
was
documents
used
subpoenaed
by
by
the
you?
party that had the most votes.
You're hiding
Today,
evidence that
Democrats
could
are the
incriminate
founders'
yourself.
worst
That's
nightmare
silly,
come
bro.
true. I
Come on.
think most Americans are probably wishing they could impeach the Democrats. To them, I say, you can. Next
Bandwagon
November, I yield
effect.
back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I think when the history of this time is written, it will record that when my colleagues found that they lacked the courage to stand up to this unethical president, they consoled themselves by attacking those who did. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the impeachment of President Donald Trump.
That objection is so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent for the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, for her request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting my vote for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Napolitano, for unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the articles of impeachment against Donald Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
So this is voting.
Madam Speaker,
Is this
the
live?
gentlelady
It
from
is.
Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the impeachment of President Donald Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Wexton, for a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the impeachment of President Donald Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I'm now proud to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Okay, so they were doing some votes.
Madam Speaker, we're here today because of the failure of so many to cast aside narrow ambition to confront the threat standing before us. Offered the chance to investigate this government together, the president and his party stonewalled and obstructed. We're here today because they choose comfort over courage and avarice over the republic. This is the ongoing tragedy of our age, and it is ongoing. The matter is now solely in our hands and belongs to us and us alone. The buck has stopped. Many have invoked the judgment of history
neutral
as an
Senate.
antidote to this threat. But the threat to democracy is here today, not tomorrow. We need not, we must not await the verdict of time for Donald Trump's abuse of power and obstruction. We can offer that verdict right now, and we are.
Gentleman yields back.
Yeah, I
Gentleman
mean-
from Georgia.
Thank you,
I
Madam
want to
Speaker.
give
yield 3
brandishing
minutes to the
anger, but
gentleman
I
from
think he
Ohio,
was
Mr.
just.
Jordan.
Gentleman's
I
recognized
think
for
he was
3
just being
minutes.
Thank you,
passionate.
gentlemen. Madam Speaker, the
Oh my!
Democrats forgot two key
We might
things.
as well just click all of
Forgot
them.
about the facts and they forgot about fairness. 4 facts will never change. We have the call
I'm just gonna
transcript.
click
No
all
quid
of these
pro quo.
now because
have
we
the
already
2 guys
know.
on the call, excuse me, who've repeatedly said
Okay,
there was no
I'll
pressure,
only do
there
them
was
as
no
they come
pushing.
up.
We have
Here
the
we
fact
go.
Ukraine didn't know
This is
aid was
what's
held
up
up
so
at
far.
the time of the phone call, and most importantly, Ukraine took no action, no announcement of investigation to get the aid released. But Democrats don't care.
He's
They don't
gonna be
care
the
about
first
facts,
one to get all
and
of
they
them.
sure don't
I
care about
bet
the
you.
process. No subpoena power for Republicans, no Republican witnesses. During the depositions, Republicans were prevented from getting all their questions answered, but Democrats got every one of their questions. The witness responded to every one of theirs, but not Republicans. The chairman wouldn't let him in. Of course, the whistleblower, the anonymous whistleblower, with
Vilifying
no
the
firsthand
victim.
knowledge, bias against the president, who worked for Joe
He's hitting
Biden,
the
was
hard
never
ones.
compelled to testify. The guy who started it all. This is really about the president's been driving these guys crazy because he's getting things done. He's doing what he said he was going to do. He's having results. Taxes have been cut.
Yeah, but that would
regulations
take
reduced,
months of
unemployment
that would
at
take
its lowest level in 50
months
years,
of
the
more
economy
court.
growing. Gorsuch and Kavanaugh on the court, out of the Iran deal, embassy in Jerusalem,
not
hostages
yet.
home from North Korea, and a new NAFTA agreement coming tomorrow. But guess what?
Seduction, trying
When
to
you
say
drain
that
the
there's
swamp,
other things we got to do.
The swamp fights back. And they started attacking the
He's
president.
trying to say that
before
he's
the
doing his
election
job
even.
as a servant.
July 31st,
He's missing
2016,
bandwagon
there was a Russia
effect.
investigation. The FBI
Bandwagon
spied on
effect.
4 American citizens
Bandwagon
associated with the Trump
effect.
campaign. The FBI took the dossier to the FISA court, the dossier they
Wait for him to
already
say
knew was
something
false. They
along
took
the
it to
lines
court. They
of,
lied to the
but
court
everybody
17
else
times.
is doing it
Guess
in
what?
any
3 days
form.
ago. 3 days ago on national television, even Jim Comey had to admit the FBI was wrong. And yesterday, 1 day ago, the FISA court sends the FBI a letter and says, straighten up, get your act together when it comes to the FISA application process. Think
Shelley
about this.
just purely.
Think about this.
Yeah, he just purely.
The attack started then, and they've continued right up till today. But I want you to think about something. The individual who said the FISA process was fine, the dossier was fine, the Russian investigation was fine, that same individual ran the impeachment process. That same individual's staff met with the whistleblower. That same individual
Is he seriously trying to have Schiff come into trial
That same
again?
individual released the phone records of the president's
Is he
personal attorney,
seriously
released the
trying
phone records of a member of the
to
press,
get?
and released the phone records
Are
of a
you,
Republican
is he
member of the
seriously
United
trying to get
States
Schiff
Congress.
on trial again?
This process has been unfair, it's been dangerous, and it has been harmful to our country. Democrats have never accepted the
Okay,
will of
I
the
can't
American
give
people.
him bandwagon effect for
Nancy
that.
Pelosi made that clear 4 weeks ago when she called the President of the United States an imposter. The will of we the people, the 63 million folks who voted for this guy and made him president in an electoral college landslide. They've never accepted that fact.
Guys!
We are less than 11 months away from the election.
Our manipulation blackout has been achieved by Jim Jordan. Who knew? Who could just guess that? Who could just guess
I'm
that?
proud to recognize a gentleman from
I
Illinois,
was
Mr.
getting
Schneider, for
scared
1 minute.
there because he wasn't doing any bandwagoning yet. He was sticking away from the bandwagon for a long time, but he eventually did it.
Articles of impeachment.
Bravo,
The
bravo,
president
Jim
abused the
Jordan.
power of his office by
Manipulation
corruptly
bingo.
putting his own political interests ahead of our nation's security. He blocked congressionally authorized military aid to coerce Ukraine to launch a phony investigation into his political rival. In the months since, he has waged a campaign of absolute obstruction against Congress's constitutional authority,
Flops?
ordering
I'm
all
sorry,
federal officials to
Nightbot
defy
is
subpoenas
stupid.
and refusing to produce even a single document. Madam Speaker, I take no joy in today's impeachment vote or that the President's actions demand this response. This is a sad moment for our nation. Only twice before has the House voted to impeach a president, and never before on accusations of compromising our nation's security.
We'll go ahead and give him guilt trip.
I hope in the Senate, prosecution and defense can call and cross-examine witnesses, and the senators will hear the evidence and make their decisions without prejudice or prejudgment. This is a solemn moment, but our system of checks and balances was designed for times like these, and I have faith that our Constitution will guide us on the path ahead. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunes.
Gentleman's recognized for
Thank
3
you, gentlemen.
minutes.
Madam Speaker, as the Democrats now admit,
Oh my word,
their attempt
Nunes!
to remove the president began on Trump's inauguration day, when the Democrats' semi-official mouthpiece, the Washington Post, declared, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." For years, the
Nunes,
Democrats tried to
again.
expel the president.
I think
with
he
the
might get.
preposterous
I think he might
accusation that
get
he was a
manipulation
Russian
blackout
agent.
too. Honestly,
As detailed by IG Horowitz, dishonest intelligence officials
Propaganda.
used fake allegations spread by the Democrats to gain approval of a
Selective
spying
attention.
operation against the Trump campaign.
Rationalization.
As they falsely
lying,
accused the Trump
guilt
campaign
trip,
of colluding
shaming,
with Russians, the
playing
Democrats
victim,
themselves colluded with Russians to manufacture these
projecting
allegations in the
blame,
infamous Steele
feigning
dossier.
innocence.
They even tried to get nude pictures of Trump from Russian
Feigning
pranksters.
confusion because they
With
did
the
not
Russian
try to
collusion
get
hoax, the
nude
Democrats
pictures.
had everything
That's
going
clearly
for them.
angry.
Federal
speaking.
investigations run by Trump haters, an endless supply of media cheerleaders, and a galaxy of left-wing interest
Bandwagon
groups amplifying
effect?
their ridiculous
I guess
message.
that bandwagon effect would
And
have
yet,
been against
even
him,
with all those
where
weapons
he
at their
said it there.
disposal, the Russia conspiracy theory collapsed. So they quickly concocted Plan B. The Ukraine hoax was based on a supposed whistleblower who colluded beforehand with the Democrats.
Vilifying the
The
victim.
Democrats then prevented Congress from interviewing the whistleblower while conducting bizarre secret depositions
Servant's
and selectively
role,
leaking testimony
even
to discredited
Trump did
media
it, bro.
hacks. The Democrats showcased the most useful witnesses in public hearings that somehow reduced support for impeachment.
Bandwagon
easy
effect.
to
He
make a coup
suggested that it
attempt boring,
reduced support
but
for
the Democrats
impeachment.
found a way. As it turns out, the
hit it
American
way
people don't
earlier.
think a routine phone call with a foreign leader is a good
He needs
basis for ousting
seduction.
a U.S.
He
president.
needs seduction. He's right now. He needs
Democrats also
seduction.
put
That's
forth
the last thing he
ever-changing
needs.
accusations
He needs
against the
something
president,
to try to
including
appeal to
campaign finance
voters,
violations, quid pro quos,
or
election
to
interference,
to
bribery,
Democrats,
extortion.
or to
Eventually, they ended up with the
or
ridiculous charges we
to
consider today:
the judge.
abuse of power, an utterly meaningless term, and obstruction of Congress. One Democrat has pronounced the president guilty simply because he won't cooperate
He
with
needs
their
to give
plan
somebody a
railroad him.
backhanded compliment,
But the only thing President Trump is guilty of is beating Hillary Clinton.
or
The Democrats refuse to
or
accept that loss,
he
and
or
now
say
they're
something
indicating
directly
they'll
to
continue
help the
their
voters
impeachment
like him
efforts
better.
even after
Like
this
say
one
that it's the
fails
lowest
in the
tax in
US Senate.
history or something like that.
Madam Speaker, after all their deceit, phony investigations, ginned-up crises, and manufactured outrage,
Did he
the
say something?
Democrats
What did
need
he
a
say? I
long
didn't hear it.
Period of rehabilitation. They must learn how to do something productive for the American people instead of ripping the country apart in their lust for power. For that, I yield back the balance.
Okay,
of my
I
time.
didn't hear it, but did he say something like that?
California.
I did not hear it. I did not hear
Madam
it.
Speaker, I thank the gentleman for his remarks, and it's now my pleasure to recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts,
The American
Chairman
people?
Neal, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
No, I don't really think that fits. Just because he says American people, he needs to say like Donald Trump caused the lowest in American history. Just saying it. Like Democrats are going to say that too, so we can't really use that against them because they're not going to use it
Among
as well.
other things, as the Intelligence and Judiciary Committees have painstakingly documented, the president has indeed abused his authority, and he has indeed obstructed justice.
Something about Trump's only crime was beating
congressionally
Clinton.
appropriated U.S. taxpayer dollars from an ally under attack from
That
Russia,
actually, you're right. Maybe.
In our election
Actually,
on his behalf. He has
Shelley, you're
expressed
right.
no remorse,
That
and
might
he
have been. If
continues to
he
maintain
mentioned
his
Clinton
behavior was,
being beaten,
quote,
that could be probably construed as that, indeed.
while simultaneously obstructing legitimate congressional oversight and subpoenas and blocking members of his administration from providing truthful testimony to investigators. His actions are so far beyond the pale that they have left us with no remaining recourse except impeachment, and so we shall impeach. Because as drastic and as unwelcome as this step is, our country faces even greater long-term risk if we fail to respond. We cannot excuse a president who feels entitled to disregard or break the law with impunity. We are a nation built upon the rule of law, not the law of rulers.
Technical bingo.
The framers
we'll
gave
have
us
to
their
wait
best
because
effort
I
in
didn't get to put it on the board.
And indeed, it was an extraordinary one. The Constitution they set down wasn't perfect, but it founded a republic that has endured and thrived with exceptional stability. As the late Senator Moynihan pointed out, only 2 countries in the world, both existed in 1800 and have never had their governments changed by violence since then.
I guess we could
the
give
United
them
States and Britain. Only 8 governments have existed since
diversion?
1914 and have not had their form of government changed by force since then. The United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa,
No,
Sweden,
he makes
and Switzerland.
sense. He's talking about
The
not
innovative
being
system of
changed by
checks and
force,
balances
and I
that
don't
they
want to.
constructed
And
with
I
the
agree, we
separation of
shouldn't
powers
change. I don't think anybody
brought
wants
about
it to be
and
changed by
successfully
force.
negotiated a generation of challenges that we have sustained. In the very first week that the framers began crafting this blueprint for America's freedom and stability, and negotiations,
I don't think so because he's saying something that I think everybody can agree
no government
with.
in the world at that time exposed
Is
the
that
head
if
of government
that
to
this would
impeachment,
cause
but America
us
was to be
that
different.
this would cause
In the view of
something.
the framers, impeachment is in no way a constitutional crisis. It is a process that the framers wisely judged that we would sometimes need. This evening is one of those rare moments. Madison worried that one day the country would elect a president who, quote, might pervert
It pertains
his
directly
administration
to
to a
the,
scheme of peculation or
situation,
oppression.
is what I mean.
He might betray his trust to foreign powers, end of quote. George Mason asked the delegates, quote, shall we see any man to be above justice? And above all, shall that man be above it? Then who can commit the most extensive injustice? End of quote. Of course not, because having just thrown off one king, they would never consent to anoint another one. America firmly rejected the notion of divine right. Speaker Rayburn summed it up, but I have 30 extra seconds, Mr. 30 extra seconds.
Without objection.
Also, grounding
Thank the gentleman.
reality, yep.
Gentleman's recognized.
Article 1 of the Constitution
We
prescribes
put the
Congress as the first
description
branch of
bingo
government.
list.
And just as
I didn't even
importantly,
think
let me
about
quote
that,
Speaker
but yeah, I
Rayburn,
can give you guys,
who was asked, how many presidents did you serve under?
It's literally
and Speaker
a
Rayburn
Wikipedia
answered,
article.
none. I served with 7 presidents of the United States. Impeachment is reserved for moments of grave danger when the constitutional order becomes dangerously out of balance, moments like this one, and that's why I will vote to impeach.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute 45 to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson.
Gentleman's
45
recognized for 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, here we are on the verge of doing exactly what America doesn't want us to do and what they feared that you would do. In 2016, I, along with 63 million American voters, representing 304 electoral college votes, went to the polls and we raised our collective political middle finger to D.C. and voted for Donald Trump. Folks like my father who watched this place destroy his profession of community banking.
All right, there we go.
My friends and family in the textile industry that saw their way of life destroyed following NAFTA. Americans
In the
in rural
description
areas
now is
whose
all of
opportunity
the
in life and voice have been drowned out by the screams of
information.
socialist Democrats. Our friends and neighbors living in poverty.
Wait a second.
And crime,
That's not all of the information.
broken down, project-based public housing, who for generations have been told by this place, this is the best that we think that you can do. Here's your check. God bless you. Now move along. Those voters. And now you want to remove our voice from office. Well, our voice will be heard, and I stand here determined to make sure that it will be, because we will fight back against this corrupt and unfair impeachment process. How dare you, the liberal elites, the condescending bureaucrats,
what is he doing?
every other kind of swamp critter in this godforsaken place, tell the American public who the president should be.
Guilt trip.
That's the job of the American voter, not yours.
Servant role.
This whole flipping goat rodeo
seduction,
is a sham
projecting
and a shame,
blame,
and it will not be
innocence,
forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
I didn't hear him vilify.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Heck, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this week Americans are busy finishing up their Christmas shopping, mostly for their children, or if they're lucky enough to have them, their grandchildren.
Diversion.
And high school and college students are taking final exams and sweating out the results. And that got me to thinking about those who follow and what our obligation is to them.
I'll take this off.
That got me thinking about those who came before and how they might have seen their obligation to us. People like my grandfather, whom our family believes literally was born on the boat on the way over here from Germany.
I guess we can still leave diversion.
Or my father, who fought in World War II against the very people that his grandfather had left. We're all here today, all of us, because someone before us sacrificed so that they could journey here and build a new life in this unique land. And we are here today because those immigrants and their children were dedicated not just to the land of America, but to the idea, freedom and opportunity secured by self-government, choosing our own leaders in free and fair elections, and the rule of law under the Constitution.
Gentleman's time's expired.
2 minutes?
See you later,
Madam Speaker,
Shelley.
happy to yield another 30 seconds to the gentleman from Washington.
Gentleman's recognized.
This idea of America is in peril. Brought about
I
so by
liked
this
how they went
president
about that.
who sought to cheat
I liked
in an
how they
election.
went about that. He didn't just
A president
continue
who
his
puts
all like,
himself above the law
may
and
I have
attacks
more?
the bedrock
That
constitutional
was
precept
professional.
Of checks
Oh,
and
man.
balances. Yeah, the question is, can America survive this behavior? What idea will we hand down to those who follow us? And finally, what is our obligation to those who would follow? It is simply this: to do our duty, to defend the Constitution and the values underpinning it by voting yes on the Articles of Impeachment. I yield back the balance of my time.
I liked that.
Gentleman from Georgia.
That was good.
I reserve, Madam Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
He
California.
didn't try to sit there and.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings, for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we live in the greatest democracy in the world, and I am convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans are good, decent people who work hard and play by the rules. But then we have people who have no respect for the law, people who have little regard for the rules, people who spend a lot of their time trying to figure out how to game
Are nice
the
and
system.
calm. Well, they're passionate.
Law enforcement
so
officers
not necessarily
call them
always calm.
habitual offenders. And the more they get away with, the more likely they are to engage in misconduct. Some say it takes courage to hold powerful people accountable, but I see it differently. I see it
Yelling?
as a sense
Nah,
of
I
duty,
consider this as
a
passionate.
regular part of my job as
Just
a member
because she's
of
passionate
Congress.
doesn't mean she's angry.
However, habitual offenders usually don't sneak up on you. They usually telegraph their intentions time and time again. On July 27th of 2016 in my home state of Florida.
Because if we considered this as brandishing anger, we'd have to consider almost every single one of the testimonies by Republicans as brandishing
foreign
anger.
interference into U.S. elections. But then the day after the special counsel testified before Congress, the president, feeling undeterred and emboldened, said, called President Zelensky and pressured him to help him rig the elections, and chose to hold much-needed military aid over our allies' head until the president's demands were met. Now, I served 12 years on the hostage negotiations team, and I know that pressure and demands come in many forms. And in this scheme, we had both. I've enforced the laws, and now I write the laws. But the laws mean nothing if the accused can destroy evidence, stop witnesses from testifying, and blatantly refuse to cooperate. I ask you to name somebody in your community or your family who can do that. I know the president said that he can get away with anything he wants to. I come today to tell you that no, he cannot, because no one is above the law, and he shall be held accountable.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this moment, I yield for a unanimous consent request. The gentleman from Arkansas,
Gentleman's
Ms. Crawford.
recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter my remarks into the record in opposition to this sham impeachment.
Without objection,
Oh my word!
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
He wanted it to go into the record as sham impeachment.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. And Madam Speaker, I rise today on the floor of
That
this
is so
magnificent
unprofessional.
chamber, the very heart of our democratic republic. And I would imagine, Madam Speaker, that every one of us in this chamber, regardless of party, understands, shares a common view that being citizens of this great republic is among life's most tremendous blessings. We all know that no force on earth is more powerful than the force of freedom. It is our miraculous constitutional system, Madam Speaker, defended by our men and women in uniform, that has safeguarded that freedom for 230 years. Each one of us in this chamber bears a sacred duty, passed down to us through generations and affirmed in our oath of office, to preserve and protect our Constitution. Madam Speaker, our nation's framers recognized that this republic is fragile and that extreme partisanship can be among the most severe threats to its survival.
I'm waiting to hear something.
That is why in Federalist 65, Alexander Hamilton wrote, quote, "There will always be the greatest danger that the impeachment decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." Here, Madam Speaker, our Democratic colleagues have been working to remove this president since the day he was elected.
She was doing so
searching
good.
for an offense on which
She
they
was
could impeach.
doing
Failing
so
to find
good.
one, Madam Speaker,
She
they
was
have
doing
decided
so
to assume one.
good.
Rather than
I
attempting
thought
to
she was
enforce their
actually gonna
subpoenas in
be.
court, they have also decided
I
to
thought she was
declare
also
it a
gonna
high
be
crime
like
and misdemeanor
going
when the
against
President of
the
the United
Republicans.
States asserts his constitutional privileges.
Man.
The Democrats are asking members of this body to impeach, despite the fact that they have presented no direct evidence of any impeachable offense. Let me say it one more time, Madam Speaker. They have presented no direct evidence of any impeachable offense. If anyone in this chamber still believes the Democrats have proven their case, I would urge those members to ask the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Schiff, why he failed to appear to answer questions about his report.
Are you
Before
serious?
members
That's
vote
oh
for
my
impeachment,
word,
they
lady.
might want to know why the author of the impeachment report will not defend it under questioning. If the House impeaches here, Madam Speaker, it will create exactly the type of risk the framers cautioned us to avoid. It will mean that divided government can imperil a democratically elected president based on unproven allegations and innuendo
my word.
in the absence absence of direct
Brandishing anger because they're
testimony.
angry about
Despite
Schiff.
all the rhetoric you've heard today, Madam Speaker, passage of these articles of impeachment may permanently damage our republic. From this day forward, a hyper-partisan, bare majority can cite this precedent to try to remove a future commander-in-chief. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Madam Speaker, think of our republic, think of the Constitution, think of the oath that we all swore to protect and defend that Constitution, and vote against these partisan, reckless, and dangerous articles of impeachment. I yield back.
She almost sounds like she's for
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today we proclaim that no person is above the law, not even the President of the United States. Donald J. Trump abused the power of his office and violated his oath of office by extorting a new and inexperienced president of a vulnerable foreign ally to dig up dirt on Mr. Trump's domestic political opponents. He then obstructed the Congress, this equal branch of our government, from undertaking our duty, outlined in the Constitution itself, to investigate and check these violations. Today, we do nothing more and nothing less than fulfill our duty to our country and to our Constitution. Mr. Trump has allowed foreign powers to interfere in our domestic affairs. He has endangered our national security and our democracy itself. For those reasons, we must impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, at this point, I have a yield for a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from Oregon.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd pose this resolution on impeachment and ask that my words be put in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I have unanimous consent request from the gentleman from South Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I oppose these resolutions. I ask for my comments to be admitted into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent for the gentleman from Mississippi.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the articles of impeachment and like my comments be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask of the gentleman, is he ready to close?
No, we have a few more speakers.
Then I reserve.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiat, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, if you live in Lenox Avenue in the village of Harlem in my district, you are not above the law. If you live on Webster Avenue in the Bronx part of my district, you are not above the law. If you live in Washington Heights, the immigrant neighborhood in my district, you are not above the law. So I submit to you that if you live on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, you are not above the law, and you will be held accountable. President Donald Trump asked Ukrainian president to do us a favor and look into the Biden. That's abuse of power. President Trump used the official White House meeting to extort a Ukrainian president. That's abuse of power. President Trump ordered White House staff to withhold $400 million in aid to the Ukraine.
That's
abuse of power. President Trump and his staff defied multiple subpoenas from Congress. That's obstruction of Congress. He blocked witnesses from testifying before this body. That's obstruction of Congress.
He just explained it to you. He literally just explained it to you. When I was muted, he was sitting here explaining every piece of evidence.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I yield for unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter my statement into the record.
Oh, you can hear me now.
Recording that I am opposed to this articles of impeachment on the basis that
The evidence against Trump is that Trump is the president.
I reserve.
As the president, he reserves the right to block subpoenas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Brownlee,
Then
for
the
1
Congress
minute.
then subpoenaed the White House and Trump to come testify and for documents. And when Trump asked to testify, he was allowed to come testify and bring some witnesses of his staff. And he refused. That's evidence. He blocked Congress he blocked congressional subpoenas with his power. And because he uses power, that's abuse of power. And he blocked an investigation into himself. That's obstruction of Congress. Therefore, the articles of impeachment are completely logical and uncontested. The facts that Republicans are contesting are saying that Zelensky did not have a quid pro quo.
And their families have made for all that we hold so dear. That abuse of power is reprehensible, and it is exactly what impeachment was designed to prevent. We have a solemn duty to protect our Constitution, to protect our democracy, and to honor all those who have laid their lives on the line for these United States of America. I yield back.
I didn't see anything
Madam Speaker. At this time,
on her side.
for a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Davis, for 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, make no mistake. We are not
On the Electoral College,
this
it's
president.
an outdated system.
He is impeaching himself. If you are the president and you obstruct justice, try to bribe a foreign leader, and threaten national security, you're going to get impeached. End of story.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina for a unanimous consent request.
She should have spent more time.
Consent to enter into the record my opposition to these
measured her
articles.
papers and like.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlewoman
That's
from New Mexico,
hilarious.
Ms. Holland, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you as a representative of New Mexico, a place where we believe in dignity and respect for all. In Congress, I've been fighting for them. We've been working to make health care more affordable, education accessible, and move our country forward for the people. But today, this president has forced us into a serious debate. We're talking about
I'm
a
gonna
president
put
who used
servant
the power
role
of
on
the
that.
presidency for his own political gain, risking our national security and putting the integrity of the next election at risk. It's a sad day when a president shows complete disrespect for Congress as a co-equal branch of government and for the
Seduction.
American
I think
people
servant
who
role
elected us.
is better
We
fits that.
collected the evidence and the facts are indisputable. We all took an oath to protect and defend our Constitution. We have the solemn responsibility to hold this president accountable because it's our job. I urge my colleagues to live up to our responsibility and show our fellow Americans that no one, not even the president, is above the law, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this moment, I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of
Hey, Ray,
impeachment.
buddy.
And I reserve.
But Ray, buddy. What matters right now
Madam
is
Speaker, I
that he has
recognize
broken
the
the law,
gentlelady from
and then
North
there's
Carolina,
articles of
Ms.
impeachment
Adams,
that
for a unanimous
have
consent
that they
request.
cannot
Gentlelady's
defend.
recognized.
You cannot agree that he
Speaker,
didn't
I
break
ask
the law,
unanimous consent
and if he
to
broke
enter
the
into
law,
the record my statement in
you
support
get
of the
impeached.
articles of
You break the law, you get
impeachment
impeached.
against
Simple as
President
that.
Donald J.
That's
Trump.
as the lady
Without
said.
objection, so ordered.
we're going over manipulation methods in this stream on when they're doing any sort of method that is a method of manipulation.
5 minutes to the gentleman.
We put it on the
from
screen.
Louisiana,
Whenever they're using a method of manipulation, we put that method of manipulation on the screen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Impeaching a president of the United States. This isn't about some solemn duty tonight. Let's talk about what this is really about. This has been about a political vendetta.
Diversion,
a political
evasion.
vendetta that didn't just start with the Zelensky call. It started long before that. Just listen to some of the quotes from Democrats in this chamber. Speaker Pelosi, quote, "It's been going on for 22 months,
blame.
2.5 years actually. We cannot accept a second term for Donald
Brandishing
Trump.
anger, feigning
What's more
confusion.
serious is that he can't win. This isn't about some crime that was committed. It's about fear that he might win re-election. That's not why you impeach a president." Al Green, quote, "I'm concerned that if we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected." The list goes on, Madam Speaker. In fact, there's some quotes that I can't even read on this House floor that some of our colleagues made. And keep in mind, more than 100 Democrats on this House floor voted to impeach this president before the Zelensky phone call. Just look at some of these articles of impeachment that they voted
that's a
for.
lie.
2 years ago, 58 Democrats voted to impeach the president over comments he made about NFL players kneeling for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Propaganda.
Impeaching the president, over 50 Democrats voted to impeach him for that. Just this summer,
no, we won't do
over
shaming and guilt
90
trip for those.
Democrats voted to impeach the president
Blame
for
victim.
comments he made about the squad. So he makes comments about some other members of Congress
Feigning
who make a lot of
innocence.
comments about him, and 95 members vote to impeach the President of the United States. This is a political vendetta. It has
Selective
nothing to do with
attention.
the crime committed. There was no crime. And why don't we listen to some of the witnesses? Obviously, we weren't able
Denial.
to call all the witnesses we wanted, but
Lying.
there were witnesses. In fact, Gordon Sondland, U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, he's mentioned over 600 times in the Schiff report. He was their star witness. And what did he say when asked? Quote, "Did President Trump ever tell you personally about any preconditions for anything?" His answer, no. Any preconditions for the aid to be released?
He also said
No.
that there was
Any
a quid pro
preconditions for a
quid
White
pro
House
quo
meeting?
directly.
Under oath he testified,
Why is he
no.
ignoring that?
Abuse of power. Let's talk about that article of impeachment, Madam Speaker. George Washington law professor Turley, who admitted under oath that he voted against Donald Trump, spoke to this claim of abuse of power. In fact, he said, quote, "If you make a high crime
We're
and
still
misdemeanor
waiting for
out
him
of
to hit
going
the
to
other
court,
ones. He hasn't even
it is
shamed
an abuse
yet.
of power.
I mean, the
It's
only
your
shame,
abuse of power.
the only
You are
shame he
doing
has right
precisely
now
what
is
you
that
are
it should be against
criticizing
himself.
The president of doing abuse of power. There's a House rule, Madam Speaker, that requires, not allows, but requires that the minority get a
Put it
day
on
of
the
hearing, which
screen
we
so
asked for
40
multiple
times.
times. They broke this rule. They didn't allow us to have a minority day of hearing. They didn't want to hear the facts
Are
about this
you
case because it was
serious?
never about the facts because there
He's
was
trying
no
to
crime.
shame.
It
I'm
is
going to put
about
those
a
under
personal
guilt trip and
political
shaming.
vendetta.
He's
Now let's talk
trying
about
to.
obstruction of
Oh my
Congress.
word! And he's trying to say
As
that
they
he's
make
doing
up
his
these
job.
terms to impeach a president because
What
they
the
didn't find a
flip?
crime and they were looking. It's been an impeachment in search of a crime. But they talk about obstruction of Congress and saying the president defied subpoenas, subpoena after subpoena. Let's go through the departments. The Department of State they subpoenaed. Do you know that literally just 4 days after the subpoena, the Secretary of State himself responded to your subpoena? The Department of Defense, a week later, responded to the subpoena. The Department of Energy responded to the subpoena.
Yeah,
We can go
he's
on
like,
and on
he's
with
like,
all of these
yeah,
agencies. That's an abuse of power. That's
these
an
like
obstruction
three
of Congress
people,
responding
these
to your
three
subpoena.
people out of
That's
this,
what they
out
did.
of
They
all the
respond.
people you wanted
might
to
not have liked
subpoena.
the answer, but that's not
He's
the
all
way this
like,
works. You
all
don't
these
impeach
people
the
that were
president
not
because you
involved
don't
and
like his
subpoenaed went.
policy.
So
As
why
some of
aren't
those
you
foreign
happy?
policy
Come on,
experts
man.
came and testified. But
Come
this
on.
isn't just about Donald Trump. They don't just hate Donald Trump, Madam Speaker. They hate the 63 million Americans who voted for
Bandwagon.
this president. The forgotten men and women of this country who have been left behind, Madam
Seduction.
House will be in order.
What are they saying?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's those forgotten men and women of this country that Washington had left behind. And what's this president doing for them? He's delivering for them. 600 jobs in Pennsylvania, 1,000 jobs, workers in Mingo Junction, Ohio.
600 jobs in this one
for
place.
600 new jobs across this country. Detroit News, Chrysler, 6,500 new jobs. That's what this president is doing to deliver for those men and women of this country who had been left behind. It's about
Seduction.
time somebody
Oh, you're
stands
right.
up for him, and President Trump is.
Oh, I already had
So it is a political
seduction.
it is
He's
a
missing
political
vilifying
vendetta,
a victim.
But if they're going to go through with this, Madam Speaker, impeachment will not just be a stain on this Democrat majority.
He's
Impeachment
missing just
will be
vilifying
their
victims.
legacy. I
Members
yield
are
back.
reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California.
What is going on with there?
Madam Speaker, I recognize Ms. Custer from New Hampshire for unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request the unanimous consent for enter in my statement into the record regarding the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge in favor of articles of impeachment. Thank you.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, it is now my pleasure to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Hoyer, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
What? Oh, because of the caps. Right?
My colleagues.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have had the honor of serving in this House for over 38 years. I've served during 6 presidencies. I've been here through moments of tremendous progress and terrible tragedy. I've seen periods of rank partisanship and patriotic bipartisanship. I've seen our two-party system work, and I've seen it break down. Never, in all my years of serving in this great institution that I love, and the people of my district, did I ever expect to encounter such an obvious wrongdoing by a President of the United States.
Are they seriously booing him? Where do they think they are? A monster truck rally?
Craven rationalization of presidential actions, which have put our national security at risk, undermined the integrity of our elections, and defied the constitutional authority of the Congress to conduct oversight. We've heard from Republicans that this impeachment really has to do with policy differences or how we feel personally about the president, about his temperament, or that we simply dislike him. Throughout the Trump presidency, Democrats have resisted pursuing impeachment, even as we watched with dismay and disgust at a pattern of wrongdoing. That pattern included ordering federal agencies to lie to the public, firing the FBI director for refusing to end investigations of his campaign, siding with Vladimir Putin against our intelligence agencies, taking funding away from the military to put towards an ineffective border wall, and setting policies that have led to the separation of families and caging of children. We have to be sure deep disagreements with the policies and actions taken by this president. There's been a lot of talk about the 63 million people who voted for Mr. Trump. Little talk about the 65 million people who voted for Hillary Clinton.
Okay, well, we have to give him we can't give him bandwagon because he's just responding to them talking about 63 millions.
The House will stay in order. The gentleman deserves to be heard. Gentleman's recognized.
Did they seriously just groan?
Because we have an electoral
Democrats were the ones clapping, though. I don't see why the Republicans would have
But none of
clapped
these
for him.
are reasons to pursue what Chairman Schiff has called a wrenching process for the nation. In fact, Democrats rejected that process emphatically in 3 specific
bandwagoning
votes.
himself, kind of.
In December of 2017, Democrats overwhelmingly voted against pursuing articles of impeachment, including the Speaker and myself. We did so again in 2018, with over 60% of the Democrats rejecting pursuing articles of impeachment. And again, just months ago, in July of 2019, 60% of the Democrats said no to pursuing articles of impeachment. Just days before the infamous July 25th telephone call. We did the same with 60% of Democrats voting not to proceed. Credible witnesses, many of whom were appointed to office by President Trump, have corroborated the details and timeline of his abuse of presidential power, which forms the basis of the first article of impeachment in this resolution.
Indeed, Blops.
Instead, I will not recount all of the witnesses or abuses that have occurred.
We tried to give him
congratulate my
bandwagoning, but he
colleagues,
was just explaining about
Mr. Nadler and his
Republican
committee and Mr.
bandwagoning.
Schiff and his committee for setting forth a
He gave their statistic and his own.
They've been laid
so
out
I don't
fully
think that can
in
be
the articles
considered
before us and
bandwagoning.
by colleagues in their remarks.
I mean, I guess a little bit because
What
it
I
is
will
more
do
people, but that's just fact.
is
at that
remind
point,
Americans
so.
that the House provided President Trump every opportunity to prove his innocence.
He was
but the
afforded every
witnesses were
opportunity.
precluded from coming forth. The witnesses who have personal knowledge did not come, either at the president's request, in which he refused to show up because he thought it was a sham, as so many of you have said, or to the committees. Instead, he ignored congressional subpoenas for documents and for testimony by White House officials and ordered his subordinates not to cooperate. Perhaps they could have exonerated him. This itself, I suggest to you, is unprecedented. When President Nixon and Clinton were asked to hand over documents that allow officials to testify, ultimately both complied because it is the law. Such actions of the president can be taken as further evidence of his obstruction and abuse of power. It is, in and of itself, impeachable conduct, the subject of the second article of impeachment. These 2 articles before us concern 2 very profound constitutional issues about the abuse of power in our republic. First, whether it is acceptable for the President of the United States, any president, to solicit foreign interference in our elections. There is a difference as to whether he's done that, and the place to try that is in the United States Senate. But we believe strongly there is probable cause to conclude that. To undermine our national security, the integrity of our elections, and the integrity of our democracy. And secondly, whether it is permissible for the President to obstruct Congress and act as if he is above the law and immune from constitutional oversight. On December 4th, the Judiciary Committee heard the testimony of constitutional law experts who weighed in on these points. Some 1,500 historians have said the same thing. As Professor Noah Feldman said, if we cannot impeach a president who abuses his office for personal advantage, we no longer live in a democracy. We live in a monarchy, or we live under a dictatorship. The votes we are about to take concern the rule of law and our democracy itself. Let us not forget the words of John Locke, so influential to the founders of our republic. John Locke, millennia ago, said this: wherever law ends, tyranny begins. This impeachment asks whether we are still a republic of laws, as our founders intended, or whether we will accept that one person can be above the law. In America, as we have said over and over again, no one is above the law, but only as long as we hold every person accountable for breaking the law, even a president, will that be true. If the House does not act, if we wait and delay, we run the risk of allowing the president's misconduct, if we believe it to be so, to be repeated at the expense of the integrity of our elections, our national security, and our constitutional system of separation of powers. Democrats did not choose this impeachment. We did not wish for it. We voted against it. We voted against it once. We voted against it twice. We voted against it 3 times as recently as July. We did not want this.
He has not said one single
However,
manipulation
President
tactic.
Trump's misconduct has forced our constitutional republic to protect itself. These votes that we are about to take and the process that will follow in the Senate are not only an assessment of the President's commitment to the Constitution or to his oath of office, it is, as well, a test of our own. Damning evidence of the President's high crimes has emerged. Nevertheless, Republican members of this House and of the Senate have continued to defend a President whose actions seem to many of us to be indefensible. All of us feel a sense of loyalty to party. It's what makes our two-party system function. It's what helps hold presidents and majorities accountable. But party loyalty must have its limits. And as evidence of the president's impeachable offenses have mounted daily as the witnesses testified, it has become increasingly clear that the limits of partisanship have been reached and passed. Now Democrats and Republicans together face a test before our constituents, our countrymen, and our Creator. The New York Times on October 18th summarized the question now posed to House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats. Compromise by compromise, Donald Trump has hammered away at what Republicans once saw as foundational virtues: decency, honesty, responsibility, and yes, even civility. Went on to say, will they commit themselves and their party wholly to Mr. Trump, embracing even his most anti-democratic actions? Or will they take the first step towards separating themselves from him and restoring confidence in the rule of law? Madam Speaker, we have seen Republican courage throughout our history, from the Civil War to the Cold War. In 1950, Margaret Chase Smith, the senator from Maine, a Republican, spoke bravely against the cancer of McCarthyism in her party, leading 6 of her Republican colleagues in a declaration of conscience against their own leadership. We are Republicans, they declared, but we are Americans first. In 1974, one congressman took the brave and principled step of becoming the first Republican on the Judiciary Committee to support impeaching President Nixon. He said to his colleagues and to the country, and I quote, "It isn't easy for me to align myself against the president to whom I gave my enthusiastic support, on whose side I've stood in many legislative battles, whose accomplishments in foreign and domestic affairs I've consistently applauded."
Sorry, Colt.
But it is impossible, he went on to say, for me to condone or ignore the long train of abuses to which he has subjected the presidency and the people of this country. The Constitution and my own oath of office, he said, demand that I bear true faith and allegiance to the principles of law and justice upon which this nation was founded. And he concluded, and I cannot, in good conscience, turn away from the evidence of evil that is to me so clear and compelling. My colleagues, that congressman's name was Larry Hogan Sr. He represented the 5th District of Maryland, which I now represent. His son is presently the 2nd-term Republican governor of our state.
I think she's the stenographer.
When Larry Hogan Sr. died in 2017, every obituary led with praise for his act of political courage. Who among us, many years from now, will receive such praise as a man or woman of courage? Who will regret not having earned it? We've talked a lot about partisan differences. There is one person who has spoken today who is neither a member of the Republican Party nor the Democratic Party. His name is Justin Amash, who represents a Republican district. He left the Republican Party, and in doing so, he admonished his colleagues that, quote, this president will only be in power for a short time, but excusing his behavior will forever tarnish your name. He spoke on this floor in support of the 2 articles that we will consider this evening. Neither a Democrat nor a Republican. Representative Amash, of course, is the only member of this House who has no allegiance to either party, but to his country. He is supporting, as I've said, both articles. We need not ask who will be the first to show courage by standing up to President Trump. The question we must now ask is, who will be the last to find it? The pages of our history are filled with Americans who have the courage to choose country over party or personality. But as President Kennedy wrote, the stories of past courage can teach. They can offer hope. They can provide inspiration. But they cannot supply courage itself. For this, President Kennedy said, each man, each woman must look into their own soul. I urge my fellow colleagues in the House and, yes, in the Senate to look into your soul. Summons the courage to vote for our Constitution and our democracy. I understand we will all not see the same conclusion, but to do less betrays our oath and that of our founders, who pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor. Let us neither turn away from the evidence, which to me seems so clear, nor from our good conscience, which compels us to do what in our hearts we know to be right. Let us not allow the rule of law to end or for tyranny to find its toehold. With our votes today, we can bear true faith and allegiance to the vision of our founders, and we can show future generation what it truly means to be Americans first. Vote yes.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Wow, that was that. I don't know. I didn't hear anything from manipulation.
Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, just off of this floor, I said that a dark cloud was descending upon this body. And today, because of the clock and the calendar, it is closing. It is amazing to me what I just heard from the majority leader, that Mr. Schiff and Mr. Nadler presented a compelling case for impeachment. If this is a compelling case for impeachment, I'm not sure why we're here right now. It is not anywhere close to compelling. But you know what is interesting is what I have heard today. The majority leader just spoke and said that if the president was given every opportunity to come prove his innocence, I tell you what, Madam Speaker, let me have just a few minutes, stop the clock, and let me go around to the press corps and to everybody here, and I'm going to accuse you of something. You did it. You did it. You did it. You did it.
He's
Now,
clearly
prove it
upset.
You did it. Guess what? You don't want to, because deep down you know that that's turning the entire jurisprudence of this country upside down. You are you're not guilty until you're proven. You're innocent. And today from this floor, we have heard the majority leader say this president is guilty and not the other way around.
Rationalization.
He is innocent, and these come nowhere close to proving it. But what is left of this body? Let's have an honest conversation, Madam Speaker. What we have found over the past few weeks is it is okay for the majority to tear down a foreign leader because they can't make their case. They called him a liar or weak or worse, or as it was called in the committee, even looked like a battered wife. It is below the dignity of this body and this majority to tear down a foreign leader because they can't make their case against this one.
He's so upset.
We have broken rules in this House, even to this moment. Chairman Schiff and the others have broken House Resolution 660 by not turning over the things that they should be turning over. I still have not got a transcript. We still don't know what got in the White House. Still has not got their stuff. I guess minority hearing rule days don't matter either. You see, there is a problem here because we're going to vote this tonight while breaking the rules. What a shameful incident. But we also found in creative interpretation of minority rights. We saw the rise of partisanship because of things that have been done even further. And we've even seen members smeared in reports by drive-by political hacks when they match numbers of the majority or the ranking member and the members of the press. That ought to concern every one of you as much as it concerns every one of us. Nothing but a drive-by hit. But you know something? This majority leader also just said,
a bunch
wherever
of
law ends,
evasion,
tyranny begins.
deflection.
But I will say this, in this house, wherever the rules are disregarded, chaos and mob rule actually begin, and the majority has taken that to a new level. It has been said today, where is bravery? I'll tell you where bravery is found and courage is found. It's found in this minority who has lived through the last year of nothing but rules being broken, people being put down, questions not being answered, and this majority say, be damned with anything else, we're going to impeach and do whatever we want to do. Why? Because we won an election. I guarantee you,
They're upset because they don't have the facts on their side. That's why they're so upset. They're so upset because the facts aren't on their side, and they are getting more and more upset because that's what happens when you're backed into a corner of lies.
So far. But you know they're really careful.
That's what happens.
Oh, you want to deal in
like
process
notice how
and
none of
process.
the everybody on the other side is not angry. They're passionate about helping the country, and then everybody on this side is angry at Democrats.
Look at the call.
They're angry at Democrats, angry at the process, angry at the fact that we have laws.
There was nothing done to get the aid, and the aid actually came. There were 5 meetings, but when you look at it right now, none of which matter, because right now the dark cloud is descending upon this house, and I am fearful, Madam Speaker. When I look out in that abyss, I don't know what I see, but I tell you what I do see. I see coming up a president who will put his head down even through this sham impeachment, and he will do his job. He will put the American people first. He will tell them that I care about you. He will still put the economy first, and he will make sure this country stays strong. That's what I see in this abyss. That's where we're going. And Madam Speaker, it is with that hope in the future that I recognize right now that I yield 1 minute to the Republican leader of this House, the Republican from California, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Losing battle. Yep.
Madam Speaker, I must warn you, I'm about to say something my Democratic colleagues hate to hear. Donald J. Trump is President of the United States.
Okay. And thanks for adding evasion and diversion.
He's president today, he'll be president tomorrow, and he will be president when this impeachment is over.
Brandishing anger. No! Dang it, give me the resume. We weren't done with all of him yet. He's probably already done. And I know, right?
Or as the elected representative from the Central Valley of California. I rise as Kevin McCarthy, citizen, no better, no worse than the 4,435
servant role if he's talking about himself
that are in this chamber, or the 330 million Americans watching this institution make what I believe to be one of the worst decisions we have ever made. It doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, whether you're liberal or you're conservative, whether you're the first generation or the 10th.
No, wait, he didn't.
At our core, we are all American, all of us.
Indeed.
We choose our future. We choose what kind of nation we want to be. Here is our choice tonight. Will we let impeachment become an exercise of raw
rationalization
power, regardless if it damages our country?
Propaganda.
Or will we protect the proper grounds and process for impeachment now and in the future? For months, Democrats and many in the media have attempted to normalize the impeachment process that would remove a duly elected president from office. After 3 years of breathless and baseless outrage, this is their last attempt to stop the Trump presidency. Madam Speaker, Speaker Pelosi even recently admitted that Democrats have been working on this impeachment for 2.5
Playing
years.
victim.
Those were her words. They were not mine.
Also selective attention.
Because they lost to him in 2016, they'll do anything
Feigning
or say
confusion
anything
about the
to stop them in
situation.
2020. That's not America. That's not how democratic republics behave. Elections matter. Voters matter.
You can't
And
argue
in
the
11
voters
months,
matter
the
and then
people's
rely on
voice will be
electoral
heard
college. Come on.
again.
I'm gonna have to put that under
Impeachment is
lying.
the most consequential decision
Possibly even
Congress
denial.
can make other than sending our men and women into war. Yet 85 days ago, Speaker Pelosi chose to impeach the President of the United States.
Seduction, you think?
She wrote the script and
I think
created
we'll
an
remove
artificial
lying
timeline to
and
make
put in
the
seduction.
details fit.
Yeah, because he was all. I think you're right. Yeah, because he was
Why
like,
else
because
are we
voters
doing
matter.
this just hours before Christmas?
Just
that's
hours
all it
before
was,
Christmas? What
a
does
rush
that have
to
to do with
judgment,
anything?
She could be forgiven. But before the Speaker saw one word or one shred of evidence, she moved to impeach. In the past, in this
Nothing but
body,
aggressive, indeed.
such a step demanded a vote from all of us from the start. But not only did she move to impeach before she gave this House and the hundreds of millions of people we represent a say in whether to pursue an impeachment inquiry, she threw out the bipartisan standards this House gave President Nixon and Clinton.
And the word stuff is lagging?
That is why I immediately sent Speaker Pelosi a letter asking her to follow the rules of history, of tradition, and follow those standards that have served America well. What did she say? She rejected it. She rejected it because Democrats knew a fair process would crumble their case. A fair process would have exposed to the American public what many already knew.
He's
Democrats have wanted to
denying
impeach
the fair
President
process
Trump
that he's got,
since the
and
day
he's
he was
and I
elected.
want to, and I'm trying to be, I'm trying
And
to
nothing
keep
was going to get in their
as
way,
much.
certainly not the truth. Madam Speaker, Chairman Schiff said he had evidence more than circumstantial of collusion. That was false.
Of course
in
he
January, where we all stood in this
And
body.
that's lying.
We stood up, we raised our
Thanks
hands,
for
we swore
putting
that
that
we'd
in there.
uphold the Constitution.
This is not a time to hold for applause.
And a few mere hours after that, Congresswoman Tlaib said she was going to
Can't
impeach the
believe
mother.
that. He sat there and waited. I'm going to put bandwagon effect in there.
Those are
Because
not
he
my
sat
words.
there and waited for an applause to happen. Which
A
is
year
sad.
before taking the majority,
If the applause
Chairman
had happened
Nadler
separate,
campaigned
one.
to the
But
Democrats
he was
that he wanted to be chairman
waiting
of the
for
Judiciary
that
Committee where
applause. He
impeachment
sat there
is.
silently for a couple of
New
seconds
York
like
Times
this.
writes, Madam Speaker,
And then they're like, oh,
because he is the
this is when he
strongest
he
member
said
to
to
lead a
applause here.
potential impeachment.
Yeah.
And Congressman Raskin, a leading Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, one that the Democrats had represented in the Rules Committee for these articles just yesterday, told a crowd he would impeach President Trump 2 days before he was ever sworn into office. What we've seen is a rigged process that has led to the most partisan and least credible impeachment in the history of America.
That's
That is this
propaganda.
legacy.
That's denial.
Any
Denial,
prosecutor in this
that's
country
lying.
would be disbarred for such blatant bias, especially if that prosecutor was the fact witness, the judge, and the jury.
Yeah, he wants Trump to be able to judge his own
Madam Speaker, Democrats
ability
haven't just
to
failed
whether
on
he did
process,
things.
has also failed on evidence.
All right, he's gonna do.
I've heard a lot of debate on this floor today, but I haven't heard one member of
Right.
this body dispute this simple fact. President Trump provided lethal aid to Ukraine. It came before the call. It came after the call. And it continues to this day. President Trump provided Ukraine tank busting bombs.
That is gaslighting.
They gave blankets. This is the truth.
That is gaslighting and
Meanwhile,
propaganda.
the
That is
Democrats' case
propaganda to
second-hand
the
opinions
max,
and
guys. That is propaganda to the max. Suggest by changing the timeline of things, it's propaganda. It's a white lie to make it sound better.
And I would challenge to say he's probably the most respected.
It's
and we
propaganda.
all know it. A Democrat who did not vote for the president said under oath there was no bribery, there was no extortion, no obstruction of justice, and no abuse of power.
All prior to obstruction of his obstruction of Congress, which is the article of impeachment.
Turley called this
the article of impeachment is obstruction of Congress, not obstruction of justice.
Impeachment in the U.S. history.
Again, that's diversion.
Such a definitive answer.
That's a whole bunch of information that is word salad that has nothing to do with the articles of impeachment.
Still moving forward with
this is all diversion.
Without evidence of facts.
He's arguing that the articles of impeachment say anything about bribery or anything like that. They don't. The articles of impeachment are purely about Trump withholding subpoenaed documents and subpoenaed testimonies from Congress. It has nothing to do with bribery or quid pro quo.
Unfounded and improper.
They didn't even read the document, apparently. The very articles of impeachment. Or they have, because they keep saying, oh, well, bribery is not at all inside the articles of impeachment. They keep on saying that.
Instead of real
and then yeah, it's not, because you're going to argue against it until the cows come home about wording and semantics. You can't argue semantics.
Instead of real
you cannot argue semantics against Trump withholding documents that were subpoenaed. There is no semantics that can change that being wrong. No way you phrase that. No way you change that or manipulate how that looks can be viewed as good. And that's why those are the articles of impeachment. Because you can't change that. You can't manipulate that information to look good for you. No. They're just, this is like the final thing, I think. The other guy that was up was the majority leader. And this is the minority leader. And he's just the same. He's doing the same stuff.
Is so divisive that the evidence must be overwhelming, compelling, and bipartisan.
Oh man, it's just silly. It's
Not
just
one
silly
of those criteria have been met today.
They keep on arguing
based on the facts,
wrong
based
things.
on the evidence, based on the truth. This impeachment even fails that Pelosi test. Those now who say removing President Trump would protect the integrity of our democracy have it backwards. By removing a duly elected president on empty articles of impeachment, Congress will erode the public trust in our system of government. I understand you dislike the president, his beliefs, the way he governs, and even the people who voted for him. How do I know this? Because you say so day in and day out. In 2016, they even dismissed his supporters. Remember calling us deplorables? Now they are trying to disqualify our voice before the 2020 election.
Wait, who? Trump was calling people deplorables.
To undo the results of the last election to influence the
This is projection on another level.
As I said, President Trump will still be president.
And quickly added it together, right?
But Congress will have wasted months of time and taxpayers' dollars on impeachment rather than
bandwagon, seduction, projecting blame, feigning innocence.
It didn't have to be this way.
He has yet to vilify the victims.
Is this why we came here to serve?
It's the one thing he's missing on his
on due process
impeachment,
rights?
on his manipulation
To issue more
bingo.
subpoenas than laws? To appease the new Democrat socialist base?
They're like, what are they talking about here? Where are they getting off doing this? Like, seriously. is ridiculous.
That is not leadership. That is raw political politics, and you know it. By refusing to acknowledge the truth or follow the facts, by substituting partisan animosity for real demonstration
Acknowledging
of
the
innocence or
truth.
guilt,
We
and
acknowledge
by continuing a 3-year effort to undermine the president. This impeachment
They're
has
trying to
divided this
argue
nation
everything
without
about
any concern for the
Zelensky phone
repercussions.
call and say that the Zelensky
Moreover,
phone call
politicizing this
is
process
the
has
Articles of
discredited the United
Impeachment.
States House
No,
of
the
Representatives
Zelensky phone call
and could
led
forever
to the
weaken
Articles of
the
Impeachment,
remedy
but are not the Articles of Impeachment
To again
themselves.
quote Professor Turley, "It is the Democrats' rush to impeachment on these grounds with unfair procedures that is an abuse of power." History will write that. Madam Speaker, as I said at the beginning, we face a choice. Do you trust the wisdom of the people, or do you deny them a say in their government? Fortunately, the people will have the opportunity to speak up and render their verdict in 11 months to my fellow Americans. To my fellow Americans, if you approve of the way of this House has conducted their business, if you want to see your tax dollars go forward to endless investigations, support this impeachment.
I support this
But
impeachment.
if you want to restore a working Congress,
Listening
like
to
the
having
previous
listened to
Congress that
all of
listened
it,
to you,
I
and
support
work
it
to bring the
100%.
best economy in this
Having
country
listened and
has ever
understand in my insane thought and logical reasoning, I support this impeachment and everything said by the Democratic side. Almost everything said. Republicans have been lying and manipulations the whole time.
And one that once again will work with the president.
These
to get
manipulations
things done for you and your family.
are in his very
Then
words.
join with us.
It's
in
so easy
rejecting
to be
this
manipulated by
impeachment.
those with the sly words.
That's what's wonderful about this system of ours. We are a government of, by,
And he keeps violating these. He keeps doing these.
Always
Like, well, these
remember,
are on
we
the
work for
screen,
you,
but as he's
not the
going,
other
like,
way
we would have to add multiples of every word.
Now,
Because
I
he
will say
keeps on
this
adding them.
stronger
He keeps on doing them. He keeps
and
on
with more
manipulating.
conviction
With
than I
everything
have
he's
ever
doing.
said it before.
I just can't keep adding. He keeps
In
on
this
manipulating.
time of great trial and tribulation, may God bless America. I yield back.
And that was the most seductive trying to talk at all.
Gentleman from California is recognized. House will be in order. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize myself for the remainder of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues, after 8 hours, let us return to where we began with the articles themselves. Article 1 charges the President of the United States with abusing the power of his office by coercing an ally into cheating in a U.S. election on his behalf. It charges the President of the United States. It charges the...
Be in order. The gentleman has a right to be heard.
Why are the Republicans acting like they're on?
The gentleman shall suspend. Gentleman may resume.
It charges the President of the United States with abusing his power by withholding official acts, by withholding a White House meeting that the President of Ukraine desperately sought to establish the support of his most important benefactor, the United States, by withholding hundreds of millions of dollars of military aid.
I can't believe that they're acting like that.
To a nation at war in order to get that nation to intervene in our election by smearing his opponent. That is the gravamen of the charge in Article 1. And what is the defense from my colleagues? Now, I've listened carefully to my colleagues for the last 8 hours, and I have to say it's been hard for me to follow. But it amounts, I think, when you cut through it all, when you cut through all the sound and the fury, signifying nothing. What it really amounts to is this: why should we care? Why should we care about what the president did to Ukraine? Well, first of all, we should care about our allies. We should care about Ukraine. We should care about a country struggling to be free and a democracy. We used to care about democracy. We used to care about our allies. We used to stand up to Putin and Russia. We used to. I know the party of Ronald Reagan used to. Why should we care about Ukraine? But of course, it's about more than Ukraine. It's about us. It's about our national security. Their fight is our fight. Their defense is our defense. When Russia remakes the map of Europe for the first time since World War II by dint of military force, and Ukraine fights back, it is our fight too. And when the president sacrifices our interests, our national security, for his election, he is sacrificing our country for his personal gain. That is the gravamen of Article 1. Article 2. Article 2 charges the President of the United States with obstructing the Congress, with denying the Congress any witness, any document, by telling all of his administration people, you will not appear. You will ignore a co-equal branch of government. And what is the defense to this from my colleagues? Again, it is, why should we care? He is the president of our party. Why should we care if he ignores this Congress? Well, I remind my friends that he will not be the last president. There will be another president. And you may be one day, although you do not act like it, you may one day be in the majority. And you will want to hold a president accountable. And what will you say when that president says, you are a paper tiger, you have no oversight, I can ignore your subpoenas? What will you say? What will you argue? Well, no, that was different. Then we were in the minority. Then it was a Republican president. Will that be your argument? Is that how little faith you have in our democracy, in our Constitution? Is that how poorly you defend and uphold that Constitution? But finally, let me ask this question that overrides it all. Why should we care about any of this?
Indeed, Blops.
And I will bring you to one conversation that came to light, because it's not the most important conversation, but in many ways, it is the most revealing. It took place on September 14th in Ukraine, when Ambassador Volker sat down with Andrei Yermak, the top advisor to Zelensky. And he did what he should do. He supported the rule of law, and he said, you, President, you, Andrei Yermak, should not investigate the last president, President Poroshenko, for political reasons. You should not engage in political investigations. And you know what Yermak said? Oh, you mean like you want us to do with the Bidens and the Clintons? And in that abrupt, brutal retort, we see why we should care. Because what he was saying is, you, America, have forgotten what it means to uphold the rule of law. You have forgotten what it means to say that no one is above the law. We are a struggling democracy, but even we know better than that.
Indeed.
What is at risk here? What is at risk here is the very idea of America. That idea holds that we are a nation of laws, not of men. We are a nation that believes in a rule of law. When we say we uphold the Constitution, we're not talking about a piece of parchment. We're talking about a beautiful architecture in which ambition is set against ambition, in which no branch of government can dominate another. That is what it means to uphold the Constitution. If you ignore it, if you say the president may refuse to comply, may refuse lawful process, may coerce an ally, may cheat in an election because he's the president of our party, you do not uphold our Constitution. You do not uphold your oath of office. Well, I will tell you this. I will uphold mine. I will vote to impeach Donald Trump. I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to House
Oh my word.
767.
The Republicans freaking
just on the resolution as amended.
The freaking
question of adoption of the resolution
Republicans just
shall be
clap
divided
as soon
between
as
the
she
two
said
articles.
it was over.
The question now occurs
Wow.
on the adoption of Article 1. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Oh my word!
Gentleman from Georgia.
He just said the noes had it.
The ayes and nays on that vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
And members are now voting on the first of two articles of impeachment. This one concerns abuse of power, and it states that, quote, President Trump withheld aid and a White House meeting to pressure Ukraine for an investigation on a political rival.
I can't believe that.
Only a simple majority of members present and voting is needed to approve this article. 431 seated members of Congress right now. There are 4 vacancies. Here's the vote.
Did you hear the Republicans though? She said yay, yays, and then the yays went yay, and then the nays, and then the nays went nay, and then somebody in the Republic said the nays have it. Oh man. I'm looking for one of those Republicans to vote yeah. Just looking for one single Republican to vote yeah. Oh, a Democrat voted no. What the frick, Democrat? Oh, wait. We already know who that was. The dude who wants to go over to the GOP. We already know who that is. He's the dude who claimed to be, who wanted to go GOP anyways. No Republicans? They won't, T-Don. They're trying to defend Trump with whatever they can. Which is nothing, honestly. The only reason they've been able to defend Trump is because there are so many misguided people that are propagandized to believe that. And we've seen that all night tonight through our manipulations. We have gone through the manipulators every single time. Democrats and Republicans all night, guys. We have used our manipulation methods here. See all these things that were popping up right here. We did selective attention, rationalization, denial, lying, diversion, evasion, guilt trip, shaming, vilifying victim, playing victim, servant role, seduction, projecting blame, feigning ignorance, feigning confusion, brandishing anger, and bandwagon effect. We were using all of these words on both Democrats and Republicans all night. And anybody in the chat was able to say if they disagreed with anything, with any one of those. And you know what we found through the process of chat working together? That Republicans consistently manipulated every single time. You know what we found? Democrats maybe had one maybe 2, and we had to stretch it for the Democrats. So that's what the truth is, and that's what the facts are. They still wouldn't vote because they'd be disowned by their party. It's ridiculous that they're even going for it. It's ridiculous that they don't care about the future. They just don't. NV stands for no vote, indeed. And we already know it's going to get voted. This needs to be anonymous. It is. It is anonymous. We just know who the nay is of Democratic because he already publicly stated that he was moving to the GOP. So that's why I mean, if we see 2 nays, we might not know who the second one is. But the first nay, I would just assume that that's the dude who said he was switching from Democratic to GOP at the beginning of next year. And then independent is the dude who switched from Republican to independent because he didn't agree with the party. So, I mean, right now you have one Democrat who switched to Republican and one Republican who switched to independent. So, you got to take it how you want it, I guess. But in any case, what we saw all night tonight is nobody being able to defend Trump, nobody being able to defend Republican way of thinking, nobody being able to do anything to help Republicans. Republicans just continually saying more things that proved they were trying to manipulate and proved they were trying to do stuff. And then Democrats just speaking facts, just speaking truths that can't be really denied by anybody the whole time, pretty much. And anybody can verify that. Nobody's arguing, and anybody who wanted to change something, we changed it. And we went hard. We went as hard as we could on Democrats, saying things like, giving them, putting the shaming mark on them. If they said, shame on Republicans. If they said that, we would put shame on over top of Democrats, just to be fair. And what we found by doing that, by being as strongly against Democrats as we could, and just being objective, we still found that Republicans almost marked over half of each manipulation. Every time a Republican spoke, they could get up to almost half of the total number of manipulations. It is crazy. $215 needed to impeach. 216. All my point was today for this was to try to get Republicans to start looking at their own party for once. Stop seeing this as Republican via Democrat and seeing it as America and the truth. Try to look for the truth. It's America v. Republicans right now. It is truth versus lies. Truth versus propaganda. And we need everybody to understand that. I just want to get Republicans to understand that. T-Don. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. 2 Democrats? What are you talking about? Hey, that's crazy that 2 Democrats would do that. Wow. Wow. That's upsetting. That is upsetting. That means that somebody who's... I can't say that, because I want to say that somebody who spoke against this impeachment just voted nay. That is sad. They're still going to lose. It's disgusting. And the only reason why they're allowed to get away with this, guys, the only reason why they're allowed to get away with this is because the public doesn't care. The public does not care. If the public held Republicans accountable for their lies by just not voting for them and not agreeing with them, then this wouldn't be a problem. That's really all that matters, is if the public actually will stop letting themselves be misguided by so much information. Just people are so easily misguided. They're so unbelievably easily misguided. And I just want them to not be misguided. It would just be really nice for them to look at things objectively. They don't have to listen to me. They don't have to listen to you. They don't have to listen to anybody. They can listen to themselves just by looking at the information that's already in front of them objectively. But they just have to hate. They have to look at every Democrat as being corrupt. And they can't look at Republicans as being corrupt when they are clearly corrupt. So my suggestion is, if you think one is corrupt, think they're all corrupt. And then look at, since they're all corrupt, you have to look at their information objectively, because they're all corrupt in your eyes. If every single one of them is corrupt, then that essentially negates the entire argument. So anything to do with corruption, if you think they're all corrupt, completely negates the entire corruption argument. Then it's on to the values on their actions, and it's on the values of what they say. Do nothing Dems when there are 400 bills, most of which are by... Exactly. That's not true. Did you know there were pro-impeachment rallies all over the country yesterday? What do you mean? What do you mean what that's not true about? Oh, no. I'm saying that we can have anybody that is for this right now. See how there's 144 nays and two of them are Democrats? That's disgusting. And that wouldn't happen without there being any Republicans. If there was nobody on the internet that was for this except for Russian bots and whatnot trying to get people, and just everybody had the right facts, then this would not be in discussion. Trump would have just been straight impeached, because everybody would have already seen it, because they would have already been looking at it objectively. And yeah, no, but you are absolutely right, Redcoin, is that it's getting more and more traction. But still, there are the fact that people can even deny facts and see that as legitimate ways of getting their message across is disgusting. Anybody thinking that they can deny factual evidence to get their point across is disgusting. They just cheated the system. Indeed. Suppressing votes. That's the Electoral College for you. Suppressing. Indeed. Well, even if every single Republican voted in version of nay, it would take a lot of Democrats to also vote. It's only 2 minutes left, though. Aren't as dense as this? Well, if we can get enough people upset about this, if we can get enough people upset about this and get people to critically think before, as it gets into Senate, guys. If we can start doing that, if we can rally the people to actually think critically about the situation, the Senate will have no choice but to vote in the way of the people. And if all the people, including Republicans that are defending him, and then the only people defending Trump are people who are in high power. The only people defending Trump are people in high power, and none of the people that are on the level of our side does. Then we will be able. Then Senate will have literally no option, not one option, but to vote for impeachment, because they can't anger all of the American people. They can't possibly anger all the American people. That's just silly. They would never do that, because that would just get them all. They want to get reelected. Too afraid to vote? We'll see. We need one more Democrat to vote yeah, and it's getting to 30 seconds, so this is getting a little iffy. There we go. Okay. Boom. Impeached. Man. You know what? This would be a good time to pause and play it again so that it refreshes. Oh man, it's just so upsetting that anybody can even argue that. The fact that anybody even thinks that they have the information to argue to defend Trump is sad.
And President Trump has been impeached by the House of Representatives for abuse of power. This one concerns the abuse of power, and it states that President Trump withheld aid and a White House meeting to pressure Ukraine for an investigation on a political rival. The next vote will be on obstruction of Congress.
What's up, Dr. Mook? That's one of two. Yep. And 27 Republicans did not vote. Or, I mean, they're about to not have their votes recorded at all. I'm so proud! I'm so proud of them! Let's get a round of applause for that Republican, guys. Let's give a round of applause for the courage that Republican just exhibited. GG Republican. He's gonna cry. Oh, that's funny. GG Republican. I'm hoping that we see more. That number goes up to like 10. Yeah, as it's muted, go ahead. Yeah, no problem. What? They changed their vote? I can't believe that they were paid off to... What? Are you serious? And somebody voted press? Why are all the Why are there Democrats that are dissenting? My word. Why does this corruption go so deep? Because clearly there's Democrats that are also being corrupted here. Like, the facts are obvious. If you are against impeachment right now, you are for the fact of not following basic law. So that means that 187 people are for the breaking of a law. I don't know what press is. You cannot be for Trump right now and also say that you are for the rule of law. Oh my word. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You just can't do that. That's silly. That's absolutely silly. You cannot be for Trump right now, guys. Nobody can be for Trump and also claim that you are for the rule of law, that you are for a legal precedence. That is a contradiction in itself. And the fact that there can be almost 200 people that don't understand that in the House of Congress is ridiculous. What's up, Corey? Ah, okay. Yeah, it's like a non-vote. Like they choose to not vote. It's ridiculous. It's just, it is literally the most ridiculous thing ever to watch anybody defend Trump. Like, because when you know the facts, he is clearly guilty. By anybody's logic, he's clearly guilty of obstructing Congress. And because he has his power, like, nobody can, not one Trump supporter has been able to tell me how my logic is wrong on that. And again, my logic is Trump is the president. Because he's president, he has the power to block subpoena. When subpoenas were ordered by Congress to provide Congress information to do their job as an investigative committee, which is provided to them by Congress as the only power to be able to do that, When he blocked those documents and blocked those subpoenas for testimonies, how was he not obstructing Congress's ability to do their investigation, empowered to them by the Constitution, as they are the only person they are the only group that can impeach, that can set the impeachment in motion. They can't remove him in office, but the House is the only one that can impeach him.
And on this Article 1 impeachment, abuse of power, 2 Democrats have voted no. That's Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, Colin Peterson of Minnesota. Jeff Van Drew is still reported to be changing his party registration to Republican after impeachment. And voting present, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii.
Voting present. Oh, so like they're present here, but they're not voting one nor the other. I see. That makes sense. Corey, people don't care enough at all, and that's the problem. We need to care. We need to care. And the fact that there are people that just don't care is exactly why 200 people can say nay.
On this vote, the yeas are 230, the nays are 197, present is 1. Article 1 is adopted.
She's like, don't you clap, don't clap, don't clap. She's right, though. They shouldn't clap for this.
Of Article 2.
Because that might hurt their
Those in favor
case.
say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman...
Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask for a roll call vote.
I like that she gave Nadler the ability to ask for the roll call.
Those favoring a recorded vote will still rise.
They were trying, Nancy Pelosi and Nadler are trying to do this the way it's supposed to be done. And Republicans are just looking to shout over everybody, is what is going on here.
5-minute vote.
And President Trump has been impeached by the House of Representatives for abuse of power. The House is now voting on Article 2, obstruction of Congress, which says that President Trump instructed administration officials not to comply with congressional subpoenas.
3 nays? What the flip? That's disgusting that they could even say that. And the only reason they can say that is because the people don't believe. The people believe this is all a sham and all this because they're just not listening to any of one side. They're getting propagandized information, and then they believe, they're completely misguided to believe the wrong thing. 100% misguided, and then because they believe as a group of people who all believe in the same misguided notion, it gives Republicans power to do this. It literally empowers Republicans to be able to make these bold assumptions that they're unfounded. That this stuff is unfounded, that obstruction of Congress did not happen. Again, anybody here, even one person, anybody, Republican, not Republican, doesn't matter who, anybody, when you withhold documents and testimonies from those who are investigating you, how is that not obstruction of that investigation? No one can take that away. It doesn't matter. The thing is that there can still be dissent here. There shouldn't be dissent. Everybody should be in complete agreement right now. This should be 100% unanimous. The fact that it isn't shows what kind of state our country is in. How many people have come in here and said, oh man, I'm so glad that somebody cares about this because it is important. How many people have come in there? How many people have come into the stream saying, I'm so glad that somebody cares about this and somebody's doing something about this? Stevie, we can't say that. We can't say that. We need to change people's minds, Stevie. We need to not just be complacent, Stevie. We need to not be complacent and just agree that that Republicans are okay, because they're not. And being complacent just makes things worse. You being so complacent just, I get, there's no point. He's gonna win anyways. It just proves your complacency. And if you're complacent, that means that you just want people to walk all over you. That's not something that I do. They didn't even get that. Well, Corey, but I'm saying if they had gotten more, if everybody was thinking critically, if everybody was thinking critically, then there wouldn't be an argument here. There would be no defense of Trump. Literally no defense of Trump would happen. Not a single defense of Trump. Stevie, that does not help at all. What is important is that we as citizens of the United States make sure that we understand what is going on and that we are not misguided. If everybody does their due diligence, I don't know how to do that. I try to provide research to people so that they don't have to do that. They ignore it. I ask people to do their own research. They ignore it. I ask them to just pay attention objectively to their own leaders. And they cannot even do that simple task. Not even a simple task of just paying attention to the people they're already listening to objectively. Rather, they listen to the people they're already listening to with bright eyes and just assuming that everything they say is correct. And then when the other side has to talk, instead of giving them a fair chance to discuss what's actually going on, they've plugged their ears and started shaking their heads no. And they just ignore it entirely, which allows them to be propagandized in the worst way. They're being propagandized in the worst way, and they don't even realize it. And that's really the worst part about it. That is the worst part about the whole thing, is that people don't even realize that they're being propagandized. They think everything is fine. They think everything is cool and dandy. They don't realize, because they're not willing to look into it. They're too concerned about their life. They're too concerned about what they're going to have for dinner the next day. Which, sure, they can be. But that doesn't mean they should just follow propaganda that makes them feel something. Because that's what they do. When they listen to Fox News, they're following information that makes them feel something, not information that's accurate. Nah, I'd have to just... all the manipulations would come on the screen all at the same time, Stevie J. The Trump and... exactly, T-Don. The simple rule here, guys. The simple adoption here that's in this. Obstruction of Congress. The very simple thing is obstruction of Congress. This whole article of impeachment is Trump is being investigated by Congress. Congress, to get better information on the investigation and seek the truth, subpoenaed Donald Trump to come testify, and subpoenaed his administration to come testify, and subpoenaed for documents related to this investigation to be brought to Congress. A subpoena is a legal document that cannot be ignored. Trump using the powers of his office, because you have to have the powers of the office to be able to block a subpoena. He used the powers of his office to block the subpoenas that would allow that information to go to Congress. That would help in the Congress make an informed decision. And because they could not make an informed decision, that was an obstruction of Congress. Right now, there's 160 people, 161 people that says that him blocking documents regarding evidence into himself, he said that's 162 people.
And President Trump has now been
that's
saying
that he should be able to withhold evidence against himself. They're saying that he shouldn't be able to incriminate himself. They're saying he should be able to withhold that.
The articles, President Trump has been speaking live at a political rally in Battle Creek, Michigan. That's live on C-SPAN 2. And in a unusual break from their usual process, Craig Kaplan, C-SPAN's Capitol Hill producer, tweets out that while Democrats are using their voting cards, Republicans are all headed to the clerks to register their votes in person.
Why does that matter? What does that matter? I'm trying to think of how that matters. Other than, so are you saying that Democrats are getting their votes changed for them? I'm not sure what that's supposed to say. I'm not sure what that's supposed to, what they're trying to get out with that. The fact that there's even 170 people in the House that doesn't see that as obstruction of Congress is a problem. Other Republicans in the Senate to become a unified party. He said Democrats are putting their cards in while Republicans are walking up to the clerk directly.
You can see voting yay there, one independent. That's Justin Amash, former Republican from Michigan. 3 Democrats have voted no on Article 2. Jeff Van Drew, New Jersey. Colin Peterson, Minnesota. And Congressman Golden of Maine. And 1 voting present, again, Tulsi Gabbard.
Wow. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty. That explains why that yay turned to nay. Oh, that's dirty. Oh, that's dirty. I did not even see that. So they're essentially forcing all Republicans to vote nay. And if anybody votes nay, then they know who voted nay. And the Republicans will know who voted nay. So they're trying to make a unified statement, and they're trying to scare any Republicans from voting against them. That's dirty. That is so dirty. That is so unbelievably dirty. That is so unbelievably dirty. Oh my word. And Democrats are like, yeah, if you want to vote your own way, go ahead. And then Republicans are like, no, you have to vote our way. That's dirty. That is so dirty. That is so dirty. Oh my word, that is so dirty. That is such a dirty move. It's not even going to help them. It's if anything, that just proves bandwagoning. If anything, that is bandwagoning. Oh, here. Like you said, if they lose 4 people, it's by Trump. Keep the voters from changing sides. That is so crazy. That is so crazy, and I didn't even see that. See, the deception goes deep. It goes deep. Manipulation goes deep. It's ridiculous. What now? What now is we need to start rallying people. Everybody needs to start talking to anybody. Anybody that is for Trump and for this. We need to start rallying people and start changing minds of everybody. And I mean everybody. I do it every day. Every person I come across that is somehow for Trump, I make sure that they understand that they're wrong for being in for Trump. And they get upset. And they try to tell me I'm wrong. But they never have any solid evidence to be defending him. Because it always makes them look bad. They always come out immoral. And you can just be like, how can you be that immoral? You just provide them what it means to defend Trump. And they'll get very upset. Now, I'm not saying, you know, I'm just saying that try to help people understand through your words to get them to just look at their own side objectively. Like that's all I want to do. I'm not looking to make Democrats or Republicans better off here. All I'm trying to do is looking to make America better off. Corey. Well, no, I mean, you should definitely have your life as well. Right. I'm just trying to I want people to just understand, just be realistic in their understanding of the situation is all.
On this vote, the yeas are 229, the nays are 198, present is 1. Article 2 is adopted.
So he was impeached.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider Article 1 is laid on the table. Without objection, the motion to reconsider Article 2 is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 7B of House Resolution 758, the House stands adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh.
Now, you've heard from a majority of the members of the House of Representatives today on the impeachment of Donald Trump. We want to hear from you. Here's how to get a hold of us. 202 is the area code, 748-8921 for Republicans, 748-8920 for Democrats, and 748-8922 for all others. We'll begin taking those calls as soon as we can. In just a few seconds or minutes, Nancy Pelosi will be holding a press conference. We'll be bringing that to you live. Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is also scheduled to hold a news
What's at
conference.
9 a.m.?
and we will bring
I'm
that
not quite
to
sure.
you as well. Now, there's been an article in the Washington Post
I'm
and
gonna
in
go ahead
Politico that
and
states that, quote, a group of House Democrats is pushing Speaker Nancy Pelosi and other leaders to withhold the articles of impeachment against President Trump, and that would potentially delay a Senate trial for months. The notion of impeaching Trump and holding the articles in the House has gained traction among some on the political left as a way of potentially forcing Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell to conduct a trial on more favorable terms for Democrats. That was in the Washington Post earlier. It's all
Okay, so I'm not sure if he's biased. He's biased one way or another. Oh, guys, I don't want to watch a Trump rally. A Trump rally is going to be all the same stuff. We'll watch a moment of it. But oh my word. Are you serious? What in the flip is literally what I was watching. Is it going to say the same thing now? No.
Beginning, he has been.
Oh, it's the TV networks. Oh, it's not the live stream. Oh, yeah, never mind. Here we go. It was the TV. Okay, my bad.
He said 8, not 7, 8. And then he finished with, don't call me, I'll call you. Can you imagine? The President of the United States, don't call me, I'll call you. You know what that is? That's a mafia statement, okay? That's the head of the mafia saying, don't call me, I'll call. This guy actually said that. And then he walked away, and people became incensed because they knew that wasn't the people that read the thing. Most people believed him. Because, you know, he's a corrupt politician.
Impeached.
100%.
He is now the third
corrupt,
impeachment.
and then I see him, by the way, you ever see this guy?
Andrew Jackson and Bill Clinton.
I mean, we're not, in all fairness, look, I don't want to be, because with me too, I never even think about looks anymore, okay? I don't talk about looks of a male or a female. But in his case, let's just say, last time I'll ever refer to this, he's not exactly the best looking guy we've ever seen.
He literally said one thing and then said the exact opposite thing.
He walks up to the mic, and he's so just.
Yeah, Nixon never actually got impeached. Yeah, Jackson and
our president.
Clinton. Yeah, Nixon never actually got impeached.
Of Russia.
He was being voted on being impeached.
I have absolute proof.
And then
that the president. This is at the beginning, and every week they say, "Where's the proof? It's coming. It's coming." Then we get the Mueller report.
Did he actually get impeached? He did. He's impeached.
And I'll tell you what, I know some of the people in this audience. If I spent not 45 million, not 18 Trump haters, okay? Angry, I call them the angry Democrats. It was 13.
No, impeached has already been done. Yeah, the impeachment is actually successful.
Did Mueller do a good job?
He now is successfully impeached. Now removal of office is up to Senate.
Not the best. But think of this.
Yeah,
45 million they
impeachment,
spent.
being
And, you know, I heard
impeached
somebody say,
is
well, we
not
got
the
back
same
some
thing
of that
as
money.
being
Okay.
removed from office.
You cost
But
this country
a president
billions and
cannot be
billions and
removed from
billions of
office
dollars
without having
in
been
all of the
first
things
impeached.
that didn't
So,
get
like, the
done,
impeachment was
in
still
all of the
necessary
embarrassment
to
our
get him
country.
removed from
You
office. So,
cost
like, arguing that
billions and
impeachment shouldn't
billions of
happen,
dollars.
just
And it
remove
was a
him from
hoax.
office can't
But
happen,
this guy
because that's
shifted.
not how it works.
I have absolute proof. I have this. I have that. I have that. This, that. Anytime he sees a camera, and he's stone-faced, right?
I don't see how, and like, yeah.
He's a pathological liar. He gets up.
Now he can
I've never
kind
seen
of,
it like it.
and that's the
Even
whole
I was
thing,
saying,
Tato.
I wonder what he
That's
has.
the whole thing. That's
What
the whole
does he
problem.
have?
Is that the Republicans
He says, I
are
have absolute-
arguing
I said,
for
I haven't
Trump to be
spoken
able to
Russia in
defend
years. What the hell do we
himself,
have
to
do with
pardon
Russia?
himself, which is
But this
crazy.
guy gets up. Oh, I
Which
think
is
we have
crazy.
A vote coming in. So we got every single Republican voted for us.
I don't know how this
Whoa.
matters, though.
Wow.
Oh, I have to change the title. Watching.
Wow, almost 200.
Watching Articles of Impeachment. Then
So we had
some
198, 229, 198. We didn't lose one Republican vote, and 3 Democrats voted for us, Haley. Haley!
What?
Thank you, Haley. Great job.
No! She voted.
The Republican Party
Wait,
has never
what?
been so affronted,
wait.
but they've never been so united as they are right now, ever.
Wait, one of the people that voted.
And I know the senators, and they're great guys and women.
No,
too.
that's
We have
also a
some great
lie.
women. We have great
Haley
guys and
voted
great people.
present.
They love this country.
Wait,
They're gonna do the
Haley
right
voted
thing. They're gonna do
present,
the right
didn't she? She didn't
I
vote.
said in my
No,
letter to
she didn't
Pelosi-
vote for Trump.
I love that. You know,
She
usually
voted
there's
present,
one, two.
and
The
she's in
Republicans,
Battle
I've said it
Creek,
for a long
Michigan.
time. The
What?
Democrats are lousy politicians. They
What?
really are. They've got horrible policies.
Wait,
open
what?
Borders, crime
She
is fine.
she voted present.
Drugs pouring through. I mean, think
But
of what they do.
she's in
sanctuary cities. They
Battle
love
Creek,
sanctuary
Michigan.
cities, you know. They're lousy politicians, but they have one thing. Two
Abstain?
things.
What do you
They're
mean?
Vicious.
Like she
They're the
didn't
most
vote either way?
vicious people. The Republicans aren't as vicious. They may learn to be vicious after going through this stuff.
Haley,
the
but
other
I
thing,
mean,
the Democrats
but she
always
wasn't
stick together.
in the she
Now,
wasn't
think
in
of
the
it.
Articles of
3
Impeachment.
Democrats went over to our side. No Republicans. It's unheard of.
Again, we were talking about that. Where
And by
they
the way, this is
freaking
for
are
100 years.
public.
I'm not just talking about this
They're
little
public.
point in time. The Republicans are known as it's always harder to stick together. These people are great. We have a great Republican
forced
Party,
each
and we
other
have
to
get
stick
that
together.
change. We have to take back the House. You'll have the greatest
To not
health
vote.
care ever.
She is the
take-
one.
and by the
Yeah,
way, we
yeah.
had
I figured
another
she was the one who didn't
The
vote
individual mandate just a
as
little while ago came
at
over the
all,
wires.
which is just man.
It was just upheld.
He said that
The
she
individual
voted for
mandate
him.
is now gone.
I
The
mean,
most
she's
unpopular
there,
part
but
of
she
Obama.
didn't vote for him.
It was just upheld. So I said in my letter to Pelosi, by proceeding with your invalid impeachment, you're violating your oath of office. You're breaking your allegiance to the Constitution. You're declaring open war on
Exactly,
American
Tato.
democracy. You dare to invoke the founding fathers in pursuit of this election nullification scheme. Yet your spiteful
Shall we put
actions
the?
display
I'm not gonna.
unfettered contempt
We already
for
have all
America's
this. Should we
founding
start doing all
and
this?
your egregious conduct.
Should we
And
start
listen,
doing
though,
this,
it's so
guys?
true. It threatens to destroy what our
Rationalization,
founders pledged,
propaganda,
and in fact,
lying,
their very lives to
diversion,
build.
evasion,
You are the ones interfering in
guilt trip.
America's elections. You are the ones subverting America's democracy. We did nothing wrong,
playing
nothing
the
whatsoever. This
victim,
was just an
projecting
excuse.
blame, feigning innocent, feigning
You are the ones
confusion,
obstructing justice.
brandishing anger,
You are the ones bringing
bandwagon
pain and
effect,
suffering to our republic for your
denial,
own selfish, personal, political,
guilt
and
trip,
partisan gain. They're
shaming.
bringing pain. The work we could be doing on lowering drug prices, on getting rid
seduction,
of these horrible, horrible
servant role.
situations. You know, in the border, the woman is okay. Is she okay? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. I mean, some of these people are waiting here for 3 days, right? Thank you.
Vilifying
They'll
victims.
come back. Come back. Thank you. Merry Christmas is true. But what they've done...
We already know he's
this
done every
perversion,
single one of these.
It's perversion. And when you watch some of these people get up and speak today, they don't even listen. Oh, you have violated the Constitution.
No, Corey. My argument for bandwagoning is what is in his words, not the people around him. That's in his words. He said that everybody's enjoying it. That's bandwagon. When you say, oh well, everybody's doing it, or something to that effect, that's a bandwagon.
There's no crime, right? There's no crime. I'm the first person that
There's
ever
no
got
crime?
impeached, and there's no crime.
Lying?
I feel guilty. You know what they call it?
Denial?
Impeachment light. It's impeachment light.
Diversion,
That's why, you know, with Richard
evasion,
Nixon,
we're going through
I just
this
see
again.
it as a very dark era. Very dark, you don't even like to think. I don't know about you, but I'm having a good time. It's crazy. But I
feigning
also know we have a
confusion,
great group
feigning
of people behind
innocence,
us in the
playing
Republican
victim.
Party. We really do. Maybe I
Going
wouldn't feel the
again.
same way, but we have a great group of people behind us. We had it in the House and we have it in the Senate. They're doing a great job. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried because it's always good. When you don't do anything wrong, you get impeached. That may be a record that will last forever. But you know what they have done? They've cheapened the impeachment process. And now
brandishing
anybody
anger,
that becomes, this is a sacred
projecting
position.
blame.
Anybody that becomes president, I mean, they could have a phone call and they get impeached. So if the Republicans
Rationalization.
as president, we have a Republican House, they don't like the guy for whatever reason or the woman, they impeach the person. It's cheapened it. It's exactly what our founding fathers didn't want, and they said it could happen, and it's happened. But I know one thing, Americans will show up by the tens of millions next year to vote Pelosi the hell out of office.
Seduction, bandwagoning. And see, all these people don't care about what he's done. All these people in this thing are more than aware of half of the things Trump has done.
She's a long time nothing
If you are even half of aware of the things Trump has done, you shouldn't be for him. Ethically speaking, you should feel shame. These people in this audience should feel shame.
In New York, if you're not,
and that they don't feel shame is the real root of the problem. Why don't they feel shame for being on the bad side? Why don't they feel bad?
I raise my hand.
Why don't they feel bad? If I was in there, I would feel terrible. I would not be able to look other people in the eye and say that I logically could feel good about myself for making the right choice. For anything, if anybody agrees with Trump, they can never say that they are agreeing with somebody who has made the right choice all times.
But I didn't give
or
him
even
the
enough
treatment.
times to matter.
I didn't give him the C or the D. I could have. Nobody would have, I gave the A+ treatment.
Actors, no.
Take down the flags.
No, I do think that there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them are truly Trump supporters, and because they're misguided, there's a surprising number of Trump supporters.
I gave them everything. That's okay.
I mean, it may look like to us
that
that there's not many, but that's just because they don't show their faces around these parts. They're around. They show their faces where they think they're safe, like on the White House channel, for example, where it is nothing but. Everybody on the White House channel that watches that is essentially somebody who just watches Trump and believes that he can do no wrong. If you look at people who watch Fox News, they think Trump can do no wrong. Indeed, they think he's done no wrong after showing he's done things wrong.
Not A, not B+, not B. I gave him the A+. And she called me so nice. Oh, I won't go into the conversation because it's not fair to do that. But
just as a green screen.
Let's put it this
no,
way.
because there are other people. There are other people that
you could ever get. On a scale
there's a lot of
0 to
people
10,
that are
was a
in
10.
there
Okay,
that also
so that was
just
what,
want to
February
see the
something.
president.
Now they talk about
I've seen it several times where there are people in the Trump rallies. They just want to be able to see the president. They've never seen the president. President has never been in their town before, and they just want to be able to witness that and experience that as people, which I agree with. Even if it's a Trump rally, it's unfortunate the Trump rallies are filled with hate.
No, but I look at her and she's so sincere. And what happens? I vote to impeach Trump. And you know what? I didn't say, who the hell knew this was even going to come up?
Propaganda.
I went through the whole Mueller hoax. They did this big report. I was totally exonerated. They didn't even bring it up at the impeachment because I was totally exonerated. If they saw one little kernel, one little quarter of a sentence, look what they did with one word. Remember this. What did I do? What did I do? It's us. But they don't say it that way. They say I. They read it totally
I
different.
know.
You know, Schiff and
Shut
his
up.
band of
And that's
thieves.
my whole point.
I say basically, very simple.
Is
Do
how
us a favor.
can they
Our
support
country.
him?
Do us. Do us. Not me.
The thing is that what happens is that as soon as they hear something bad he's done, they immediately try to defend it. That most of the time they don't even argue that he did it anymore. They just expend all their energy trying to defend and justify his bad actions. And then when he does another bad action, they sit there and try to defend it, rather than just try to tell them how it isn't bad. I guess they are by trying to defend it, trying to tell them how it isn't bad. They're trying to move the goalposts and change how things work.
They repeat it 1,000 times, and they never say it with the right. So I go wild, and we start. And the Republicans have got it right. Now we always correct them, but I use the word us. Us is the United
honestly,
States,
I would too.
country.
We're sitting
And then
it through
actually
right now.
says,
If he's
I
going to
think,
give me
comma,
$10,000 to
country.
sit through it,
But
I
they
would
don't
totally
say
sit through it. But you wouldn't see
say,
me clapping.
Do me a favor. How many times have you heard it? Where they say in a speech, and then the
You
president
wouldn't see
said,
me
do me a favor.
agreeing.
Well, that's not what I
You'd
said.
wear your earbuds.
I said, do us a favor, our country. And then I said, the Attorney General of the
No,
United States. I didn't say my
Tato's
campaign
listening
manager.
to like a speech of a
I said, the
different
attorney-
person.
And these people want to impeach the President of the United States for that? Oh! And then what happened, right? Then what happened? So then, the President of Ukraine, who's a quality person, said there was no pressure exerted.
Okay, hold on, let's
whatsoever.
restart it.
That was a killer for the
Let's
Democrats,
restart it
right?
again.
Then his foreign minister said the same thing. He said there was no pressure exerted whatsoever. There was no
Diversion
pressure.
and evasion.
That's a killer.
Well, we won't
So
put
now,
evasion
did you see
for
what
that.
the Democrats did a couple of days ago? They tried to say that he's not a strong person.
Propaganda,
They used the word weak,
denial,
that he
and
was weak,
lying.
and under the power of
That's
Trump.
not the words
He
that
said-
anybody used,
Do you
not
know
even
how
remotely.
insulting that is?
Not
Anybody
even
that becomes
remotely.
president
Yeah, that's
of a
pretty
country,
insulting
and that's a
for
big
you to
country,
suggest
and it's
that.
a tough country.
That's
You gotta
pretty
be tough.
insulting.
He's
Playing
tough.
victim,
But
feigning
so what they're
innocence.
saying now is he was weak because
Projecting
the wording
blame.
just doesn't fit. Okay, these are really
It did not say
dishonest
weak.
people.
Nobody said
And if the
weak.
press was fair, this thing
Brandishing
never would have
anger,
happened.
shaming, guilt
So
trip.
the House
No, I mean it's not guilt trip because they didn't do anything wrong.
Their majority,
So shaming
their
because they
dignity,
won't feel
their
shame because they didn't do
reputations,
anything
they look
wrong.
like a bunch of fools. And I'll tell
Wow.
you, we have a lot of new stars in the
Evasion.
Republican Party. I could read off a list of 20 names. But they're giving up their honor, and they'll receive a big backlash at the box office. When you take a look, that ballot box on November 3rd, I think we're going to have crowds like we've never had. And I'll tell you something. It used to be, that always say, oh, the Republicans. In 2018, I didn't run. Right? They all said, oh, we didn't. Well, actually, we picked up 2 seats in the Senate that these guys never talk about.
Didn't run? What
We
are you
just
talking about?
approved
Didn't run in 2018?
171 Supreme Court justices, federal court justices.
Okay, seduction. I
171
guess
federal justices, including courts
they
of
seem to be
appeal.
happy about it.
171 will be up probably by the end of the year to 182, and for that I thank President Obama. He gave me 142 openings. He gave me 142. I said to him, my people, I got there, because they say the most important thing you could do
I know,
as
right?
a president is judges. And Supreme
It's
Court. We have two
ridiculous,
great
and
Supreme
people
Court
just don't
judges,
pay
right?
attention.
Two justices of the Supreme Court, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, two great men. They're great.
Word.
And
It's
how
ridiculous.
about the pain that they put Justice Kavanaugh through, right?
Trying
Over
to
a phony
shame
deal,
and
I
guilt
hate to
trip.
tell you. Over a phony deal. What a disgrace. What they put that man through and that family through. Just remember it come November. You got to remember. It's a long time. You know, in the life of Trump, 10 months is an eternity. It's a long time. Somebody said, congratulations, sir, you're going to win. I said, don't say that. Just don't talk about it. Let's always pretend you're 1 point down, like last time. Going to be close. No, it's going to be close. But what they put that man through is horrible. What they put his family through was horrible. And you know, those stories largely have been recanted, and frankly, the ones that didn't recant, I don't know what a Supreme Court judge does, but he should sue them.
Vilifying victim.
So, we want to take back the House. We'll hold the Senate, and we'll keep the White House. You will have the greatest health care. You will continue with the greatest judges. You know, we have judges that are, we just had a great story in the Wall Street Journal. I have to be always very truthful, because if I'm a little bit off, they call me a liar. They'll say he gets a Pinocchio, the stupid Washington Post. They have Pinocchio.
Let's start it over.
I mean, even if you like saying things
Start it
perfectly,
over.
it's a Pinocchio. There's nothing you can say where you don't get a Pinocchio. But what happens?
Not here. Here we only apply it if it happens.
That's the best story. They said whether you like him or not, the job he's done on judges and Supreme Court justices, but the job he's done on judges is amazing. Say it's the most important thing. See, I don't agree.
Propaganda.
I say defense is the most, the military is the most. But once you're beyond the military, I mean, to me, defense is the most important, because without good defense, maybe we don't need judges so much, right? It's like somebody said, well, we violated the budget. I said, do me a favor. Don't worry about the budget. If we're attacked and aren't doing very well, and somebody says, well, at least we have a good budget, that doesn't work too well, right? That doesn't work. So we have great military, we have great judges, we have great everything. Drug prices down for the first time in 51
Rationalization,
years.
assuming ability
and that was with no
and
help
diversion.
from the Democrats. If they helped, because you
Diversion.
need their votes.
Projecting
if they helped, I could
blame.
get those drug prices down 40 and 50%. Okay? And we just approved, and we're approving very soon for the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, where he can buy.
No,
he has the
Republicans
right to go.
blocked
We're giving him the right to
Obama's
go
pick.
and buy
Not
from a foreign
Trump.
country where the prices for the identical drug.
Trump
identical
himself
drug
didn't,
are
but
50%
Republicans
less.
did. Yeah.
And he's going to do that for the people of Florida. And we're going to do that for your governors if they want to do that. We'll get that down so far. Everyone in America can see straight through the Washington Democrats' phony, dangerous charade.
Lying.
Schiff makes up so many things.
Evasion.
Pelosi makes it up and she backs him up. I saw her on a
straight
television
lying.
show.
That's
And
straight denial.
George Stephanopoulos, that's another beauty. He said, even he said, he was defending me. I couldn't believe it. He made the statement. But you know, he lied on that. He made up the statement. No, he didn't. So that means Nancy Pelosi said no. The statement
Brandishing
that he made
anger,
up.
but I mean,
But
he's
it's all
always
going to
brandishing
end
anger.
soon. And it's going to come out to a beautiful, great victory for the
Being
Republican
innocent.
Party and for this nation.
Ridiculous. He keeps on hitting all these manipulation methods. One after another after another.
That's it. We have the greatest country. We've turned around a ship. We need 4 more years. If we don't have it, now if you want to drive them
He's
crazy,
never
we have one
finished a
group
sentence. What do you?
in
He's never
Pennsylvania.
finished a sentence.
Some guy started screaming.
That's how he
16
talks all
more
the time.
years, 16.
This isn't just how he talks right now.
They went crazy. And you know what they don't understand? When I do get out, They're all going to go out of business. They're making more money
When
than they've
he
ever
gets
made.
out, guys, he's going to
That
be thrown
crazy
in
New
jail
York
because
Times,
that's
one
what
of the worst
Mueller's report
newspapers in the world, one of the
says,
most
is that he can be
dishonest
jailed as
newspapers in
soon
the
as he's
history
not
of the world.
protected by
Totally
the office
phony.
of presidency.
They came out with a story that was where it was a great headline for me, and the people that read it, the
Feigning
super
confusion.
radical left, they called and complained so much that they changed the headline and took it from positive to negative on a good story. Can you believe it? No, they're among the most dishonest people. But I'll never forget, before I took that great escalator
Playing
ride
victim.
down with our First Lady is doing a great job. Great job.
One big round for something.
I said,
No, he always
First
is
Lady,
changing it. He
you're
doesn't
so
ever have a
lucky I
complete
took you
thought.
on this journey. This wonderful, beautiful journey. And it is. You know why it's a wonderful, beautiful journey? Because look at what we're accomplishing is unbelievable. It's unprecedented. It is unprecedented what we're
Lie?
accomplishing.
Seduction.
You're so lucky. I say it to all my people. I have great people in the back. I say, you folks are
Typical
so
schemes
lucky I
appeal
took
to
you on
people's
this.
emotions.
You could be
Indeed.
home right now relaxing.
Let's
But
see if
I'd
he
rather
can
be
get
here,
it again. He
frankly,
needs to vilify a
than
victim,
anyplace. These
shame, and
rallies
guilt
are
trip
great.
one more
They're
time.
inspiring. You are inspiring.
It's hard for him to shame because
And you know, it's funny.
he has to actually say
We're not
something
even
that's
into election season.
factual
You know, it's a long way
against
away.
somebody
We're not
to
even in
shame
it.
them.
And yet, I think
And he has to actually feel
enthusiasm
shame,
right
but he
now
doesn't.
is greater than it was even before the 2016 election. Does that make any sense?
No.
I
Sounds
think
like a
a lot
lie
of
to
it has to
me.
do with the witch hunt. A lot of it has to do with the phony witch hunt because you're smart people. You know, you're the elite. They're not the elite. You're the elite. You're
Nobody's
the
elite.
You do better than
Except
they
for
do.
the
They
people
talk
that
about, I
think
told you
they're
I hate it.
super rich.
Well, the elite.
They think
Oh,
they're
really?
elite.
I went to better schools. Many of you went to better schools. We won't talk about homes, even though your homes are nicer. We won't talk about jobs. You see the jobs reports. You see what's happening. Do you see where wages are going up? You know, when I first started, when I was here, one of my first speeches, I was talking that people made more money. That was 4 years ago, so it was 20 years before that. That's 24, 25
Wait,
years
did
ago.
he vilify
They made
the
more money
victims?
24 years ago than they were making when I got elected president. And they worked one job versus 2 or 3 jobs. Now it's going up beautifully, and we want that. The salaries, and you know, the number one group of people that are going up is the blue-collar worker. It's percentage the best, the blue-collar worker. They had 2 and 3 jobs. The blue-collar worker is going up the most. Anyway.
What's up, Lottie?
And you know what else, the thing I'm happiest about? African-American unemployment,
Potato.
the lowest in the history
This is
of our
ridiculous.
country.
That's propaganda.
African-American. Remember I used to say, you remember, look at you.
Let's go and
Are you
start
the
it
greatest
over.
guy? Everyone thinks, do I pay? I'm telling you, I have a group of African-American guys and gals, by the way, that follow me around, and they think I pay them, and I don't. I love them. They love me. They come. How many rallies have you come
Mr.
to?
Bommis, buddy,
A lot.
I'm going to put you in
They're
timeout
great
for
people, just
even
great.
suggesting
Thank
such
you.
a thing. Have a good day.
I don't even know who the hell he is. Is that right? I don't know him, but I like him.
Nobody
I see him
should
at so many
suggest
rallies. I
harm
appreciate
on
it.
Trump.
You and your
Trump
group,
is okay.
They're great people.
You do
Thank
not.
So
You
you're
do
obviously
not
doing well if
attack.
you can travel around like that,
You
right?
do not hurt
He knows.
somebody you have a
I appreciate
disagreement
it.
with.
I really do. I think it's fantastic. Thank you.
By suggesting
Thank
you
you.
hurt somebody
But think
that
of
you have a
this.
disagreement with,
African-American unemployment
disables
is the lowest it's
all
ever been in the history of our country.
just nullifies your
Poverty levels,
entire
their horrible
argument.
Poverty level, in the negative sense. Now their poverty levels are the best
Nah, his
they've
message
ever
was
been in
blocked.
the history of our country. Same with Hispanic Americans. The best.
He was suggesting
unemployment
harm
numbers
on Trump, and I'm
employment
all like,
numbers.
no, that's not
And
how
the
it works.
Same with Asians. The best unemployment.
We listen to
and women,
Trump,
I'm sorry,
and we
71
listen
years,
to
best
all
in
the
71 years.
sides.
I've let the women down.
And then we let the facts decide,
But
and
I
we
think
let the
within
rule of
another
law
couple of months,
decide.
you'll be historical.
That's
It's
what
only
we do.
71 years. The best in 71 years.
If anybody
But
suggests, if
what we're
anybody
doing
suggests
has
anything
been
other than that,
an
they're
incredible
not
thing.
only
It's an
not
incredible
American,
thing.
but they're
And when I'm on
also
the debate
trying to break
stage
the
with
law.
one of these characters, and they try and say negative stuff. And I'll just say, well, here's the story. In the history of our country, this group's doing the best, and that group's doing the best, and the women are doing the best, and everybody's doing, and frankly, you know what it is? The whole country's doing the best, okay? The whole country's doing the best. So we have records on everything, and yet they're trying to, and they really are. They've never said anything like it. They're accusing me, really, of doing what Joe Biden admitted.
Nobody's
what he
accusing
did. How
him
about this?
of
They
Joe
protect him.
Biden
Did you see the crummy debate? Those debates are so boring.
You don't think so? For
They're
what?
dying in the ratings. They're dying. They're dying. While it's totally unsupported. What's unsupported? He's on tape saying that he's holding back $1 billion from Ukraine unless you change the prosecutor. While there's, how about that question? I won't say who answered because, you know, I actually used to like the guy. He was a nice guy to me, but now I don't like him so much, but that's okay. But he goes, well, it's totally unsubstantiated. And while we beg your mercy that we're asking you even to bring up this question. But President Trump said you refused to give $1 billion of taxpayer money to Ukraine unless they get the prosecutor
Must be heavily
to
protected.
stop
Can be.
looking at your son and your son's company.
Torque, Jeff, buddy, I like America.
And Sleepy Joe gives
That's
a
what I
sleepy
like.
answer. And that's
I
the
think
end of
America
it.
comes
That's it.
first, is what I think.
And then whenever I bring it up, do you ever notice they always use, well, these charges are totally unsubstantiated. He's on tape. If that were me, it's the electric chair. They would bring the electric chair back.
And he just suggested.
The guy's on tape, and they always say it's unsubstantiated.
He just suggested that, guys.
It is not supported by fact. One of them
He
the
just
other day,
suggested
they finally changed
attacking
it.
somebody
It is not supported
based
by
on their
fact. No,
difference
it's
of
supported by tape.
views.
No, it's unbelievable. In many ways, I'd like to have him
Can anybody else see that?
win.
Come on.
Because number one, he's going to have to eventually answer that question. And she said he doesn't know where he is. That's the other problem.
No, this whole time,
Now, I've been
this
doing
whole
this for a long time.
we've gone
And I
by
have
the
much bigger
facts
crowds than
against
anybody's
both
ever had in history. By the way,
Democrats
you know what? I
and
say it
Republicans
against the
for
fake
both
news,
for them
because
and
you know what
against
they're
them.
going to say? Every
Just
stadium is
because
packed. I
Republicans
give my
keep on
people
having all the
one
facts
instruction.
against them
Get the largest
doesn't
stadium you
make
can
it
get. Now, that's
doesn't
why I
make
was a little
anybody
surprised,
attacking them.
In Battle Creek,
Just
you don't have
because objective reasoning
Not 2
and
minutes.
logical and
But I wanted
ethical
to be here.
behavior
You know why I wanted to be
proves Trump wrong
First of all, the crowd
doesn't
is
mean that
incredible. The
he's
crowd
being
outside.
attacked.
But let me tell you,
But people suggesting that somebody
you know why I
deserves
wanted to be
physical harm because of their belief is
'cause we have a lot of
categorically wrong.
choices. But I wanted to be here
Is
because this
undeniably
area supported me so overwhelmingly, and I said I want to be there. Pretty simple. Pretty simple.
And then deny attacks, indeed.
Pretty simple.
All that I
I
care,
wanted to be here for that reason.
what I
and
want is
just
I
wanted
want
to say thank you,
Republicans
'cause
to
I'll tell
just
you
look
what,
at
you came in-
Republicans
I don't know. I didn't
objectively
get 100%, but we got a damn
for a
good
moment.
percentage, right?
That's all I
We
care.
got a damn good
Is
percentage.
I want
So this is-
Republicans
it's
to look
really
at
thrilling to be
Republicans.
here, and
Don't listen
But we're
to
joined
don't listen to
tonight by many
Democrats.
terrific Republican
Don't listen to
leaders.
anybody but the
Your
people
Michigan
you're already listening
House
to.
Speaker
But look
Lee
at them
Chatfield.
objectively.
Where's Lee?
Look at them as if they're not
Lee, come
telling
up
you
if
the
you
whole
want.
truth.
Come on, what the hell? We have nothing else to do.
That's
Should we
what
get
they.
him up?
That's
Yes.
what I want.
Come
That's
up,
what I'm
Lee.
trying to get Republicans to do. Is I'm trying
Come
to
up,
get
Lee,
people
get up here.
to just
Come on up,
looking
Lee. Republican Party
at
Chairwoman
their own
Ronna
at Republican
McDaniel, who I
side.
spoke to.
I would say Democrats need to look at Democratic side,
the
but it's
bottom
not
line at
really
the end of
it's
her
not
story-
really the problem here.
So when I won, I
unfortunately.
said, "Who's going to head
I
up
wish
the
I could say it
RNC?"
was, but it isn't.
I said, "I got to get that woman from Michigan."
It doesn't mean you have to
Remember,
love
they're all
Trump.
saying
Indeed.
you can't win Michigan.
I love
Now
America.
we're going to
indeed.
win it by so
and I
much.
am
You better
American.
remember all those. Every time a car plant
Categorically
opens,
wrong.
please think about Trump.
I
Come on up here,
which was an
Lee.
ideological struggle.
Michigan GOP
Ideological.
Chairwoman Laura Cox.
Ideological struggle. Categorically wrong in
Hate
the
to
sense
tell you,
of
but all your
human rights.
congressmen are- you know
Yeah,
where they are right now.
yeah,
Your
it's
congressmen.
categorically wrong.
All of your
In this
Congress people,
section
men,
of human
wonderful
rights
people,
category.
They're in
Yeah.
a place called Congress. right
What's
now.
up there,
They're
Red Devil? How are you
doing
doing?
an unbelievable job of supporting your president and supporting you.
Got escorted
So they had a
out behind
choice.
Trump.
Sir, should we leave and be there? I said, don't leave. Stay right where you are. That's why we got that vote. That's some vote, right, Lee? the chairman of the Women's Workers and Workers for Trump, and a proud union auto worker, Terry Bowman, who's been so terrific.
Somebody got escorted out. Well, I hope it was.
And while Democrats
I hope
are
everything is okay.
impeachment,
Because there's one thing that I am
focused on
advocate
jobs,
for.
jobs. This
It is
group,
just to
local
make sure
leaders,
everybody
and
is
all
safe.
you Washington
This
folks,
should be a
they're
civil
right where they have to
discussion.
Be in Washington tonight. Thank
This
you.
should be a civil discussion.
Great job. Thank you very much. We've eliminated more job-killing regulations than any administration in the history of our country, whether it's 4 years or 8 years, or in one case, much more than 8 years. In a period of 2.5 years, we have eliminated more regulations.
No, it kind
than
of
any other
makes
president
sense.
by far.
And the thing is that
You're saving almost $3,000 a year
saying
because
that
of
peace is not
regulation
possible is a pessimistic
Total income
approach. You know how many
gains for
people say
median
things are not
households will
possible?
reach
Ask any
$10,000
successful
a family.
person how many times they were told something would be
I'll give you a
impossible
couple of
for
quick
them to
numbers.
do.
So
How
under
many
President
naysayers they
Bush,
had.
for 8
And then
years,
how many
you
did it
saved
anyways.
$450.
So in
Meaning
Kyle, I
you
gotta
took in
say, in the
$450
face of your
bucks.
naysaying that peace is not possible, I would have to
Under
say,
President
refer
Obama,
to all the
you
success
took in
where people saw those naysayers and said,
Under
no,
President Trump,
what I say is
including
possible.
the energy savings and the regulation savings and the tax cut
There
savings,
won't be world
is more
peace
than
in the sense that
$10,000
every
in
country
less than
will
3
always be under
Pretty good,
one
right?
government, but there can
So
be
for
world
2
peace
years,
as
you
in
had a
no
400,
wars.
450,
As in nobody
and a 975.
settles
That's
their
8
arguments
years.
through war anymore.
450.
We can have
In
world
less
peace in
than
the sense
3
that
years,
everybody
you had more than
uses
$10,000. That
courts
goes right into
that
your
are
pockets.
regulated by other
It's
world
one of the
members
reasons our economy
to
is doing
solve
well, 'cause
disputes
as they say, the consumer
instead
is doing
of
better than they've ever done, and that's
solving
great. That's what we
disputes with
wanted.
war.
We've
If
ended
that's
the
the
war.
only thing that's
American
the difference
energy in the
between
United
peace.
States is now the number
As
one
long as we
producer of
just
oil
don't
and
use
natural
war
gas
as a
on
method
planet
to change how people
And these
think.
maniacs want to close it
And
up.
that's what
How
people
about
want.
going
They
to
want
Texas?
a war to change how people
You know,
think. They want to
Beto,
forcibly change
remember when
the
he
way
said-
people think, rather than
I
just
said, oh, this guy's a
talking to
loser.
them.
You know, a salesman, like if you're a great salesman, you never talk that you're a great salesman. You don't walk in and say, oh, I'm a great salesman. I can sell. Any guy that does that,
And you come
they don't get it.
unfamiliar
It's those
bus
quiet
stop. What do
type
you mean?
that get you, you know, the ones that don't talk. So Beto, when he first got in, remember this clown? He gets in. No, he gets in.
There's always going to be constantly no
I
matter what.
was,
Well, yeah,
made
there's
for
always
this
going
job
to be
run for
people.
president.
There is always
about 2
going
weeks,
to
they
be
killed him.
people that will
He
not.
was gone.
But
But you remember he was
just like
against the
we
Bible, he was
saw
against religion,
in the
he was
Republican
against
vote,
guns,
if
and he was against
everybody
oil
is
and
well
gas.
aware of who
And he
is
comes
the
from
one who is
Texas.
breaking the
I
rule,
said, that's the platform. Think
that
of it.
it will
He's
force
against
those
religion,
last people in line.
He's against guns.
If everybody
and he
in the
gets oil and
world
gas.
is
Think of
on
it.
this
I don't
treaty
like to
except
bring
for
it up because
one
he's gonzo.
country,
But he comes
that
from
it's
Texas.
one
I
against
said, Abraham Lincoln
3,000,
can't win in
they're
Texas
gonna
with that
fall
platform.
in line. And if they don't,
But
they
are, all of them.
follow the
They want to
things.
close up your energy. It's a big deal. They want to close up your steel mills. They don't want your steel mills. Look at what I've done for steel. I mean, the
Nazis
steel
were
is back.
also
We
brainwashed.
taxed all of the
Indeed,
dump steel
Nazis and
coming
the
in from
German
China
people
and
were
other
brainwashed.
places.
They
And
were
your steel mills are
propagandized.
doing great.
The
They're
German
expanding all
people
over the
in
country,
Germany had
and they were
no
gonna be out of
idea
business
what
within
Hitler
2
was
years.
doing,
The way they were
guys.
going, they will
They had
die.
no idea. They
United
thought they were
States Steel is
winning the
spending now
war
billions of
all the
dollars
way
on
up until the
expansions.
war fell
Every major
in
Democrat
their
running for
borders,
president
when
has
Germany was
pledged
being
to
the one
eliminate
that was being
gas-powered automobiles
destroyed
and
by the rest of
destroy
the world.
The U.S. auto industry.
Germany was forced to pay reparations.
And you know
And
why?
then
Because they have
that's when
these
the German
maniacs
people knew.
that say,
But they
"You
didn't
gotta
know
go all
until
electric."
after
I wanna have
millions
an alternative,
and millions
a
had
big
been killed.
alternative. And you
Germans
always have
didn't
the
know,
alternative.
not the
And a lot
civilian
of people
Germans.
don't know if
They
the
were
electric can ever
propagandized
catch
to
the
believe
gas,
that.
you know. And by the way, there'll be different forms of energy coming along. But they want to close them up. And we're not closing them up. We're going to have lots of alternatives so that you can have it from a pricing, you can have it for a lot of different reasons. We're even bringing back the old light bulb. You heard about that, right?
Old light bulb, what does that have to
The
do
old
with
light
anything?
bulb, which is better. I say, why do I always look so orange? You know why? Because of the new light. They're terrible. You look terrible. They cost you many, many times more, like 4 or 5 times more. And you know, they're considered hazardous waste. When a light bulb is out, you've got to bring it to a dump. So let's say over here in Battle Creek, where's your nearest dump? Okay, that's what, a couple of 100 miles away. So every time you lose, drive a couple of 100 miles. I said, how many people do that? Nobody. What do? They throw it in the garbage. But you know what it is? Because it's all gas. It's much more expensive, 4 or 5 times more. And I came into office, I did a lot of this. Sinks, showers, all of this stuff. I did a lot of it. No water comes out. You have areas where there's so much water you don't know what to do with it. You turn on the shower.
Is this where he starts talking about flushing the toilet 15
we do
times?
A lot of it. Dishwashers. We did the dishwasher, right? You press it. Remember the dishwasher? You'd press it.
Corey
boom,
Williams,
like
you're
an
right.
explosion.
And
5 minutes later, you open it up,
unfortunately,
the steam pours
some
out, the
people
dishes.
make it
Now
an
you press it
unfortunate
12 times.
necessity.
Women tell me,
But I don't,
again, you know,
I
they give you 4
don't
drops of
believe
water.
that it is
And there are places where
impossible
there's so much
to
water, they
find
don't know what to
some
do with it.
resolution
So we
for
just came out
every
with the
country
red
to
ones,
live
dishwashers.
peacefully
We're
with
going
one
back to
another.
you. By the
And
way,
then when if
by
they
the
have
time
a
they press it
problem,
10 times, you
they
spend more on
solve the
water.
problem
And electric.
peacefully.
Don't
And
forget, the whole
I
thing
think
is
that that's
worse
possible.
because you're spending all that money on electric. So we're bringing back standards that are great and better machinery, but you can have the water again. Right?
And you suffer from annoying toilet problems.
But with the light bulb,
So he's helping you, Manuel.
I said, what's going on with the light bulbs? So a lot of people are complaining about the cost. So I had a couple of experts
Fear
come
of
in.
your brain
I said,
cells.
tell me, what gives a better light? Well, we like the old light bulb better. I said, I like it better. And so what I did is you can have either one. If you want to buy the
I'm
newer
listening to
kind,
this.
you
know,
can.
I listen to
And
this
if you
and
wanna
I
look very
give him
handsome or
his.
beautiful
I
by
give.
buying the
I
older
listen to
kind,
him
like I
just as
do.
much as I listen to anybody else, guys. And it
So
doesn't
we're
change.
bringing
It
back
unfortunately doesn't
the
change
old light bulb.
anything.
So it's a much
It
less
changes nothing.
expensive.
He's
It
still
probably
lying
gives a
about
better light, but
things.
whatever it is.
Or rather, he's
And
not
you'll be able to spend
lying
a lot less
necessarily
money
about a lot of this
for a
stuff.
light bulb.
He's just
I mean, it sounds
talking
like little, but
about
it's big
stuff,
stuff.
which we can't
Okay, it's
necessarily
big stuff.
confirm nor deny as lies.
And we're
Because
doing it
it's
with
just
a
a lot
of
of
other things,
different things
dishwashers and
that has,
I won't tell you one of
like-
the things because every time I tell you, they do a big number on it. You know the one I'm talking about, right? Sinks, right? Showers.
I
And what
am
goes
gonna
with a
hide that
sink
just
and
for
a
the sake
shower?
of another language that I can't do it. You can feel your IQ.
10 times, right? 10 times. Well, Bob, not me, of course, not me, but you.
What's
him.
up, Red Alert?
But I never mentioned that because one time I mentioned all three. I said sinks, showers, and toilets. The headline was Trump with the toilets. That's all they want. They don't even mention it. So I didn't mention that, okay? I go off the record. But you know what? It's terrible. You want to wash your hands, you turn on the sink, no water comes out. So you leave the water go 10 times as long. It's the same thing. You have a shower. It's no good for me.
Shadow.
For me, the one thing that came out really good about being in this business, they always used to say I wore a hairpiece. It's okay, I know people wear hairpiece, but they always used to say, they don't say that anymore. Because I have been through the worst
so bad.
storms. If you wear one of those suckers, you got to give it up fast, because within 2 weeks they got you. You look handsome, don't worry about it. But in the last 2 decades before my election, we lost 1 in 5 auto manufacturing jobs.
As he
in
practiced,
this
this is him
The
literally
people are
every
trying
time
to
he
impeach
talks.
us for doing all of the things that they've wanted to do for so many years, and that's why
I've listened
it
to a lot
doesn't
of
work.
Trump's speeches.
We look so forward to taking it on,
Just how
and it
he is every
all
time.
about cleaning the swamp, draining the swamp, and we have a very, very big, bad, dangerous swamp.
It's just crazy.
That's enough of that. That's enough. So, among the very first acts that I did was to stop the deal that would have dealt a death blow to the U.S. auto industry. I withdrew from the horrible Trans-Pacific Partnership. That would have ended your auto industry. A lot of people don't know that, but I do. Remember TPP? We were basically ceding our auto industry to these countries that
This
were
long since
just
his
going to
first
rip us
campaign.
off. The people that made these trade deals.
He's helping
like,
the
where did they
opposition,
come?
not himself.
Like the
He
one in
does,
Korea.
Slayer, but
That was a Hillary
that's the
Clinton
thing is that
special.
his
She
base
said,
doesn't
"This will
see that.
produce
They don't see him. They don't see him
250,000 new
objectively.
jobs." And
They
I said,
see him under the guise that
well,
he
she
is
was right. Except
he
it was
is
for
doing
South Korea, not for
everything
us.
they could have
No, it's
ever
fine.
dreamed
It
of him to
produced
do.
250,000 jobs for South Korea.
That's what everybody
These
in this
deals were so
audience
bad,
believes.
but now they're getting really good, and some of them are getting like great, and over a period of time, they're going to be phenomenal. Wait till you see the numbers that start coming out of this country over a short period of time.
Never,
The new-
Hunter
But we
Tay.
have to go through a little pain because we have to do it, and then they all say, we're going to withdraw. And then I say, you can withdraw. I don't care. We're
love
putting
Taco
tariffs
Bell.
on your country. Then they say, we'd love to make a deal, sir. The new USMCA has powerful protections to keep auto manufacturing jobs right here in Michigan where they belong. Since the election, we've created 41,000 brand new motor vehicle and parts jobs, manufacturing jobs. Remember the statement by President Obama? You'd have to wave a magic wand. Remember the magic wand? Because manufacturing. And I said, you know, that sounds strange. What do you do if you don't have manufacturing? How do you make things, right? Manufacturing jobs won't happen. Well, we've got 600,000 manufacturing jobs, and you're going to see a big increase.
It could be 10% are aware of his boginess, and could
The
see
truth
maybe.
is, we need more people.
Saw the verdict.
You know what? We need more people.
Indeed.
We need more people coming into the country, and they're going to come in, and they're going to come in through merit, and they're going to love our country, and they're going to respect our country, and they're going to work. We do need more people. They're opening these massive, Foxconn in Wisconsin, they're opening these massive plants, and it's hard to get people. We want people coming in, but they have to come in only, they have to come in through merit. Fiat Chrysler recently announced a $4.5 billion investment in Michigan, including the first new auto plant in Detroit in more than a generation. And General Motors recently announced a $300 million investment at its Orion assembly plant right here in Michigan. Come on, General Motors, let's go.
What's the consensus in here? We're for America here.
General Motors gave us
And
a
if
little
you
hard
look at
time
this
with one building.
objectively,
Wasn't happy about that.
there's only one
It was
consensus,
the only building I had a
consensus you
problem
can
with
make.
in the whole car industry, right? Right? You know the one I'm talking about. I didn't like
And
that.
that's, of course, that
Anyway,
Trump
but they're
is
spending
in the
money,
wrong.
you know.
Trump
What can I
has
tell you?
broken.
But these companies are coming in. A lot of the foreign companies are coming
committed
because they have to.
impeachable
They say
offenses
you have to, or we're not
by
trading with you
obstructing
anymore.
an investigation
Because we had
into
such big
himself in Congress.
deficits with these countries.
That
with
is-
Japan,
that is the
we had a
consensus
$68 billion deficit. I said, Shinzo, he's great,
objective
Prime
review
Minister of Japan.
the law.
But he said, but nobody has ever asked us to do this. I said, I'm asking you. And they're building many, many plants. They're building many plants now in the United States. The
Always
Japanese.
open-minded. I'm watching a Trump rally,
After
aren't I?
years of rebuilding foreign nations, we are finally rebuilding our nation. Is that okay? We were surrounded with globalists. You know, they think it's okay. You open a plant in some country that you never heard of, they make your product, they send it. In the meantime, they close all their factories here. We're not doing that anymore. Those are globalists. They think it's wonderful to have deficits. I don't. They think it's great. It's a great thing to have deficits. No, those are globalists. The globalists are passé. On no issue have Democrat politicians more thoroughly betrayed the American people than immigration. Every Democrat running for president wants to open the floodgates to unlimited refugees from all around the world, overwhelming your communities and putting our national
neglecting.
security at grave risk.
See you later.
My administration has
See you
taken
later,
bold
Corey.
action to reduce the influx of refugees, and we are making sure
And
local communities like yours
he's
have a
promoting
much greater
propaganda
say
there.
about who gets admitted into your own neighborhoods.
Promoting propaganda, neglecting to
Some of these
comment on
stories
his
are so
current,
sad. Some of the stories
his
are
current
so sad.
problems
When it comes to
involving
setting immigration policy, we always remember this sacred truth. Our first duty and our one true allegiance is to you, the American people, before anybody else.
To America.
We must care
The
for our
American
own
people
citizens
and
first.
America.
Democrat immigration policies are resulting in brutal assaults and wicked murders against innocent
Oh,
Americans.
that was
I don't know
that
if you
was
even know what's happening.
that was the other one.
It's terrible. And we've moved out thousands and thousands of MS-13 thugs out of our
It's
country.
good. And Taco Bell is good. It's delicious.
And we have agreements now with Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. You know, they didn't used to take them back. If we had a murderer and we said, get him the hell out, you know, we don't really want him in our prisons and take care of him for 50, 60 years. We want to bring him back. They wouldn't take him. The planes used to go around and around. Don't land. Don't land. With us, they land. We worked out deals with every one of them. We stopped giving them all the aid. You know, we're giving them all this money, and then they said, we're not going to let you land. We're not going to let you take them back. I said, that's okay. $500 million we were
I love
giving
Taco
them.
Bell.
I said, now we give them $5.
Anybody
We give
can
them
hate
nothing.
Taco Bell all they
All
want,
of
but
a
it's
sudden
like
they said,
my
we would
favorite.
love to have them back. We would love it. It's
Out of
wonderful to
all
have
the
them
fast
back.
food restaurants, it's definitely my favorite.
In June, 2 illegal aliens in Sandusky, Michigan, were convicted of sadistically beating and stabbing a woman to death with a kitchen knife. Then they hid her body.
You like Chipotle?
in
I've
a
never
water
had
drain.
Chipotle.
A criminal alien with 2 previous deportations was just arrested in Michigan and convicted of brutally beating and strangling to death a single mother of 5 young children. It's happening all the time.
Arby's? I had
Far-left
Arby's yesterday, and it was
support
freaking
deadly
delicious.
sanctuary cities which deliberately release dangerous,
What's my
violent
favorite item?
criminal
Oh,
aliens
I
out
don't
of
know.
the jails and directly onto your
Chalupa
streets.
is one of the last
You know,
things
we
I
had a great election in North Carolina recently. 2
one of my last
great congressmen got elected. You don't hear about it. When they win, you don't ever
Subway
hear about it.
burrito.
Just a few months ago. 2 great people. And they got elected. And they got elected because I went at the end and said, you don't talk about the fact that you have sanctuary cities. And they had some horrible crimes happening from those sanctuary cities. As soon as I mentioned that, boom, they went up like rocket ships and they won their elections. And it was great. Great thing. These sanctuary cities are a disaster. And let me tell you, the people of California, they don't like sanctuary cities either. They're stuck with them because they have crazy politicians. Earlier this year, authorities in the sanctuary jurisdiction of Kent County, Michigan. Anybody know Kent County? Released an illegal alien charged with assault with intent to murder.
Howie fearmongers?
After he
I know.
repeatedly and viciously stabbed
I know.
a man in the head
I know, it's pure fear
with a
mongering.
broken bottle.
It's unfortunate.
They let him go
It's pure
to roam
fear-mongering,
free in
and
Michigan communities.
His audience
If you
just
want to
eats it
end
up.
sanctuary cities in Michigan,
Just eats
if
it up.
you want to
Just
protect your
accepts it
families from
as-
criminal
as
aliens,
being face value.
if you want to have a safe life, frankly, it's so
And we
crazy
can't
what they're
reach
doing.
them.
You wouldn't even believe
Which
it.
makes it
you have
really
only
difficult
one choice in
because
2020.
we can't reach them.
You must
We
vote
can't reach them
Republican.
directly. We can't reach them indirectly. We just cannot reach them. We cannot reach these people because they refuse to be reached.
Thank you.
They literally refuse to be reached, and they refuse to have a discussion.
I'm surprised you,
They
as you
want
know,
what
you do
they
have
want.
sanctuary cities in Michigan. I was almost surprised
They want
to hear it,
what
but
they
you have them.
want, and with
It's
no
one of those
concern about
progressive things. I
other
think they're
people
doing a
or the
wonderful
future of
favor
this
for the
country.
world. And now we're getting these prosecutors that, you know, you
Welcome
murder
back.
somebody,
Back
they
up.
give you 2 months. They fight that you don't even have to go to jail. What's going on is crazy. Thanks to our tireless
horrid than
efforts to
immigrants,
secure the
we
border,
indeed
illegal
can,
crossings are down
indeed.
75% since May. And we've ended catch and release. We've ended it. We could have ended it so easy. It's called a loophole. You catch them, and then you release them into our country. That's what you had to do by law. And if you don't do that, they arrest the Border Patrol people. You believe this? The Border Patrol people were in more danger than the criminal aliens coming in. And some of these people are not good people. Remember the caravans coming up? We called them caravans.
Fear-mongering.
And they're interviewing the people. I'll never forget it. One nice, innocent reporter, female reporter. And what did you do? Well, I want to come to America. Okay, good. What did you do? Murder. What? This was on live television. They didn't play that clip too long. You know, one of the
Red alert,
beauties
no
back
trolling,
there.
man.
What did you do? Murder. Oh, yeah. These are the people. Because look, when you have a caravan of
You're
8 or
just
10,000
randomly
people,
spouting things right now,
a
Red
lot of
alert.
those
I'm going to have
people.
to time you out.
Do you think that Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, do you think they're sending us their finest?
That's
I don't
not
think
any
so.
argument or anything,
All
Red
right.
alert. That's just
How about the
that's
lottery?
just trying to be
That was a
as
Schumer deal. You know, Chuck Schumer,
as
Crying Chuck.
loud as you
Crying
can.
Chuck
and
Schumer. You know, I
makes
used
no
to be a
sense.
big contributor to. He used to kiss my ass, Chuck Schumer. He'd do anything. He would have done anything for me. I didn't think I asked him. Get Schumer on the phone. You do this, you do that. You get him on the phone. That's it. He would have done. I didn't need anything. but he would have done anything.
You can't.
Now it's like, the president
Trump?
has not acted. Give me a break. Give me a break. Find out how much money did I give a raise to Chuck Schumer. And Chuck,
crazy.
give all that money back, please.
Just the levels of shade.
Carolyn Maloney, give that money back. Every penny should come back. They act so pompous. They act so righteous. They're not righteous. They're not righteous. They're bad people. The far left Democrats
Just have an open mind to think for
more
yourself.
extreme than they are
That's
now.
all I ask.
Democrats are pushing a
That's
socialist
really all I ask
takeover of health
of
care
Republicans,
that will take
of
away your
Democrats.
coverage and take away your
I mean,
doctor.
I would say
180
Democrats
million
need to
people
definitely
are
do
gonna
it too,
lose.
because they
A lot of
do
people
in
here
different
now have
ways.
healthcare finally
But
under
the
us.
problem
That's
here, in
And
the
that's what you
case of
want.
Trump, is
They wanna
one
take it to
side is
180. They want
vehemently
you to go to a
refusing to look
hospital
at
ward
any
someplace and
facts.
sit there all
And
night. I
yeah,
don't think so.
Democrats could
Not
be
in this
better
group.
critical thinkers too.
And you know what?
But it's
Some
more
people,
important
it's
that
good. Some people,
Republicans
but
need
can
to
you
be
imagine they
critical
want to
thinkers.
take away 180 million people, great, private, highly negotiated health care where you have your own doctor? Remember Obama 28 times, 28 times, you can have your doctor, you can have your plan. Didn't work out that way, did it?
Can you imagine to
I think we
sleep
should
with us on
impeach him for that.
24/7?
Let's impeach him.
They want to impeach
For
Obama
that,
for
the IRS scandal, for the guns. Remember the guns he was giving them?
Okay, guys. GG to President Trump. It's just more ranting and rambling. We need to just get those people less willing to understand, even just looking at Trump objectively for a moment. Really, just look at Trump objectively for just a moment. That's it. It's truly ridiculous that anybody can defend Trump. Anybody defending Trump at this point doesn't even understand that what they're defending is morally wrong, ethically wrong, and logically wrong in multiple ways. And that kind of makes it even worse. The fact that they're willing to stand up for things that they don't understand. Or if they do understand it, that makes it even worse than that. That makes it even worse if they do know. If they don't know, that's kind of bad. But, you know, I could understand that through propaganda and manipulation that you can be led to believe a certain thing. I see it happen. I see it happen like you see it in flat earthers too. You know, a little bit of connections in the right places can go a long way to help somebody believe something. But when it comes to this, they refuse to accept anything that is not in agreement with them, which is everybody else accepts when things aren't in agreement with them, and then explain them how that's a lie in this regard. And then they don't pay attention to that. They don't want to pay attention to that. What is literally verifiably fact does not matter to them because they heard their source say something different. We need to do something more, because we need people to think critically about it. We need to start getting every person we know to think critically about the situation. You know, if somebody at home, if somebody at home or somebody you know is for Trump, try to push the idea of them just thinking objectively for one glorious moment about the situation. And you'll know when they think objectively because they won't agree with Trump anymore. They just won't. If they can think objectively, they just won't be for Trump. That simple as that. And if they're not thinking objectively, they'll never see Trump as doing any wrong. So if somebody says that Trump has done no wrong, saying they're not, tell them that they're not seeing it objectively, and just keep on telling them that. Shadow, he's already been impeached. Now it's a vote to Senate whether he is removed from office. It's unfortunate we find ourselves in a place where there can even be a disagreement here, because really there should not be a disagreement. There should be no disagreement here at all. Everybody should be in strict 100% agreement. Everybody in America should not be under the impression that Trump has done any good at all, because he hasn't. But based on propaganda and information they listen to from the media sources they choose to listen to, Facebook, Fox News, not even Trump's Twitter, because they don't even know that. People don't follow Trump's Twitter because I bring up Trump's Twitter to Trump supporters all the time and what Trump says, and they have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, I bring up to Trump supporters that Trump asked for him to be able to defend himself in Congress. Then he was given that opportunity, and then he denied coming forward, which are all in tweets he made. And Trump supporters have no idea that that was even said. We have to, if the people, my argument is that we as the people decide what the Senate chooses. So by what we need to do as a people, is we need to get the people to understand. Because if we can get the people to think critically before the Senate has to vote, the Senate will have no choice but to vote in the will of the people. And all we need to do to get the world in agreement is just get these people to think critically on the smallest level. So we need to find a way to get these people standing around Trump and applauding him. We need to find out why these people refuse to accept literal facts that are verifiable even by them. Things that they can do by just not accepting that he's infallible. If they just don't accept that he's infallible and listen and stop being distracted by other things, they would know. You agree? But no. What I'm saying is that if popular and public opinion is so vehemently against Trump, Senate still has no choice but to vote in the will of the people. Right now there's still a divide. It's still 50-50. It's not voted as something that is just universally bad, when it should be viewed right now as universally bad. And that's the problem. No, you can't just assume that Trump supporters are terrible thinking people. That's like saying again that every German in Nazi Germany was a Nazi, when they weren't complicit. They just didn't know what was going on. They just were fed false news that made them believe one thing that was going on that wasn't. People in North Korea don't know that everything outside North Korea isn't absolute crap, because the propaganda, the media that they're fed, tells them that they're in a better place than the rest of the world. That's what happened in Germany. That's what happens in North Korea. That's what happens with Donald Trump and his base. Is he tells his base that they're in a better spot than that they've ever been in, and that they have nothing to worry about except for everything that he wants them to fear. He wants them to hate and fear Democrats and everybody. And anybody who can inflict truth into their minds, he wants them to hate. Yeah, see, and that's why if we had the general public, the general Republican side against Trump as well, just because they just thought objectively for a moment, the Senate would have no case but to impeach. If there was even, again, if Republicans were also aware of what was going on, they would change things. Same thing with liberals. Twilight Linkable, are you really trying to do this right now? Are you really trying to do this right now, Twilight, buddy? Twilight Linkable, your next comment is going to have to answer this question or I'm going to time you out because I already asked you and you denied to answer it. When Trump kept an investigation into himself from moving forward by Congress, how is that not obstruction of Congress? And let me remind you that Trump could not block subpoenas without the power of presidency. He could not block testimonies, subpoenas, without the power of presidency. How was that not blocking an investigation into himself? How was that not breaking the law? How is that not obstruction of Congress? And if you cannot defend that, you have no defense for anything that Trump can do. You have, because your whole argument that he does no wrong hinges on him doing no wrong. But if he's done one wrong, then that throws the idea that he can do no wrong completely out. He was impeached today because he obstructed Congress and he abused his power to do so. And there's no way anybody can legitimately claim that he did not abuse his power to do so. So nobody can be for Trump right now without being objectively, morally, and ethically in the wrong. Because if you are for Trump and you are pro-Trump after knowing that he's broken the law and that he obstructed an investigation into himself and that he was impeached because of these things, then you are knowingly accepting a dictatorship. You are knowingly accepting so many verifiably unethical things. There is there's nothing to say. There's no defense Trump has for keeping all forms of legal representation of him a secret. There's no defense he can put. In no way can Trump ever defend the fact that he stopped investigations into himself so that he couldn't be incriminated. You don't hide evidence of being innocent. Nobody hides evidence of being innocent. Trump withholding anything from Congress when it was an investigation into himself proves his guilt beyond a doubt. Not only for that, but for anything he said he wasn't guilty for. because he said he wasn't guilty for that. So if that's a lie, then that proves that every other thing he has ever said in relation to anything like that could also be a lie. He can't, so it's just a domino effect. Man, it's just, anybody who tries to defend Trump is morally and ethically wrong at this point, and they need to understand that so that they can start changing how they see the world, so that they can start seeing the world and helping making it a better place rather than trying to destroy it. And that we, on the other side, need to stop saying that it's a hopeless endeavor, that there's nothing that we can do. We need to stop doing that as well, because by saying that, that only empowers Republicans. That only empowers the other side to think that they're winning, because they don't see the infighting on their side. Indeed, it needs to be in the Senate, but the thing is that we need to get the people to care about whether they're being lied to or not before the Senate has to vote. Because it's very likely that the Senate is going to acquit him because it's mainly Republicans there. But the impeachment had to happen in the House. And people just ignoring the articles of impeachment because they don't agree with law and rule of law is not okay. By agreeing with Trump and saying that Trump is not at fault, is saying that the rule of law, it should not exist. It is saying government agencies should not exist. It is saying that everybody should live lawless lives, which is just ridiculous. Do I think Trump will win? I think that electoral colleges are indeed gerrymandered. And I think that Trump will indeed, no matter how many votes, even if 100 million people voted against him and he only had 20 million votes for him, the electoral college is still going to be trying, they're still going to get the electoral college somehow to be in his favor as much as they can. Because the electoral college is broken. The system is broken, and we need people to understand that. We need people to understand that so we can change it. Yeah, if the system is corrupt, we change this. We modify the system to make it better, and that's why we all do act. If everybody was involved and understood and wanted to and actually cared, including Republican side, they really cared about the truth and not what is sensationalized to them, then we would all be under one unified ideal to make this world a better place. Well, guys, I personally won't be able to run for presidency during this next election. I will not be old enough. But you can bet I will, because I know nobody else will, that I will run for the next one. Modify the law? We do that every day, Twilight Linkable. We modified the law by impeaching Trump. That's an amendment to the law. Duh? You know that, right? I shouldn't have to explain that to you. That's just how the legal system works. You know, in science, what happens in science is people do experiments. And then when they get an experiment that explains more of the problem than previous experiments, They don't just stick with the old experiments and just assume that that one's always correct. They then utilize the evidence of the new experiment as the paradigm to believe in. The same thing goes with laws. When there's precedents, they add amendments, and the amendments to the law are law. So, like, in court cases, you'll see, like, you know, the People v. Trump. That will be a court case that is spoken of and can be used as precedent. You know how it works? You didn't mean to go down that road. I was explaining what you were questioning. What's up, Shelly? And Trump might be reelected. Yeah, and what we need to do is we just need to get people to be to not be misinformed anymore. I'm doing what I can. I'm doing what I can for sure. Shelly. But both parties have to accept it. Exactly. Both parties have to accept. Everybody has to accept that there's something wrong here. And one party doesn't see anything as wrong. I just got a very crucial part of my next filming. Do you guys want to hear, before we go, you guys want to hear the audio to my next video that's going to be coming out? The Man in the Shoe. I got a new green screen. I mean, it's not a new one. It's actually a supplemental one because I have a huge ass one behind me. But I got another one so I can record other things. Okay. We need to get people with the impeach. Okay, so we need to impeach to even have the vote to remove from office. If a president is not impeached, they cannot be removed from office. So the impeachment had to happen if a vote for removal from office was ever going to happen. And that is why impeachment has to happen, despite whether he can get in again. He shouldn't get in again. Okay. There was a man who lived in a shoe. The shoe was a comfy place for the man, though. It has nice, padded walls, a skylight, and he feels safe. So safe, in fact, he doesn't even realize there's no door. And there's no way out except his skylight. But at least he feels safe. Safe in a space he controls. The only knowledge he has about the outside world is through his skylight. He doesn't feel like any other information can be relevant, 'cause he can see through his skylight of his shoe. And that is enough for him. He is happy in this knowledge. He is content. A new person outside the shoe sees one awfully big, house-sized shoe in the middle of their neighborhood. Obviously concerned why they saw this, and wondering how no one else is seeing it, they went to investigate. Only that they had a single strand of the shoe's laces to use to reach the skylight, to find some common ground in which they could communicate with anyone stuck inside. They make their way to the rim of the shoe and peer down into the dimly lit area. They didn't have to look hard to find the man, though, as the man had already started yelling at the person for blocking his view of his skylight on what he believes to be a gorgeous day. But when the person looked up to the sky, all they saw was rain, and it seemed to be getting darker by the moment. The person, concerned for the man in the shoe, lowered a rope, which the man denied, then a ladder, which he vehemently refused. The person then explained to the man where he was and why he should leave, giving him proof in terms of his surroundings, things the man himself could confirm using his own thoughts. He still denied the offer, not realizing his shoe was filling with polluted rainwater. Finally, the person even asked if they could carry the man out themselves, exclaiming that the man had not doors nor windows to help himself. The man still refused to accept any help. The person stayed as long as they could to try to help the man, but he did not want help. In fact, he did not see himself as being in need of help. He even thinks the flood waters are getting all the grime and dust off of his furniture. He thinks he's seen a shine in them that he hasn't seen in years. So he welcomed more flood water into his shoe until all that passerbys see is a house-sized shoe overflowing with water. So, that is my, you have to see this for what? So, that is my next video that's going to be coming out. It's going to be pretty heavily acted. So I've already done a couple of my acts, a critical thoughts, and we did one on how tying my shoes has taught me patience, and I did another one on how we can save the world through critical thinking. And then this one, so what I'll be doing is on that video, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking that and I'm going to actually do all the information that's on that. See you later, Shelly. So what's super important is that we start doing the things that we can to change things, to make a difference that really matters. And when it comes to the man in the shoe, I just want everybody who's stuck in their own shoes to accept the help of any way. So I do hope that you guys look forward to that video, because that's the next one. And again, if you want to religion halts change, I'm not asking people to change their religious beliefs. Nothing I ask tells people to change their belief of religion. What I'm trying to do is just get people to think about their lives on a little bit more objectively. And that's not, I don't consider that much change. I think the changes that may occur by that will be wanted. If somebody begins to think critically, and then they see a change in their own life that they want to make, they will choose to make it. Because they won't want to not change that mistake. If I agree. I agree. But the problem is that, I mean, I do not think that a religious change or religious belief in change will necessarily help either. To think for yourself, well, I think people can all think for themselves indeed. Religion or no religion. Maybe religion has something to do with it. But I think that people can think critically enough to know that Donald Trump is morally wrong. They can think morally enough for that, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, no matter what their initial beliefs are. To agree that even one thing is morally wrong that he does, or ethically or legally wrong, is to agree that everything he does that's illegally and morally wrong is wrong. And to agree to those things. Anywho. I'm going to call it there. Again, I hope you guys look forward to the Man in the Shoe. I'm going to be recording that over the next day or so. And I may do the what is it? Kerbal Space Program over on Twitch tonight. Oh, hearts rip. No problem. Okay, guys. I will see you guys here very soon. Until then, stay amazing. Into the frickin' lair.